The Chinese side at the conference, in contrast, consistently refused to articulate any generalizable scientific truths. To the frustration of the visitors trained in formal economics, the Chinese participants focused almost exclusively on concrete issues they faced in their reform attempts. More general principles emerged only implicitly from the ways in which these concrete problems were approached, as described in the previous section. The former director of the State Price Bureau, 1979 to 1982, Lu Zhuofu, gave the opening address. Lu was deeply versed in Chinese price regulation. He had made important contributions to price stabilization in the strategically important provinces of Shaanxi, Gansu, and Ningxia in the decisive year of the Civil War and the immediate post-liberation period by applying Guanxi-type policies of the kind described in Chapter 3. In the most severe inflationary period of the Mao era, resulting from the disasters of the Great Leap Forward, Lu joined the State Price Regulation Commission to support Xue Muqiao in stabilizing prices, relying once more on the same approach. In his speech, Lu summarized the existing state of China's price regulation for his international audience. Giving detailed accounts of different types of prices, he emphasized that the price issue is very complex for each individual commodity. Thus, the only basis for reform should be careful consideration of the particular situation of each good, always considering the different interests of the state, the producers, and the people to ensure overall stability. The rise in the agricultural procurement prices was the point of departure for Lu's exposition. This adjustment was an important step for reform, but subsidies kept rising in 1980 to 1981, even when the price was kept constant due to the increase in agricultural output. This was a great drain on state finances. Xue Muqiao explained in the subsequent discussion why retail prices could not easily be raised in order to release the pressure on state finances. He referred to the example of textiles. Synthetic fibers were still very profitable and in excessive supply, while the price for cotton was still too low and its supply was short. The State Price Bureau had suggested raising the cotton price slightly and decreasing the price for synthetic fibers by the same amount. But even this very minor change turned out to be politically infeasible due to popular resistance against a higher cotton price. People were already dissatisfied with price increases in 1981 and were not prepared to accept further price adjustments. In theory, many relative price adjustments could be made without changing the overall price level, but Xue argued that very few could be realized in practice without endangering social and economic stability. Lu also addressed the critical question of the adjustment of the prices of industrial inputs. Several of the price increases of mining and semi-finished products, for example, coal, coke, cement, and pig iron, that had been mentioned during the World Bank's 1980 visit, were implemented by the time of the Moganshan Conference. At the same time, the prices of processed and final industrial goods, for example machinery, were lowered. But this adjustment was not sufficient to even out the profitability across sectors and production units at planned prices. Surplus sales to commercial agencies at the higher negotiated prices achieved some limited compensation, for example, for coal mines. Xue Muqiao added that one way to improve the profitability of the production of these basic inputs, for example steel and coal, was to allow for direct sales. Small collective enterprises, which did not get allocations from the state plan, would purchase the above quota production at prices even higher than the negotiated prices. This would also challenge enterprises to develop their own marketing capacities. In addition to the adjustment of plan prices, Liu discussed yet another policy that had been hinted at during the World Bank's 1980 visit. Floating prices were now allowed to move upward, and certain goods in short supply were classified as floating price goods. Hence, floating prices were no longer only a means to reduce inventories of goods in oversupply, but were also used to encourage production. Finally, Liu estimated that in 1980, 25.3% of retail sales were under market regulation. Liu explained that these prices were not free in the sense of being unregulated by the state. State commercial agencies participated in the market by buying and selling in order to dampen price fluctuations. This would allow the state to move away from a state monopoly over commerce while still being able to stabilize prices. State commerce created the market and regulated prices by commercial means in a fashion strikingly similar to the logic of Guanxi-type price policies. Throughout their speeches and when answering questions, Liu and the other senior economists repeatedly referenced their post-liberation price policies, to the point that Woods scribbled in his notebook, "Why do the Chinese answer to every question that they have to go back to the liberation period policies?" Xue Muqiao delivered the second speech, presenting progress and difficulties of overall adjustment and reform, and laying out the current macroeconomic challenges, which constituted an important background to the political tightening and the cautiousness of the reformers. Xue began by describing the great challenges the government was facing in bringing a fiscal deficit and rising prices under control. The government had failed for 2 years to cut down investments, and thus had to impose a policy of retrenchment in 1981. After investments were finally reduced, industrial growth continued to decline for some time, which resulted in a buyer's market for certain machines, as well as a rise in the output share of light industry and agriculture. In 1982, industrial output was rising again at a rate that far exceeded the target. To avoid severe energy shortages, the government had to impose measures to keep heavy industry in check. China could have compensated the investment growth with higher capital imports, Xue explained, but this would have been too risky, and such a quest for instant success had to be avoided. Profit retention by enterprises and wages as well as employment were rising, resulting in a wage bill increase which outpaced the growth in the net material product. At the same time, peasant incomes were rising, mostly because of the unleashing of the production of cash crops and sideline production. Xue concluded that these factors taken together were causing declining state revenues, and that by 1979 the money in circulation had been slightly over-increased. Hence, inflationary pressure was imminent. In Xue's view, before China could proceed with further reforms, several imbalances had to be corrected by administrative means. He believed that planning must continue to play a key role, but that it should rely more on economic levers. For example, when administrative corrections to output had to be imposed, it showed that the price policy had failed to guide enterprises in the right direction. According to Xue, the planned management of the economy should not be weakened, but the production and prices of thousands of minor commodities should be left to the market. Liao Jili, a member of the Committee of the State Planning Commission and head of the former Office of System Reform, which had been transformed into the System Reform Commission, later re-emphasized that the plan had to be focused on the essential. Citing Chao Shi-yang, Liao pointed out that the plan should not be overloaded with details, and guidance and obligatory planning should be combined in a way that reflected the importance of commodities rather than aiming for universal control. Xue closed his speech by reminding the audience that China had learned a painful lesson when it copied the Soviet model. This mistake could not be repeated. No change in abstract principles was needed, according to Xue, for the key question was how to reform in practice. China would not pursue indiscriminate or wholesale copying, but it would take the best from each country and find its own way. All the foreign delegates presented papers to share their views on the reform experiences in other countries, as well as their theoretical take on the price problem. With regard to price reform, the contributions of Bross, Kenda, Struminsky, and Wood are the most important. While the presentations were focused on historical lessons, the discussion was structured around pressing policy issues and brought out the radical views of some of the participants. Lim points out that the Eastern European experts, before having toured China, strongly recommended a one-package approach that would reform all sectors at once as quickly as possible. Effectively, they advocated the kind of Big Bang policies that later proved disastrous in Russia and parts of Eastern Europe. Struminsky began his presentation by saying that in all socialist countries known to him, the price systems are flawed. Part of the problem was that all socialist countries have a seller's market which would make administrative allocation necessary, but would at the same time cause the rise of parallel markets, including black markets and various forms of corruption. The diversion of resources into these markets and the prospect of bribes, in turn, encouraged an intensification of controls while simultaneously making them ineffective. The result was distorted prices diverging from world market levels, which hampered international trade as well as innovation. Despite these shortcomings, there had been no qualitative change in the Soviet price system since the 1930s. After this pessimistic introduction, Struminsky launched what must have seemed to the Chinese counterparts to be an implicit attack at their reform approach. Struminsky warned that the Soviets had tried to find a way out of the looming scissors crisis for years by introducing a three-tier price system for agricultural goods. It had a quota and an above-quota procurement price, as well as a price determined in rural markets. But the results of this system were abysmal. The peasants' fulfillment of arbitrary quotas mainly depended on weather conditions, and the low-quota price was essentially a tax on peasants. In the discussion, Struminsky received strong backing for his devastating judgment of multi-tiered pricing in agriculture from Bross, who pointed out that the multi-tiered price system was just an excuse for bad quota pricing. Struminsky also addressed the problem of the divide between consumption and production prices due to the great emphasis on retail price stability that had been raised by Liu. He explained that this was also an unresolved fundamental problem in the Soviet system. Khrushchev tried to raise consumption prices in the USSR, but had to postpone the increases due to a very unfavorable public reaction. Rather than elaborating on how this objective tension between price adjustments and social stability could be tackled, Struminsky pointed to political and ideological concerns as the reason for low prices. Low prices were used as a political means to calm dissatisfied parts of the population. But high prices for certain industrial consumption goods could not suffice to compensate for these low prices. Thus, the only way to maintain these low consumption prices was to turn to the printing press and create hidden inflation. All communist parties had pledged to control the price level, but few Eastern European economists now thought this was possible. Hence, contrary to the Chinese experience of the Mao years, Struminsky portrayed inflation as inevitable. Even though Struminsky did not say so in public, his message that the system was bankrupt was clear. The socialist countries themselves were dissatisfied with their price system. They talked much about price reform, but in Struminsky's eyes, they confused the needed reform of the principles of the price system with minor adjustments. Thus, Struminsky arrived at a conclusion exactly opposite to that of Xue Muqiao, who had emphasized practicability over principles. In Struminsky's view, only simultaneous reforms of the entire system could solve the problem. The reforms should all be planned at the same time, but the first step would be to fire most of the people in the Price Bureau and have the work done by the enterprises. The problem was that the state was never prepared for radical reforms. Reform would always be risky, but, as Clausewitz said, if you don't take risks, you cannot win. The key, according to Struminsky, was to make thorough preparations and to avoid great macro imbalances before implementing coordinated reform. Reflecting on the course of the conference discussion, it becomes clear that Struminsky's radical recommendation failed to deliver an answer to how the Chinese government could achieve macro balance as the necessary condition for his reform program. After all, Struminsky had just laid out systemic reasons for aggregate excess demand, and Xue had just explained that the Chinese government, despite earnest efforts, had not yet succeeded in bringing the macroeconomy under control. Furthermore, the Soviet case invoked by Struminsky, as well as the report on the Chinese experience, suggested that already very minor price changes of individual commodities created a risk for political stability. Struminsky failed to address how the overall price reform he was proposing could avoid a major political upheaval. Given his confession that he did not believe socialism was reformable, one is left wondering whether Struminsky might have seen large-scale protests resulting from such radical price changes as a way to overcome the socialist system politically. After all, Eastern Europeans repeatedly emphasized the political conditions of reform. Kenda's contribution to the discussion on the Hungarian experience further illustrated the great political and economic risk of price reform. From Struminsky's presentation, the conference had learned that the Hungarian reform was implemented based on the logic favored by the Eastern European émigré economists. Bring the economy under tight macroeconomic control, prepare a reform package, and implement it at once. Kenda elaborated, in Hungary in 1968, that part of this package was a wide-ranging price liberalization, yet the prices of basic raw materials, daily necessities, and certain goods with great effects on people's daily life were generally still set by the state and not by the producers. Kenda explained to the Chinese reform economists that even though political leaders and economic experts had undertaken extensive preparations and found a consensus on the reform program after long debates, when it was implemented in 1968, it met very quickly with fierce opposition. One important reason for this opposition, according to Kenda, was the public reaction to price changes. In particular, the planned increase in rents and public transport charges aroused public anger. In the end, rents were kept stable, and the hike in public transportation charges had to be compensated for by wage subsidies, adding to the inflationary pressure. Furthermore, Kenda warned that, although Hungary had a comprehensive reform program, a number of ad hoc policy changes had to be introduced. One major problem was that the reformers had overestimated the enterprise's capacity to make their own production decisions. Being structured to receive orders from above, the enterprises were incapable of drawing up their own plans and reacting to the market flexibly. The only concept of competition the enterprises understood, explained Kenda, was to expand by investing. Since the publicly owned enterprises faced no effective budget constraint and the credit policy was lax, this resulted in a major uptick in investments. At the same time, the unions argued that it was unfair for prices to be westernized while wages were easternized, and built up public pressure such that the government had to give in and relax wage controls. The result, reported Kenda, was high inflation, which had not been brought under control after more than 10 years. In response to the presentations by the foreign guests, the Chinese conference participants stressed repeatedly that the only way was to avoid pushing things to any extreme, and that stable prices, which had contributed to their national development since liberation, had to be preserved to maintain overall stability. In 1979, their shortcoming had been that they were too optimistic and raised agricultural prices by too large a margin. Lu Zhuofu set out once more to explain the difficulties in achieving macro control. The best they could do at the moment, he said, was to reduce the government deficit. Wood, who mainly argued from the standpoint of economic theory, posed a crucial question. So why not concentrate on achieving these macro conditions and then abolish price control, close the State Price Bureau, and let the market determine prices? Lu Zhuofu, a former director of the Price Bureau, hastened to answer that China needed the Bureau. Control of all prices could not be the final objective of governments. But Lu Zhuofu cautioned, by pointing again to the political and economic risks that price instability distracts people from the task of readjustment and triggers reactions from workers and peasants, which has bad effects on the production results. We perceive the irrationality of the existing prices and are in the process of making adjustments. The real question the Chinese reformers were trying to answer was by how much they had to change these specific prices and what the effects on the overall price level would be, not whether or not to abolish their whole system of price regulation. When the discussion moved to the topic of inflation, Gross once more tried to bring the case for radical reforms home by invoking arguments similar to those made by Friedman on suppressed inflation during his visit and drawing on Kornai's economics of shortage. In Gross's eyes, there would always be suppressed inflation in socialist countries. From a macro perspective, the principle of full capacity utilization and the output-first mentality would result in a very high investment rate and thus a large proportion of workers who consume but do not produce consumer goods, akin to the problems of a war economy. For systemic reasons, this could not be resolved, as Kornai demonstrated. Under socialism, there would always be a soft budget constraint, and enterprises would always suffer from investment hunger. Thus, aggregate shortage must always prevail, independent of the development level. In Gross's view, administrative price controls would prevent this aggregate excess demand from driving up prices, thus suppressing inflation. If equilibrium prevailed, prices should be such that everyone could buy all the things they wanted. However, higher prices on the black market would, according to Gross, show that the state had set prices below the equilibrium level. If one would let the market determine prices, the suppressed inflation would immediately manifest itself. For Gross, as for Friedman, inflation was a necessary evil in order to obtain equilibrium. If there is an opportune moment to release the pressure, use it. Do not wait for too long, recommended Gross. He finished by invoking the Christian last judgment of God. When you suppress inflation, you only postpone the day of reckoning. This is sometimes advisable if the pressure is only temporary, but in general, you are just making matters worse because at a later date, much larger price rises will be needed. The delegation returned to Beijing after visiting enterprises in various industries, a wholesale organization, a department store, local price offices, a suburban commune, and other institutions, on a study tour in Shanghai, Hangzhou, and Chongqing, July 18 through 26, 1982. The core team of Lim, Wood, and Gross held their first meeting with the initiators of the conference, Lu Guoguang and Wu Qing Lian, on July 27th. The two had opted out from participating in the conference, probably out of political opportunism. The meeting was held so the group could share observations and discuss the way forward. The men agreed that, while rural reform had made great progress, reform must now move to the cities, where the changes were less impressive. In their eyes, the inflexibility of the price system was the chief obstacle to urban reform, while the multi-tiered price system brought more harm than good. Gross warned once more that China should not wait for suppressed inflation to become too severe. Wood noted on the concluding meeting with the Mo-Ganshan Conference participants, as well as Wu and Lu, that the Chinese side refused to make comments or ask questions, but insisted that we, the foreign guests, go on talking. Gross delivered a synthesizing presentation as head of the delegation, showing an almost complete lack of appreciation of the ways in which the Chinese reforms were using market forces to serve reform. Gross stated, "The attitude of those we met toward the plan and market was unsatisfactory. They would see the two as separate things which are acting on different planes. The plan operates with quotas and targets, while the market is constrained to the sphere of above-quota activity. There was no concept of using the market in implementing the plan, or using the plan to influence or regulate the market." The delegation was impressed with the scope and success of agricultural reform, but reached a devastating verdict on one of the central mechanisms of this reform, the dual-track price system. There is an excessive reliance on quotas for all products of all categories, both with regard to output and acreage. Combined with the multi-tier pricing, this leads to uncontrollable and undesirable phenomena, including screwing up planning itself. We therefore suggest the elimination of the multi-tier pricing in favor of a uniform price. Despite this critical assessment of the reform approach, witnessing the real changes on the ground, as well as the prevailing poverty, humbled the delegation members, who were acquainted mainly with failed reforms. Their conclusion was to disown their own recommendation for rapid price reforms as the first step in a comprehensive package. But since they had also urged the Chinese reformers to abolish the multi-tiered price system, which was at the heart of their prevailing reform approach, the delegation effectively failed to deliver any implementable recommendation on how to reform. Practically minded economists knew there was no magic formula, and that neither the computer nor the market could instantly solve the problems they had explained to their guests without putting their party and state at risk. They must have been little impressed by the radical claims of their Eastern European colleagues, which were unsubstantiated with concrete feasible measures. Yet, even though Gross, who had introduced the concept of package reform, warned against its implementation in the Chinese context, some of the Chinese students of Eastern European and Western economics would come to lobby for this approach for years to come. Conclusion. We have seen that reform gave impetus to a reinstatement of economics that soon resulted in many exchanges with international visitors across the ideological spectrum. In particular, Eastern European émigré economists invited by the World Bank were influential in setting the tone for academic reform discussions. However, these reform approaches were focused on devising target models and plans to reach a desired economy that did not appear feasible to China's reform leaders in these early years. In parallel to the academic debates, experiments on the ground gradually exploited spaces opened up by the reform agenda and thus devised price reform techniques through the practice of gradual market creation. The broad agenda of the Eastern European economists was consistent with the ideas of market socialism of the Lange type. For them, The key was to get prices right as quickly as possible in what came to be called a Big Bang in the language of shock therapy. At some points, the Eastern European reform economists did acknowledge that it was not feasible for price reform to be implemented entirely overnight and in one go. It is, however, important to distinguish between the reform approach that prevailed in China and the form of gradualism they accepted as a necessary evil. These two kinds of gradualism can be illustrated in light of Struminsky's advice. He suggested that China should not do a blitz price reform, but should instead institute a program implemented in predefined steps with a target date for eliminating rationing. This could be called planned gradualism. This kind of gradualism suggests crossing the river with a predefined number of steps in a set time and as quick as possible. Or, to quote Brose's student, "The main issue is to cross the river as fast as possible in order to reach the other shore." In contrast, the Chinese were groping for stones to cross the river, in Chongying's sense. They initiated reform with those prices that could be let free or adjusted without losing stability. They only took steps where they thought they had firm ground under their feet, and once these steps were taken, they considered the way forward anew. To find out which prices should be tackled, the specific conditions of each commodity were carefully evaluated, often using experiments. The Chinese approach can thus be labeled experimental gradualism. The key difference between those two approaches is not, as is often suggested, the pace of reform. Instead, it is the basic logic of policy design. Planned gradualism defines a complete set of reform steps derived by deductive reasoning designed to achieve an ideal state. The type of gradualism proposed by those in favor of simultaneous package reform was to follow a planned path strictly and swiftly. The Chinese approach was to make the path while walking. Acknowledging that they could not know what the effects of each reform step would be and what the best overall system should look like, they groped their way forward, constantly trying and reassessing. They relied on largely inductive research, first moving the least essential parts before touching the core of the system. The clash of views between the foreign guests and the Chinese reformers at the Moganshan World Bank Moganshan Conference illustrates these two fundamentally different approaches to reform and market creation. 6. Market creation versus price liberalization. Rural reform, young intellectuals, and the dual-track price system. Introduction. Contracting production to the household is a creation of the peasants. Dual-track pricing has continuously existed in China from an early time on. Chen Yize, Rural Development Group and Director of the Economic System Reform Research Institute, 2013. China's leading reform thinkers of the early days form distinct groups that are, to some extent, defined by the generations in which they lived. Their biographies varied greatly with the different moments in China's turbulent recent history that shaped their lives, while their intellectual formation greatly depended on the specific personal and intellectual paths they took. The outlook of the 1980s middle generation of established intellectuals, born 1920 to 1939, had been shaped by the optimism and the urge to establish a coherent political and economic system, as well as a binding orthodoxy of the 1950s. They were joined in the 1980s by young researchers at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences and in Beijing's leading engineering departments, who had typically not spent the Cultural Revolution in the countryside and who shared the middle generation's belief in the powers of scientific economics. The formative experience of the older generation, born 1900 to 1919, in contrast, was the revolutionary struggle in the countryside and economic warfare. Chao Ziyang's secretary, Li Xionglu, stresses that China's veteran revolutionaries, such as Chao or Wan Li, were intimately familiar with the workings of the market. Part of their success in the Chinese Civil War derived from their skills in using commerce to improve their military and economic strengths. Furthermore, Chao descended from a family of peasants who had attained a certain amount of wealth by skillful business practices. Many leading economists of the reform era of this generation, such as Du Runshan and Xuemu Chao, shared this formative experience in the revolutionary struggles in the countryside. Xuan Yefeng emerged as a leading economist and statistician thanks to his training in the Soviet Union during the 1920s. A cohort of young intellectuals, born 1940 to 1960, who were sent up to the mountains and to the countryside during the Cultural Revolution, emerged as influential reform economists in the course of agricultural reform. Like the veteran revolutionaries before them, their intellectual and political formation was intimately connected to the agrarian question, to China's peasant majority, and to their struggle for material well-being. These young and old intellectuals, with close ties to the countryside, formed an unusual alliance that proved critical for China's reform. The disruption of social order during the Cultural Revolution enabled this cross-generational cooperation. Theoretical discussions about price reform and the ideal target system occupied the minds of middle-aged, established intellectuals who collaborated with the young scientists. Meanwhile, this alliance of the young and the old played a critical role in facilitating the breakthrough in rural reform that dramatically changed the living conditions of China's peasant majority and the basic constitution of China's political economy. As Nolan summarizes, before 1978, most decisions on rural production and distribution were administered directly by the state or indirectly by the state's representatives in the collectives. The 1980s witnessed an explosion of independent economic decision-making by individuals and groups. Within the span of only a few years, China's agricultural economy transformed from a collective, centrally controlled economy to a market-based one with major state participation. The alliance of young and old reform intellectuals conducted on-the-ground reform experiments that aided this rapid change. Their experiences with rural reforms came to prove crucial for the more general course of China's economic system reforms. As described in Chapter 4, China's development model in the Mao era was built on a strict urban-rural divide and the extraction of resources from the countryside for urban industrialization. Reform began with a renegotiation of this relation reflected in the increase of relative prices of agricultural products in 1978. The sharp urban-rural divide emerged with the nation-building project that followed the 1911 Republican Revolution. As Honig and Chow observe, throughout the Republican era, urban cosmopolitanism represented the modern, in contrast to peasants who epitomized backwardness, if not the antithesis to modernity. During the Cultural Revolution, the industrialization model based on extraction from the countryside continued, but the far-reaching campaigns for re-education of urban elites by agricultural labor replaced the sense of superiority of urban cosmopolitanism with a rhetoric of learning from the peasants. To be sure, these campaigns took a brutal form and landed many intellectuals in labor camps under most adverse conditions. Yet, as a historical irony, these Cultural Revolution campaigns also established new links between the urban and rural spheres that became instrumental for the breakthrough in the early years of reform. The first part of this chapter shows how a group of young researchers who had spent their formative years working in agriculture in the countryside moved to the heart of Chinese economic policy making as rural reforms were successfully implemented. The second part delineates how this community of young researchers devised a theoretical justification for the prevailing dual-track price system. Admirers of Eastern European reform economics had described the dual-track price system as inconsistent and chaotic. Theorizing the dual-track price system as a coherent reform approach helped it to become a national policy in 1985. This consolidated China's path of experimentalist reform. Rural reform and the rise of the young intellectuals. Chen Yize emerged as the leader of the young generation of intellectuals and played a critical role in establishing close ties with leading cadres. Chen was the son of a family with generations of influential intellectuals. He spent 10 years, 1959 to 1969, at Peking University as a student of physics and Chinese literature, and as a committed leader in the Communist Youth League. After writing a letter to Mao Zedong criticizing the lack of democracy in party and state, Chen was purged as an anti-revolutionary element and was sent to the countryside in Henan, where he spent almost a decade, 1969 to 1978. Before Chen left Beijing, he met with his closest friends, including his classmate, He Weiling. He told them that, since more than 80% of the Chinese people lived as peasants, in order to understand China, one had to learn about real life in the countryside, and this was what he set out to do. Chen conducted deep studies of the rural living conditions, including inquiries into deaths from the Great Famine, and joined an agricultural education institute in Chumaodian Prefecture. Luo Xiaopeng, who Chen knew from their time at Peking University, joined Chen later. Luo Xiaopeng, who Chen knew from their time at Peking University, joined Chen later. On a sunny January day in 2017, in a long interview in his modest Hong Kong apartment, Luo reflected about their joined time in Chumaodian. He stressed that Chen gained the trust of the local leaders. Generally, they were very skeptical toward urban intellectuals, but they promoted Chen to join their ranks and become a local cadre. As an engineering student, Luo himself was not meant to go to the countryside, but he followed Mao's slogan, to learn from the peasants. Looking back, Luo points out, so for us, this experience was to learn the heart of collectivization, the life of the peasants, the crisis of collective farming. We realized that every attempt to make collectivization work failed. Still, we were true believers. We still hoped to find the right way. But the reality was hitting back at us. The local politics turned against us after Ling Biao's death as well, so I went back to the city, back to normal engineering life. But Chun stayed on, and following Luo's introduction, he was joined by Deng Yingtao, the son of Deng Liqing. Deng Liqing had been the secretary to Liu Shaoqi, China's former president, who had early on insisted on the need for famine relief systems. Liu played a key role in the stabilization efforts after the Great Famine, which involved household contracting. Under household contracting, the production team drew up contracts with households, agreeing to provide land as well as access to tools and inputs in return for a fixed share of the household's harvest. Liu was the most prominent central leader, branded as capitalist roader during the Cultural Revolution. Liu died under house arrest. Deng Liqing chose to remain loyal to Liu, was purged, and as punishment, was sent to a May 7th cadre school for re-education by labor. Deng stayed on at the school when he was free to return to Beijing to study Marxism-Leninism. During this period, Deng Liqing became skeptical about whether collective farming was the best organizational form in China's quest for economic progress. In these years, Chun Yize built a strong trust relationship with Deng Liqing. Deng Liqing, Deng Yingtao, and Chun Yize openly discussed the shortcomings of the commune system and laid the foundation for their later joint efforts in economic reform. Deng Liqing knew Qian Wing from their time in the Northeast during the revolutionary struggle, and he served as a member of Deng Xiaoping's research office in 1975. Thus, Deng had close ties with both of the key leaders of economic reforms and emerged as an important promoter of China's young reform intellectuals. Chun Yize also maintained a close relationship with Hu Yaobong, whom he knew from Hu's days as the secretary of the Communist Youth League, 1952 to 1966. Hu, who was born to a Hakka peasant family in Hunan, dropped out of school at age 14 to join the Communist Party and the Red Army. He was a veteran of the Long March and a close ally of Deng Xiaoping. The two men were both twice purged and then called back to the center of power again in 1975. Hu had a record as a bold reformer after the aftermath of the Great Leap Forward. Luo Xiaopeng recalled that, just before the Nixon visit in 1972, he joined one of the meetings with Hu. Hu's home attracted many young people at the time. "We just came in with mutual friends. The door was open, and Hu Yaobong was open to talk about anything," said Luo. They used the opportunity to share their experiences in Henan. It turned out that Hu was even more radical than his young friends. When they told him about their attempt to reform the agricultural school, Hu replied, "Forget about that. We now need a new approach." In retrospect, Luo says it was clear that Hu was against collective farming. Hu was, of course, fully aware of the great sensitivity of the question and its politically charged history. In fact, when Deng Xiaoping, together with Chen Ying and others, promoted contracting production to the household in the aftermath of the Great Famine in 1962, Deng used his famous cat metaphor, which was to become the most quoted symbol of Chinese pragmatism, in a speech addressing the Communist Youth League led by Hu. Referencing their revolutionary fights, Deng said, "When talking about fighting battles, Comrade Lu Bo-chun often quotes a Sichuan proverb. It does not matter if it is a yellow cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice." The reason we defeated Chiang Kai-shek is that we did not always fight in the conventional way. Our sole aim is to win by taking advantage of given conditions. If we want to restore agricultural production, we must also take advantage of actual conditions. That is to say, we should not stick to a fixed mode of relations of production, but adopt whatever mode can help mobilize the masses' initiative. At present, it looks as though neither industry nor agriculture can advance without first taking one step back. Mao intervened personally shortly afterward to stop the spread of household contracting. Deng learned that Mao was displeased with his speech and turned to his confidant, Hu, who had this passage removed from the transcript. When Deng ascended to power at the third plenary session in 1978, household contracting remained illegal for the time being, but local experiments were tolerated. The most prominent example of such experiments was Anhui Province under Wan Li, who was a long-term ally of Deng. Born to a poor peasant family in mountainous Shandong, Wan built his reputation for his success in organizing grain supplies for the communist troops during the Chinese Civil War. Immediately after the revolution, Wan served as deputy head of the Southeast Ministry of Industry under Deng's leadership, where he oversaw building up manufacturing capacity and later joined Deng's 1975 push for modernization. In 1977, Hua Guofeng appointed Wan Li as first party secretary of Anhui Province, which faced severe starvation. Wan decided to let the peasants contract production to the household in light of a major drought that hit the province in 1978. Under the Maoist model, the harvest was produced and owned collectively by the production team with the help of inputs and machines from the brigades or communes. A share of the output was handed over to brigades, village level, and communes, generating revenue for these higher administrative levels and in fulfillment of the state-set procurement quotas. Under household contracting, the organization of production was moved from the collective to the household. Wan Li's policy prefigured national decollectivization and a move from political organization to personal incentives as a driving force. As such, Wan Li's toleration of household contracting in Anhui was a critical step toward the later dismantling of the core of the Maoist agricultural economy. In October 1978, Hu Yaobong called Chen Yize back to Beijing to join the efforts in agricultural reform. Hu arranged for a post for Chen as researcher at the Agricultural Institute of CASS. A year earlier, Deng Xiaoping had reinstated the university entrance exam, which allowed many of those who had spent their youth sent down in the countryside to return to Beijing and other cities and pursue higher education. At the height of the Cultural Revolution, Mao had called for re-education of urban youth by the peasant majority. This started a movement that would send 17 million urban youth in the years 1968 to 1980 to live in a world of rural poverty they would otherwise never have known. Some went voluntarily, with enthusiasm. Others were basically forced to leave their families behind to go to a remote village. The arrival of these privileged urban teenagers in China's villages created severe challenges, both on the part of the youngsters as well as on the rural communities and cadres. As I argued in Chapter 4, China's development model rested on a deep divide between the urban and rural societies. The sent-down youth were at the frontier of this divide. Their presence was ridden with difficulties, but it also created new personal and bureaucratic connections between the villages and the cities. The experience of rural poverty was the starting point for a movement of young intellectuals who were dedicated to rural reform after their return to the urban centers. Some of these returnees emerged as influential researchers who shaped the course of reform in the 1980s. They included, for example, Deng Yingtao and Wang Xiaoqian, who returned from Henan, Wang Qishan from Shaanxi, Bai Nanfang, Lin Chun, and Wang Xiaolu from Shaxi. Bai Nansheng, Zhan Musheng, and Wang Yangxi from Inner Mongolia, and Chen Shi-wen, Zhou Qi-ren, and Zhu Jiaming from the northeast. Chen Yize was one of the leaders of this group of young intellectuals. In our interview, 2016, Bai Nanfang reflected on the motivations and positions of the returnees from remote rural life. It was clear, he said, that those who had spent many years in a poor village, often from their teenage years until their mid-20s, had become accustomed to living among the peasants, and they were different from their younger classmates or those who had remained in the cities. The returnees' primary concern was the agrarian question. In the countryside, confronted with the hunger and poverty of the peasants, they used their time to read widely and deeply in search of a new path for Chinese socialism. Zhang Musheng thought that for this group of young urban intellectuals, despite all the challenges of life in the countryside, there was never again a time for such good reading as during the Cultural Revolution. Thanks to their family connections, they had good access to officially published and unpublished books, and took as much as they could carry to their villages, where they read carefully and reflected collectively. Zhang stressed that he was among those who went to the countryside on their own initiative in 1965, even before the Cultural Revolution, and the official sent-down youth movement began. In 1968, he wrote a pamphlet titled, A Study of the Peasant Question in China. Zhang's pamphlet was circulated as a party internal publication and was widely read. Zhang found great support from other sent-down urban youth, as well as from Hu Yaobang. A close reading of Bukharin's debate with Stalin in the 1920s, Trotsky's refutation of Stalin, and the change in Lenin's and Mao's thoughts over different periods, led Zhang to conclude that the only way for China to increase agricultural production was to return to contracting production to the household. Zhang's pamphlet landed him in prison in 1972. In the late 1970s, back in Beijing, Zhang and other urban youth who had read their way to become independent thinkers in the countryside found their first opportunities to officially publish their insights. Lin Chun, for instance, the daughter of the famous economist Lin Zeli, who would join the research office of the State Council shortly thereafter, published a paper on the role of the forces of production in historical development. It formed part of the larger ideological attack against the radical faction of Cultural Revolution leaders who were labeled the Gang of Four by the reformers. Ling used classic writings of Marx, Engels, Mao, Lenin, and Stalin to show that a correct interpretation of historical materialism must take material development as the decisive determining force in history. In a coffee room at the London School of Economics in 2015, Ling spoke with me about her experience of the dawn of reform. She cautioned that this line of reasoning ultimately led to an extreme form of economic determinism that came to pave the way for China's gradual return to capitalism. At the time, her argument was part of the urgent quest for economic progress. In hindsight, the new emphasis on a primacy of the development of the forces of production constituted a deep ideological shift underpinning the reform agenda. This basic notion was canonized in Su Xiaojia and Feng Lanrei's conception of the primary stage of socialism, which was at the time heavily criticized, but was in 1987 sanctioned as state doctrine. The argument that China was in a primary state of socialism and had to focus on the development of its forces of production became a kind of anything-goes paradigm, wherein the most capitalist reforms could be legitimized as serving socialism. Wang Xiaoqiang had been a sent-down youth in Yan'an before joining a school for workers, peasants, and soldiers in Luoyang. He was to become an important reform intellectual and close collaborator of Chen Yize. In the late 1970s, Wang worked as a fitter in Beijing in a neighborhood factory. He used every free minute for reading. Wang articulated his thoughts in an essay titled Critique of Agrarian Socialism. He challenged the Cultural Revolution model of agricultural organization from a long-term historical perspective and based his arguments on a close reading of Marxist classics. His key point was that Chinese socialism was agrarian and built on feudal relations. The essay found great appraisal and circulated quickly among Beijing's intellectuals. It came to the attention of Ling Wei, who organized a writing group at CASS aimed at debunking the Gang of Four theoretically. The group edited a journal produced for internal circulation among party leaders called Unfinished Manuscripts. The journal printed Wang's paper, and with the support of Deng Liqing. Wang was invited to join the editorial team at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, CASS. Wang Xiaoqiang thus entered the circle of influential reform intellectuals. Chen Yize was impressed with Wang's daring analysis and passed his paper on to Wang Gengjin, the deputy director of the Agricultural Institute at CASS, who had been the first director of the Agricultural Department of the Central Planning Commission in the early 1950s. Wang Gengjin was one of the senior communists who at the time reflected about past mistakes and came to support the young generation vigorously. Wang Gengjin arranged for Wang Xiaoqiang's paper to be officially published in Issues in Agricultural Economics. Middle-aged and young researchers and students, such as Chen Yize, Wang Xiaoqiang, Bai Nanfang, Luo Xiaopeng, and Lin Chun, formed a quickly growing circle of friends and collaborators. They met on weekends in an empty office, in parks, and as the number of people grew, in lecture halls of one of Beijing's universities. At one of these gatherings, Cheng met Wang Xiaocheng. Cheng was galvanized by Wang's original views and unique perspectives. The two came to form the core of two influential reform research institutions. First, the Chinese Rural Development Issues Research Group, hereafter the Rural Development Group, based on the Chinese abbreviation, and later the China Economic System Reform Research Institute, hereafter the System Reform Institute, based on the Chinese abbreviation. These institutions were unique as they had emerged from outside of the official party and state hierarchy and yet came to advise the highest government levels. The System Reform Institute has therefore been described to me by several interviewees as the first independent think tank in the socialist world. These young intellectuals rose to their positions of influence thanks to their contribution to the breakthrough in rural reform. In 1979, low grain production was still a severe problem, and the high costs of grain subsidies that resulted from raised procurement prices and low sales prices were already becoming apparent. Chen Ying warned in March, "Our country has more than 900 million people. 80% are peasants. The revolution has been won for 30 years, and the people are demanding improvements in their lives. Have there been improvements? Yes, but many places still do not have enough to eat. This is a big problem. If we keep this problem unresolved, the local cadres will start guiding people to the cities to demand food." Only a few months later, Gua Chongyi, a member of the Anhui Provincial Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, came to Beijing with a report showing that Feishi County, which was one of the counties that I pioneered the contracting of production to the household, had increased their summer grain harvest by 150% despite the severe drought. Zhang Yize received a copy of the report and showed it immediately to Deng Liqing and Hu Yaobang, who promptly expressed his support for Feishi County. Zhang Yize was so excited at this news that he arranged his own 3-month study in Anhui, April through July 1980, to survey the results of the experiments, using various forms of contracting production to lower units, including the production teams and households, as well as some unreformed collective producers for comparison. Zhang Yize's report demonstrated the success of the new production arrangement in an unprecedentedly systematic fashion. Chen Yize and the other young researchers managed to officially establish the Rural Development Group as a subunit of the Agricultural Economics Institute at CAS, with the critical support of Wang Gengjin and Deng Liqing and Du Runsheng. The latter was the deputy director of the State Agricultural Commission and a revolutionary veteran who had supported Deng Xiaoping's troops in the War for Liberation by leading peasant movements to implement land reform, had been a former president of the Chinese Academy of Science, described himself as an intellectual who came from the countryside, and is called the father of China's rural reform. The Rural Development Group had a considerable budget at its disposal, arranged for by Deng Liqing. Its members were independent in organizing their research. Many were not party members, and they had no formal superior within CASS, but reported directly to Deng Liqing and Du Runsheng. Chen Yize became the head, and Wang Xiaocheng, and Cheng's old friend, He Weiling, became his deputies. At the official founding meeting in February 1981, Deng Liqing told the group, "After returning to the city, you are still thinking of the countryside. You have been peasants. Now you want to contribute your knowledge and abilities to develop the countryside. To use your own words, you want to dedicate your lives to this cause. If we solve the problem of 800 million peasants, this would be a great step in the history of China and the world." Du Runsheng followed with his speech expressing his full support for the group. Du pointed out, "We currently face many questions in the countryside, but our research specialists in the field are old. Where are the suitable successors? We need not only to train people in a planned way, but we also have to create an environment in which talents can develop independently and come to the fore so that our socialist cause can advance even better." In fact, Du himself played a critical role in creating such an environment and encouraging young researchers to develop their skills. Zhang M., one of the founding members of the Rural Development Group, remembers Du's great intellectual openness. Du would consider all sorts of views, clearly distinguishing his own stance from that of others, while being ready to listen even to those opposed to his socialist cause. He lived the principle of letting 100 flowers bloom. But the most important of his principles, according to Zhang, was to use an inductive instead of a deductive method whenever possible. The task of the researcher seeking solutions for social problems is to investigate the practices and demands already emerging among the masses and to derive from these observations theoretical principles and policies. In this process, the key question in Du's view was not whether something belongs to socialism or capitalism, but how to nourish good creations by the people. To this end, he encouraged the young researchers to study all sorts of foreign methods and theories which they could use in their on-the-ground investigations. The work of the Rural Development Group was fully in Du's spirit. In study groups and self-organized lectures, they taught one another to catch up with the most recent debates in the social sciences, philosophy, history, and economics, as well as to acquire tools from mathematics and computer sciences. In a collectively written essay on strategy research, they articulated their view on the right approach to system reform. Building on Chen Ying's famous saying, they stated, "On the one hand, we have to grope for stones to cross the river. Through practice, ceaselessly and step by step clarify the situation. At the same time, we have to immediately research in a systematic manner the structure, functions, and operation of the future system, as well as the characteristics of each stage of the transition." The most important and most influential of the group's work followed up on Chen Yize's pioneering studies of first attempts at agricultural reform. They organized systematic surveys of the results of the agricultural household contracting. The newly founded group used the summer vacation of 1981 to conduct extensive research in Anhui Province, followed by surveys in other provinces documenting not only the economic, but also the social consequences of contracting production to lower levels. They use quantitative methods to produce simple statistics derived from data they collected with questionnaires. At the same time, their intimate familiarity with the peasants' lives, as well as the experience of some of their group members as local cadres, allowed them to conduct qualitative interviews effectively and to speak openly with the locals. If the third plenum in 1978 was the turning point toward reform, the year 1980 marked the arrival of key reformers at the center of power. Hu Yaobang was elected chairman of the Communist Party, a title later replaced by that of General Secretary. Hu and Chao Ziyang became members of the Politburo Standing Committee. Chao was first elected vice premier and then premier. Wan Li became a member of the Central Committee and a vice premier. These three were all allies of Deng Xiaoping and driving forces behind legalizing the contracting of production to lower levels, in particular to the household. In the beginning, this was only allowed as an exception to remote and poor areas, which had long been struggling for subsistence. The greatest political struggle arose about whether household contracting should be allowed in those places where collective farming worked relatively well. Those who thought that this was a step back on ideological grounds were opposed, as were provincial leaders who were afraid that this would destroy the strength of their mechanized agricultural production. So, a breakthrough in rural reform could only be achieved by winning these opponents over. The surveys conducted by the Rural Development Group provided important factual evidence of the outcomes of contracting. The Rural Development Group was not alone in researching the experiments, but their observations carried special weight because they were seen as a relatively neutral entity outside of the usual party and state structures. This important advantage won the group the strong support and trust of Hu, Chao, and Wan. For these leaders, seeking truth from facts was not a mere epistemological principle, but an art of government, remembers Chao's young secretary, Li Xionglu. They avoided engaging in debates about big ideological questions of capitalism and socialism with their opponents, but waited to let the facts speak. Thus, Chao Ziyang went to tour Hubei, Henan, Shandong, and Heilongjiang in 1981 to investigate the changes in agricultural production himself. The household contracting won its total victory in 1983 when the resistance of provinces such as Heilongjiang was broken with the help of on-the-ground studies conducted by the Rural Development Group. These surveys showed that the peasants, against the will of their provincial leadership, were strongly in favor of being responsible for their own production. This provided the critical backing for Chao's approach, letting the masses decide for themselves in which way they want to organize the production. The Rural Development Group, with decisive input from Wang Xiaochong, gave this new policy a name that was to become famous: the Household Production Contracting Responsibility System, hereafter Household Responsibility System. The Household Responsibility System maintained the public ownership of land and certain important means of production, but the production became the responsibility of the households. They had to contribute their share to the state quota, but were free to make their own decisions on what to plant on the land they contracted and where to market it beyond the quota. A multi-tiered price system was the correlate to this system of production, with the lower price for state quota, a higher price for the above-quota procurement to the state, and a market price for those crops allowed to be sold in fairs. Taken together, This constituted a fundamental transformation of China's agricultural political economy, replacing collectivism with individual and family incentives. After an overwhelming success in inducing output growth in agriculture, the Rural Development Group was looking into new pressing issues in reform in 1984. One of them was price reform. Song Guoqing, a peasant's son, was a brigade leader before entering Peking University as a student in geometry, and he had combined his mathematical skills with his interest in political economy to study modern microeconomics. Song had recently joined the group, and he suggested an experiment to test the effects of two kinds of price reforms. At the time, Du Runsheng had been promoted to be the head of the Rural Development Research Center under the State Council. He supported the idea and contacted Gao Yong, an economist and revolutionary veteran who was at the time party secretary of Hebei Province. Gao agreed to provide the young researchers with whatever they needed to carry out the experiment. The experiment was designed to apply a more cautious price reform policy to one county and a more radical one to another. Song's logic was based on the observation that the state quota price for grain was lower than the market price. Song argued that, from the peasant's perspective, delivering the quota to the state at the lower planned price amounted to paying a tax. Reminiscent of a similar proposal of the 1960s, and Sun Yefeng's ideas, Song suggested that instead of delivering the quota, the peasants could pay a monetary tax that equaled the revenue loss they would otherwise face from selling their quota at a lower price. The state could then use the tax revenue to buy grain in the market. This policy was tested in Gaocheng County, which was at the time under the leadership of Gao Xiaomeng. The more radical policy was implemented in Ningjin County under the oversight of Luo Xiaopeng. Luo explained in our interview that, in addition to the first policy, inputs, most importantly chemical fertilizers and diesel, were also no longer allocated at state-set prices, but had to be acquired by the peasants from the market. With the support of what Luo, looking back, described as unusually capable leadership, they issued a new local currency to avoid any cross-regional income effects and drew up budgets for all involved parties. Both experiments failed because of the success of the household responsibility system and the adjustment in grain procurement prices in raising agricultural output. In his memoir, Chao Ziyang noted on the unanticipated expansion of agriculture. The rural energy that was unleashed in those years was magical, beyond what anyone could have imagined. A problem thought to be unsolvable had worked itself out in just a few years' time. The food situation that was once so grave had turned into a situation where, by 1984, farmers actually had more grain than they could sell. The state grain storehouses were stacked full from the annual procurement program. The supply of grain had increased by 1984 to an extent that, for the first time, the planned price and the above-quota state procurement price were higher than the market price. Hence, selling the quota at the planned price was no longer a tax, but a subsidy for the peasants, and selling the surplus above the quota to the state protected the peasants from bearing the whole burden of the falling market prices. This revealed a basic difference between Song's taxation scheme, based on microeconomic reasoning and the state procurement of grain. The underlying Guanxian logic of the multi-tiered price system became apparent at this moment of great success of the new household responsibility system. The multi-tiered pricing initially had the effect of encouraging the peasants, who now harvested the fruits of their labor for their individual benefit, to produce more. But as the grain supply boomed and incurred a rapid fall in prices, the state procurement component of the household responsibility system protected the peasants from the consequences of violent price fluctuations. A direct tax is static. It would have been based on calculating the monetary cost of delivering a quota to the state at a lower price than the market price for some given price differential and quota. But as the grain output changed rapidly, so did the market price for crops. The household responsibility system adjusts automatically to price fluctuations. When the market price is high, the cost of having to deliver part of the harvest at a lower state-set price is high. But, thanks to the same high market prices, revenues for farmers are also high, and hence the harm from having to deliver part of the harvest at the lower state price is not too severe. When the market price is below the state-set price in times of bumper harvests, the state procurement quota changes from incurring a cost for the farmers to securing them against market price fluctuations. It turns out the state procurement under the household responsibility system dampened price fluctuations, just as the practice of the ever-normal granaries had done for centuries. This price stabilization effect of the responsibility system was not by accident, but by design. In our interview, Luo Xiaopeng stressed that Wan Li, who was generally recognized as the pioneer of agricultural reform, was keenly aware of this stabilizing function of the household responsibility system and multi-tiered pricing. When some members of the Rural Development Group had previously suggested a similar experiment to him, Wan had vigorously opposed the idea of replacing the state's participation in the grain market with taxes. In 1984, he again lobbied for maintaining the state grain procurement, despite the favorable conditions for abolishing it. From the failed experiment, those within the Rural Development Group who might have believed in a quick and radical price reform had learned their lesson. Even when the situation appeared favorable, as it did in light of the output explosion in agriculture, a cautious approach was superior to the risk of a policy-induced shock liberalization. Furthermore, the failed experiment had demonstrated to the Rural Development Group the important function of state procurement, not only in generating fiscal income and circulating commodities across regions, but also in stabilizing prices and thereby protecting both consumers and producers from violent cycles. The experiment had shown that, in contrast to the neoclassical interpretation, the dual-track price system was not simply a high tax on an initial amount of output, but a regulated agricultural production through state participation in the market. Turning practice into policy. The Moganshan Youth Conference and the dual-track price system. The current conditions in our country are totally different from those of the past. In the past, we worried about food, about clothing. Today, we worry about overstocking of grain and cotton cloth in our warehouses. There is enough stock in our warehouses of other consumer goods as well, and we have no need to fear a buying frenzy. Xue, 1985. Thanks to the success of the rural reform, as well as the narrowing of the scissors gap between agricultural and industrial prices, the problem of sufficient food provision was essentially solved by 1984. At the same time, a one-time price adjustment brought a major breakthrough for the availability of clothing. If the initial push for reform had been driven by a crisis reflected in stagnating living standards and poverty, by 1984, two of the most basic challenges in people's material well-being were overcome. This created a momentum for more decisive reform in the urban industrial core of the economy. At the Moganshan World Bank Conference, Xue Mu Chao had still cautioned that the people were not prepared to accept even a minor increase in the price of cotton. Some months later, in October 1983, Chao Ziyang, who had previously warned about the reactions of the masses to price changes of daily necessities, now praised a plan presented by the State Price Bureau that recommended a decrease in the retail price of synthetic textiles and an increase in that of cotton cloth, after the prices of both had been kept stable for 30 years. Chao wrote a letter to Hu Yaobang stating that this measure would greatly relieve pressure on the state budget, as well as encourage people to substitute abundant synthetics for scarce cotton. Chao was now ready to take the risk. This decision will be of wide-ranging consequence and could evoke a considerable shock, but it would be of great advantage to the whole economy and would constitute a breakthrough for the rationalization of prices. The plan became state policy in January 1983, and by the end of the year, the problem of the overstocking of synthetic clothes and the shortage of cotton clothes was overcome. The rationing of cotton, which had prevailed since the Revolution, was abolished. There was a temporary run on cotton when the end of rationing was announced, but as supply was sufficient and prices were not rising, this did not have any political or economic consequences. In light of the great success in solving the long-standing problem of the relative price adjustments of textiles, great enthusiasm for further price adjustments was aroused in 1984. Chen Ying wrote in a letter dated September 13, 1984, to the Third Plenum of the 12th Party Congress. Now is an opportune moment for price reform. We should progress with steady steps. The price decrease for synthetic and increase for cotton cloth has not resulted in a shock for society. This is an example of success on which we can draw. This new momentum for urban reform created opportunities for young researchers to contribute their views. Under the editorship of Tong Zongquan, the direction of China's leading economics journal, Economic Research, was changed, and young authors were encouraged to publish. One of the earliest articles by graduate students was Lo Ji-wei's and Zhou Xiaochuan's on the direction of reform in the price system and related modeling methods. Zhou Xiaochuan was the governor of the People's Bank of China since 2002, when he was appointed under Premier Zhu Rongji, until 2018. Zhou took the lead for interest and exchange rate liberalizations, and was widely considered a candidate for vice prime minister in the early 2000s. When he was writing their article on price reform, Zhou was a doctoral student in applied computation at the Automation Research Institute of Tsinghua. Unlike the young intellectuals involved in rural reform, Zhou had begun his university studies at the Beijing Chemical Engineering Institute during the Cultural Revolution in 1972. He subsequently worked at the Institute of Automation. Lou Jiwei was the finance minister from 2013 until 2016, and is now the chair of the National Council for Social Security Fund. Lou was, at the time of the publication of the joint paper with Zhou, a master's student in the Technical Economics Department of CASS. He had spent the Cultural Revolution as a soldier in the Navy and as a worker at the Beijing Institute of Automation before entering Tsinghua University for undergraduate studies in computer science. Reflecting their focus of study, Lou and Zhou sought for a solution to price adjustments by employing a combination of input-output analysis, dynamic linear programming, and computable general equilibrium models. The basic logic of their recommendation was to calculate equilibrium prices based on their hybrid model and then to adjust prices toward these equilibrium prices in small steps, beginning with the most important, and hence, under the old system, underpriced, commodities such as raw materials. This measure was to be complemented by tax, foreign exchange, and income policy adjustments. For Lou and Zhou, as for Lange, Bross, Schick, and other neoclassical economists, including market socialists, getting the prices right was most important for attaining equilibrium. They concluded, full of optimism, that this would be possible thanks to the advancement in computational techniques. Even though this appears a bit complicated, but with the macroeconomic modeling techniques and the techniques from system engineering now available, we can provide a suitable program for price adjustments. This only requires thorough study as well as time and energy for the implementation. There are no technical obstacles involved which could not be overcome. Following the crucial contribution of the Rural Development Group to agricultural reform, Chao Ziyang came to support a proposal of An Zhewen, a deputy director of the recently founded National Economic System Reform Commission, hereafter System Reform Commission, based on the Chinese abbreviation, to set up a research institute staffed with young intellectuals. Chao's youngest secretary, Li Xionglu, who was a frequent participant in the discussion salons held by the young intellectuals returning from the countryside, and in close exchange with the Rural Development Group, recommended Chen Yize and Wang Xiaocheng to become the leaders of this System Reform Institute. Wang Xiaocheng was not yet a party member at the time and held no formal position other than within the Rural Development Group. To be vetted for his suitability to lead China's first system reform think tank, Wang was invited to join Premier Chao Ziyang's investigation tour in Anhui Province in September 1984. When Wang approached Li Xionglu to ask for his advice on how to prepare, Li told him that price reform was the most pressing issue at the time and recommended that he read Lou and Zhou. In Anhui, Chao did in fact ask Wang for his perspective on price reform. More than 30 years later, during our meeting in Hong Kong in Wang's sunny office in the research department of a bank, Wang pulled out a piece of paper to draw a graph. The same graph he had drawn for Chao Ziyang and that he later published in his book. The graph shows that there were essentially three groups of goods: those with a profit rate above the average, those with around average profit rates, and those with profit rates below the average. Wang explained that the products in the first group had too high prices and attracted new entries of township and village enterprises, as well as production beyond the state quota by state-owned enterprises who were allowed to retain parts of their profits. Thus, the rural reforms and the increased enterprise autonomy had already created oversupply in these sectors, while the pressure of competition would bring down prices. The enterprises had such high stocks that they began to reduce the price by making offers such as buy one get one free, or by selling the products through salesperson in the streets at a lower price. Typical examples were consumer durables such as wristwatches, sewing machines, bicycles, radios, and black and white TVs, as well as industrial machinery, which faced low demand after the state cut back on investments. Wang stressed that prices for products in this category could be liberalized and determined by the enterprises. This would essentially mean turning practice into policy. As a result, prices would fall, which would induce a reduction of the overstocks and an increase of the living standard of the people. For the second group, commodities with average profit rates, no price adjustments were needed. The greatest challenge was the third category, according to Wang. Most of these goods were essential raw materials and producer goods. Prices could not be raised without potential chain reactions and, possibly, a general price rise. One approach would be that suggested by Lo and Zhou, which Wang summarized at the time as taking small steps quickly. As long as the adjustment of the prices would be small, the situation could be kept under control, and enterprises had time to adjust to the new input and procurement prices. Despite the new enthusiasm among China's leaders aroused by the textile price example, which showed that people were prepared to accept price increases for some goods as long as the prices of close substitutes were falling, Wang warned that, in order to make reforms safer, it should be avoided to make everybody feel the price reform. For example, match producers had been recording losses for a long time, but everybody had to use matches every day for heating and cooking. Thus, even though matches appeared to be a small commodity, their price could not be raised without making people angry. Ma Hong, at the above-cited dinner, told Wood that people had grumbled when the price of high-quality matches was increased by 2 or 3 cents. Wood scribbled in his notebook, "A communist dictatorship that cannot raise the price of matches by 2 cents." The situation was different for products such as color TV sets. With these, one could have a sudden price liberalization, even at the risk of rising prices without any larger consequence. Chao Ziyang greatly appreciated Wang Xiaochong. Chao invited Wang to join the price reform group under the State Council, and shortly after their tour, the System Reform Institute was formally founded, headed by Chen Yize and Wang Xiaochong. Reynolds, who edited an English translation of their most comprehensive reform study conducted in 1985, characterized the Institute in a way that matches my observations from conversations with several of its members more than 30 years later. This fledgling organization, with a strikingly young staff, average age 35, is lodged directly below the State Council and has won the strong patronage of Premier Chao Zi-yung. The enthusiasm of its members for sustained reform is clear, but tempering their pro-reform bias is an equally strong commitment to Deng Xiaoping's famous dictum, "Seek truth through facts." In parallel with Chao Zi-yung's tour in Anhui, accompanied by Wang Xiaochong, a conference of young and middle-aged scholars took place on the Mogan Mountain from September 3rd to 10th, 1984, with the support of the Zhejiang Academy of Social Sciences, as well as several leading media outlets. Zhu Jiaming, one of the urban youths who returned from the countryside at the dawn of reform and became a leading reform intellectual, initiated the conference. I interviewed Zhu in his apartment in Beijing in 2016. After years in exile, having fled China in 1989, he had finally been allowed to return. Zhu stressed that his goal was to broaden the community of young scholars beyond Beijing and include young intellectuals concerned with the future of China across the country. Zhu, together with Huang Zhongnan, Wang Qishan, and Weng Yongxi, had the privilege of the first dialogue of the young generation with the central leadership in 1980. The dialogue followed the publication of a joint paper that argued that the crisis of the planned economy was a result of the nature of this economy, and as such, not incidental. Several members of the Rural Development Group, including Bai Nanfang, Luo Xiaopeng, Lu Mai, and Zhou Qi-ren, as well as Wang Xiaolu and others from CASS, joined the organizing team for the Moganshan Youth Conference. More than 1,300 papers were submitted from all over China in response to the conference call, 124 of which were selected, primarily based on merit, but also ensuring that authors from all over the country were to join the conference. The Moganshan Conference, the first national congress of young and middle-aged economists since 1949, turned out to be a key event in reform policymaking. Thanks to some of the young conference participants' connections with leading reform officials, it was known that price reform was the most pressing issue discussed by the leadership at the time. The Moganshan Conference was not organized based on presentations of papers, but in the form of discussion groups. It included groups on all major reform topics, but because the participants were eager to make a decisive contribution to reform and recognize the importance of price reform, this was the central topic of the plenary evening discussions. At the time, the debate among price researchers in Beijing was dominated by the question of how to achieve price adjustments based on computer calculations. The Price Research Center, which had been the co-organizer of the Moganshan World Bank Conference, had by then been working for 3 years collecting data, calculating optimal planned prices based on input-output models, and trying to come up with feasible proposals. When the World Bank mission conducted research for their second report in April through May 1984, they found those working on price adjustments so occupied with finding the right theoretical prices that World Bank Representative Edwin Lim warned the System Reform Commission in a meeting, along the lines of Hayek's critique of Lange, "You are looking for a perfect set of prices, but this is impossible. Even with the biggest computer in the world, your prices would be out of date before you publish them." He urged them to take action, saying, "The swimmer on the edge of the pool with his clothes off in the cold wind ultimately catches a cold. Tian Yen, at the time a young researcher, whose talents were appraised by Chao Ziyang, represented the Price Research Center, of which he later became the deputy head at the conference. He argued that a calculation-based approach was feasible. In his view, the argument that large numbers of prices would have to be calculated simultaneously and that calculation-based price adjustments were thus impossible was wrong. The state could let go of a large number of minor commodities, and it had the capacity to calculate and adjust the prices for a small number of key commodities, such as coal and crude oil. Those who argued that only free prices could guarantee economic efficiency were in Tian's eyes deceived by the equilibrium price theory. According to Tian, they overlooked the great harm free prices could do to economic development. Tian reminded his audience that it was by then commonplace in Western economics that free prices could enter cobweb cycles instead of settling into an equilibrium. In a cobweb, dynamic prices are over and undershooting the equilibrium price instead of settling in this resting point. If the prices of major commodities underwent such cycles, this would result in economic crisis, which Marx had identified as inherent to the capitalist system. To protect the people from violent price fluctuations, to implement a development strategy, and to prevent economic crisis, the state had to keep control over the prices of major products. To overcome the problem of too low prices of major producer goods, they should be adjusted in one step determined by calculation. Zhou and Luo's proposal for calculation-based price adjustment was presented by their collaborator, Li Jienge. Li, a fellow graduate student in economics at CASS, with a background in mathematics, served as deputy director of the Development Research Center of the State Council from 2003 to 2008. The basic logic of their reform plan was similar to that of the Price Research Center, but they recommended adjustments in multiple small steps rather than one larger one. Li also took quite a different line of defense for the feasibility of price adjustments. Based on modern microeconomics, this group argued that the fear that price adjustments would create a burden for the state budget overlooked the overall efficiency gains resulted from rationalized prices that would occur as long as tight macroeconomic policies were enforced. This calculation-based price adjustment approach, which was the mainstream approach among professional economic researchers in Beijing at the time, was fiercely attacked at the conference. Everyone agreed that minor commodities, especially those in oversupply, could continue to be liberalized. But, in line with Wang Xiaochong's definition of the problem of price reform, the question was how to deal with the prices of energy, raw materials, and other important producer goods, which were currently too low, but which were input prices for a large share of enterprises. Zhang Weiying was at the time a master's student at Northwestern University. In our interview at Peking University, in his modest office in a classical Chinese-style house, Zhang shared with me how he taught himself modern microeconomics and how he was impressed with Milton and Rose Friedman's Free to Choose, 1980. Lu Li Ling, another participant in the conference, remembers that Zhang, a peasant's son, was unknown to the Beijing community of researchers and did not quite fit with their often privileged backgrounds. Zhang forcefully argued that the price distortions were inherent in the planned economy and could therefore only be overcome if the price system was liberalized, and eventually all prices but those of monopoly producers would be determined by the market. Zhang stood out for his liberal position, but his analysis was in line with the prevailing practice. For him, the already operating dual-track price system was a mechanism that could achieve price liberalization in a controlled way and was, as such, superior to shock liberalization. With regard to the target model, Zhang was inspired by Friedman, but with regard to the method of reform, he derived his insights from the Chinese rural price policies and his on-the-ground experience of the unfolding of agricultural reforms. Besides Zhou's criticism of principle, several objections were raised against the price adjustment approach from a more pragmatic perspective. The small price increases suggested by Zhou, Lo, and Li would not provide a sufficient stimulus to either increase supply or to induce those using the raw materials to change to a more energy or raw material-saving production technique. A larger increase, however, would be impossible to implement by simply applying calculated prices. The price changes would adversely affect the interests of enterprises, and those who would suffer from price increases would use all their political power to oppose such a plan. The only way to convince them would be to pay large subsidies to compensate for the price-induced cost increase, but this was not possible given the tight state budget. But even if enterprises were to agree to such a large price adjustment, the risk of chain reactions was incalculable and would certainly shock the entire economy. The result could be inflation of more than 7 or 8%, but the result would not only be monetary. A large increase in the prices of producer goods would pull the production system off its customary track, compelling the production structure to rapidly reorganize, thus simply bringing about a comparative or even absolute decline in production standards and efficiency for a certain time period. If China had something to learn from the Eastern European and Soviet experience, it was that there is, in fact, no one-time adjustment that results in an ideal rational situation. Thus, the conference report concluded that such a big step price adjustment puts the stability of the economy and society at risk, and is not the way to resolve the price problem. The plan for one big adjustment, which would have amounted to a big bang in planned prices, were rejected. Among those arguing particularly eloquently and forcefully against both the price adjustment and overall price liberation was Hua Sheng. Hua was a graduate student in Nanjing, and not yet acquainted with the Beijing circles of young reformers. Luo Xiaopeng, based on the experience with their price liberation experiment, was also critical of both approaches. The two were joined by He Jiachun, Zhang Yue, Zhang Xiaojie, and Gao Liang. Gao was the son of Gu Juan, a famous pioneer of reform thinking. At the conference, the group gained the support of Chen Yize and Wang Qishan for their stance on price reform. And from then on, they came to form a powerful voice in China's reform debate. Essentially, the group defended China's current practice of a dual-track price system and proposed to expand it to all major producer goods as well as to combine it with gradual price adjustments. They too aim to expand the scope of market prices, but they said that certain key goods, which might or might not be produced by monopolists, should continue to be regulated by the state. The approach was called deregulation followed by adjustment, and adjustment accompanied by further deregulation. In practice, there was already a dual-track price system with the official state price and gray or black market prices. A survey of 429 state-owned enterprises by the System Reform Institute showed that in 1984, those enterprises purchased on average 16.4% of their raw and other materials on the market. At the same time, the mushrooming township and village enterprises did not receive any material allocations from the state and relied entirely on acquiring their inputs from markets, typically at prices higher than the ones set by the state. The proposal was now to legalize and promote this practice and enable the raw material producers to sell a certain amount at market prices. Simultaneously, the amount of centrally allocated materials should be gradually reduced or fixed at a given amount, or the state should be granted a priority right to purchase the above quota production, all depending on the concrete situation of specific commodities. The prices of some non-rationed producer goods had since May 1984 been allowed to fluctuate within a 20% upward or downward deviation from the state-set price. This cap should gradually or at once be abolished, depending on the concrete good. According to the Moganshan proposal, the organizations effectively implementing the dual-track price system would be those in charge of the material allocation at all administrative levels. In addition to continuing to operate the state allocation system, these organizations should buy and sell all other materials at market prices or at floating prices, and making use of their advantages of access to information, finance, and foreign trade, they should introduce the buyers to the sellers and vice versa. Thus, the state allocation system should not only implement the orders of the plan, but it should also become a system that creates market channels and facilitates market transactions actively. But, similar to the principles derived from the Guanxi, the role of these state commercial agencies should not be limited to such market creation and facilitation. They should also, as a third party on behalf of the state, stabilize prices by buying and selling activities. Once market prices for the major materials would be unified and stabilized, thanks to the activities of the state commercial agencies, the planned prices could be adjusted step by step. At this point, the number of prices needing adjustment, as well as the range, would be greatly reduced as compared with implementing adjustments immediately. The shortage of some crucial production materials would be reduced as the producers increase supply, responding to the high market prices, and as the supply would be more suitably distributed, thanks to the state facilitation of market transactions across the country. At the same time, the stabilized market prices would give a good indication of the degree of adjustment needed. Hence, there would no longer be a need to calculate target prices based on some theoretically derived formula. Instead, the market creation through state commerce would deliver the needed reference prices. The prices of those materials no longer in short supply would not need to be set by the state. Thus, After implementation of the dual-track price system, adjustments could follow an empirically identified path and would not be a major shock to the economy. Since the adjustment of the state price would also affect the market price, deregulation and adjustment should form a cycle until the gap between the two prices was closed. Yet, as the experience in the countryside had shown, the market price could also undershoot, and so to protect the producers of the vital raw materials, the state's role in stabilizing prices would not be terminated. Hua Xiong stressed that he presented the proposal to Zhang Jingfu, a revolutionary veteran in charge of economic work in Zhejiang in the post-liberation period, a former finance minister and then director of the State Economic Commission. The premier's personal secretary, Li Xionglu, during our meeting in a Beijing coffee shop, related how he subsequently presented the proposal to Chao, who also came to support it. Li pointed out that Chao Ziyang was not academical. The old generation of communist cadres were not concerned with settling theoretical questions. The report rejecting price adjustments and proposing the dual-track price system was not of value because it presented a new theoretical insight. But the conference report provided the leadership a theoretical justification, a good decoration of a policy that the bureaucracy had worked out in practice. The 1984 Decision. On October 20, 1984, the Central Committee adopted the Decision on Reform of the Economic Structure. This marked a breakthrough for economic system reform. Famously, China's socialist planned economy was redefined as a planned commodity economy based on public ownership in which the law of value must be consciously followed and applied. This meant that the aim was that prices should no longer be set in a voluntary fashion, but that market conditions should be systematically integrated in the price-fixing practice. Similarly, most goods were to be traded as commodities. That is to say, they should capture exchange value. In other words, production should be for the market and governed by exchange values and profitability considerations as far as possible in light of China's concrete conditions. The core of this new model was essentially to grasp what is heavy and to let go of what is light. To borrow the Guangxi's terminology, mandatory planning will be applied to major products which have a close bearing on the national economy and the people's livelihood, and which have to be allocated and distributed by the state, as well as major economic activities that affect the overall situation. Other products and economic activities, which are far more numerous, should either come under guidance planning or be left entirely to the operation of the market, as the case may require. In terms of how to approach reform, the decision held, as the decision-making power of enterprises grows, pricing will be increasingly important in regulating their production and operation. It is, therefore, all the more urgent to establish a rational system of pricing. Pricing is a most effective means of regulation, and rational prices constitute an important condition for ensuring a dynamic yet not chaotic economy. Therefore, reform of the price system is the key to reform the entire economic structure. On October 21, 1984, Chao Ziyang made a speech to the Assembly of Representatives of Provinces, Autonomous Regions, and Municipalities to explain what the implementation of the decision would entail in practice. He said price reform would be the primary task, and it would require 4 things: letting go, reforming, adjusting, and participating. Chow explained these 4 methods of reform as follows. First, letting go of prices would apply to all small commodities, new products, and new services, but it had to be kept in mind that some commodities that might appear small are actually big. For example, some places had to let go of the price of pork, but pork was a big commodity, and thus this practice had caused trouble. Second, reform would refer to the reform of the price management system, mainly in the form of decentralization, transferring the price-setting rights of certain commodities to lower administrative levels. Third, price adjustment would involve the change in the prices set by the state. This would primarily apply to production materials, but in line with Lo and Zhou's proposal and with Wang's discussion with the premier, Chow emphasized that adjustment could be done only in small, not big steps to avoid chain reactions. Last, but crucially, market participation would mean that, after having enlivened prices by letting them go, the state had to participate in the market to regulate the prices. Chow reminded his audience that this strategy had been very successfully applied in the first years after liberation, when state trading agencies had been used to stabilize prices. This would be a crucial lesson. The prices of the most important production materials, such as coal, oil, steel, and chemicals, should be regulated by the ministries in charge in 2 ways. The share under the state plan should continue to have state-set prices. Regarding the share for which prices were allowed to fluctuate on the market, the range of the fluctuations should be limited by market participation of state commercial agencies. The state should add supplies to the market when the price was rising too high and purchase them when the price was falling too low. This required adequate stocks. In addition, in very urgent situations, to avoid the market prices of critical materials from rising too high, imports could be acquired by the state and put on the market. In early 1985, this basic approach was turned into official policy. When the World Bank mission met with Chow Zi-yung on March 7, 1985, the premier thanked the foreign guests for their second report and advice and told them that China was implementing a dual-track price system for raw materials and fuel prices. As Chow pointed out, China had experience in implementing dual pricing for 30 years in agriculture and for 5 years in coal. He expressed confidence that dual pricing inflicts less of a shock on the people than any of the alternatives for price reform. Conclusion. As the account in this and the previous chapter shows, beginning in the early days of reform, 2 basic approaches to market reform in general and price reform in particular competed in China. One approach, inspired by modern mathematical economics and previous Eastern European reform attempts, aimed to reset the whole system and rebuild it based on ideal-type principles. Complex calculation seems to suggest that the approach has sophistication, but given the real complexities, it is often inconsistent and boils down to ad hoc rules put in practice. The second approach admits from the outset that it is impossible to build an ideal-type system. Instead, it departs from the given realities and tries to consciously use spontaneous tendencies already prevailing in the given workings of economy and society. This approach maintains the critical elements of the given system to maintain the stability of the society and the economy, and to protect the people from violent economic shocks. It even uses the critical building blocks of the old system to regulate the newly emerging forces, as in the case of using the material allocation system to participate in the market to stabilize prices. But by letting go of the parts already moving, powers build up. These powers bear the potential to gradually and fundamentally transform the elements of the old system, which at first might have seemed untouched. Let us consider the metaphor of rebuilding a tower. The first approach suggests we destroy the whole tower in order to build up a new tower based on a grand plan, no matter how much immediate pain results from the destruction. From this perspective, the given system must be destroyed in one big bang to provide space to build the new utopia. The second approach is like the game of Jenga, in which players take turns removing one block at a time from a tower, aiming to prevent its collapse. Only those blocks that can be pulled out without causing the structure to collapse should be removed, and only after cautious testing to determine whether they are loose enough not to destroy the tower's balance. The blocks so acquired can then be used to build on the given tower and transform its size, shape, and eventually its whole nature. Yet, since removing blocks changes the statics of the tower, this gradual approach cannot avoid the looming danger of collapse. In these first years of reform in China, the economists aiming to adjust the price system based on a comprehensive package were trying to come up with the right plan for the crucial parts of the system. But it was determined that such an adjustment would be too dangerous, that it could result in a collapse of the whole economy, at least temporarily, and it was thus not implemented. While these researchers were dedicating great efforts to model building and calculations, the multi-track price system was slowly developing on the ground. Greatly boosted by the success of the rural reforms, this multi-method, multi-track approach gained the upper hand, and it was implemented as official policy. But some of those who had spent years searching for the perfect reform plan were not satisfied with the seemingly primitive approach now elevated to being the key to system reform. Thus, as soon as some weaknesses of the multi-tiered system became apparent, they were prepared to launch a counterattack and gain the support of the central leadership, desperate to bring reform to a success. This will be the subject of the next chapter. 7. Debunking shock therapy. The clash of two market reform paradigms. Introduction. Two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both, and be one traveler, long I stood, and looked down one as far as I could, to where it bent in the undergrowth. Frost, 1920. The 1984 decision instituted the dual-track price system as national policy. The logic of multi-tier pricing that kept the core of the system working while introducing markets from the margins had become the dominant reform approach. In January 1985, the State Price Bureau and the Material Allocation Bureau followed the instruction of the State Council and issued the Notice on deregulating the self-marketing of the overproduction of industrial raw materials. The previous limit of 20% upward or downward deviation from the planned prices for above-quota sales of raw materials such as steel, wood, and cement was abolished. This might sound like a technical detail, but it meant that the heart of the industrial economy was now officially under the dual-track price system and on its way to being marketized. Chiang Kai-shek, director of the State Price Bureau at the time, remembered that the effect of this policy was like letting a horse run. Once the most crucial industrial inputs were integrated into the marketization effort, the dual-track price system expanded quickly to other industrial goods. This rapidly increased the overall share of market-priced goods, but also drove up the general price level, since market prices were above planned prices for scarce industrial goods. The government took another important step in gradual price reform in the spring of the same year. On April 12, 1985, Chiang Kai-shek made an official announcement on state television. In 1985, the basic direction for price reform is combine adjusting with letting go and progress in small steps. The centerpiece of reform will be liberalizing the prices of live pig and pork and the rural purchase and sales prices for grain. Chiang Kai-shek's words have the tone of a mundane bureaucratic announcement. In fact, his statement marked the end of the backbone of the Maoist agricultural economy. The unified grain procurement system was abolished. The core of this system had been a compulsory quota of grain delivered by the rural communes to the state at a centrally set price. The massive increase in grain output in the early 1980s had brought this grain distribution system to its limits. Unified grain procurement had been designed in the 1950s to manage shortages and extract grain from the countryside for urban industrialization. No mechanism existed to deal with surpluses as China reached levels of grain output that would have been unthinkable only a few years earlier. The glut of grain meant the state procurement price was suddenly above the market price. The peasants wanted to sell more to the state than the state could store. So, in 1985, the unified grain procurement was temporarily replaced by a system bearing some similarity to the imperial ever-normal granaries. The peasants could sell their grain directly on the private market, or they could enter into a contract with the state. This meant that the state's role switched from ordering quotas of grain from the peasants to participating in a market for crops. However, the prices for state procurement were not adjusted to current market conditions, but were based on a weighted average of what used to be the quota and above-quota prices under the old system. Song Guo-ching and other former members of the Rural Development Group warned Chao Ziyang that applying the same weighted average price to all procurement contracts resulted in harming poor remote areas. Poor communities, which previously had a low quota, had sold large shares of their output to the state at the high above-quota price. Thus, for them, the new price policy effectively resulted in a decrease of the state procurement price of grain. With new opportunities arising in the booming rural industries, this effective drop in the price for grain induced many peasants to leave their fields unworked. Soon, grain output began dropping. Falling grain supplies and increasing rural incomes added to the inflationary pressures unleashed by the universalization of the dual-track price system. The transformation of China's agricultural economy, the expansion of the dual-track reform to the heart of the industrial economy, and the upward pressure on prices provided the backdrop for a dramatic clash between the two marketization paradigms, gradual marketization and shock therapy, in the second half of the 1980s. By 1985, the dual-track price system regulated the core of the Chinese economy, grain and basic industrial inputs. Opening a market track while keeping state procurement intact, the dual-track price system allowed the possibility of both a return to a greater emphasis on the plan as well as a more radical shift to the market. In that year, the System Reform Institute conducted a study of the progress of market reforms on an unprecedented scale. The aim was to derive practical ways to improve on the existing institutions of the dual-track price system so that China's economy would grow into the market while maintaining state control over heavy goods and continuing state regulation of light commodities. On the other hand, those who had long aimed for rationalizing the price system in one big push took an acceleration of industrial growth in 1985 and macroeconomic imbalance as signs of overheating caused by the dual-track price system, and launched a forceful campaign to impose strict macroeconomic control to prepare for a big bang in price reform. Such a big bang would have been the first decisive step of shock therapy. As explained in the introduction, a big bang in price liberalization was the truly shocking element of shock therapy. All other measures in this policy package, such as trade liberalization and privatization, were acknowledged to be slow even by the most dedicated shock therapist. China's proponents of a big bang planned to first destroy the market track of the dual-track price system by returning to the approach of calculation-based plan prices. Once the plan prices were adjusted to what were thought of as equilibrium levels, those prices were to be liberalized in one cut of the knife. This chapter tells the widely overlooked story of how such a big bang was almost implemented in 1986, and how it was debunked and prevented by economists who were fully dedicated to marketization but subscribed to the alternative approach of groping for stones to cross the river. This was a critical crossroads of China's reform. China's escape from shock therapy in 1986 occurred as the result of fierce debate among the foremost reform economists, not, as is often alleged, between anti-reform conservatives and market reformers. Following the 1984 decision on the economic system reform, China's leadership reached an unprecedented political consensus to pursue market reforms. At this juncture, the question was not whether or not to reform, but how to, whether by feeling the way forward by marketization from the margins, or by consciously imposing short-term pain, hoping for long-term gain by shocking the core of the system into marketization. In 1986, the plan for a big bang was blocked as a result of the struggle between economists. In 1988, a renewed drive for radical price reform came from the highest political leadership desperate for a quick breakthrough. The second time, China escaped the Big Bang, but at historic social and political costs. Preparations for one big step. If we don't take hard-hitting measures to supersede the dual-track system in a relatively short time and immediately establish a preliminary framework for the new system, problems will grow. Wu. As soon as the dual-track price system became official policy, it was fiercely attacked by economists inspired by neoclassical economics, monetarism, and the approach of the Eastern European reformers. They argued along the lines of Xik's proposal for price reform, but brushed aside his warnings regarding the limitations of his approach. In this view, China had to impose strict macroeconomic austerity, adjust prices to calculated equilibrium values, and then, finally, liberalize prices in one big step. They thus argued for the core elements of the Big Bang, the first and decisive step in shock therapy. Setting the stage for a Big Bang in price reform. One of the leaders of the attack against the dual-track price system was Wu Jinglian. Wu's view was and is that the approach of groping for stones to cross the river was inevitable while China's leaders and advisors lacked knowledge of modern mainstream economics. But it had become obsolete by the mid-1980s, as Chinese economists had progressed to new levels of scientific economic knowledge thanks to the support of foreign advisors. Wu himself exerted great efforts to acquire knowledge of Western economics. He was one of the pioneers among Chinese reform economists in the United States when he was a visiting scholar at Yale University, January 1983 to July 1984. Wu studied comparative economic systems under Michael Montias, and, when he was in his early 50s, attended undergraduate-level classes in macro and microeconomics. This was not Wu's first encounter with leading economists of the Western world. He had been engaged with the World Bank mission, and in 1981, he attended a conference on the economics of relative prices organized by the International Economic Association in Athens, which included prominent participants such as the Soviet mathematician Leonid Kantorovich and the Oxford economist Sir John Hicks, both of whom had won the Nobel Prize in the 1970s, as well as Herbert Giersch, who was soon to become president of the neoliberal Mont Pelerin Society. At this conference, Wu first met János Kornai. Kornai shaped Wu's thinking on reform, and Wu became Kornai's greatest advocate in China, promoting the translation of his works. Both men had been champions of the respective orthodoxies in Hungary and China earlier in their lives, and were now in the process of becoming radical market reformers, with Wu following in Kornai's footsteps. This was before Kornai became a member of the Harvard University economics faculty, but by the time of their encounter in Athens, Kornai had already gained fame in the West. In contrast, Wu was still unknown outside of China. Kornai had first gained an international reputation for his theoretical contributions to mathematical economics, and he had just published Economics of Shortage. Written in his Stockholm home, the book, which was addressed to a Hungarian readership, made Kornai famous across the socialist world. As Kornai writes in his memoir, the book did not note that the cause of the general, intense, and chronic shortage economy was the communist system, and that a change of system was required before the shortage could be ended for good. The book did not state that the essential features of the system were not susceptible to reform. But Kornai had skillfully crafted his text such that many readers clearly read that claim into it. Under a section titled Helping Erode the System, Kornai reflects on how his work affected the thinking of intellectuals living under the socialist system. One of them was Wu Jinglian. At the conference in Athens, Kornai clashed with V.R. Khachachurov, then president of the Soviet Economic Association. Khachachurov held that shortages arose from planning errors and could be overcome by raising the standard of planning. Kornai, in contrast, took the position of his book and blamed shortages on the nature of the system of a socialist planned economy. It follows that the only way to overcome shortages, in Kornai's logic, is to get rid of central planning. Wu was familiar with the idea of economic reform as system change through his encounters with Bross and Sheik. In conversations with members of the World Bank mission, Wu had expressed that this vision was close to his heart. At the conference in Athens, Wu now heard the most sophisticated version of the view articulated by one of its most ardent and capable proponents. Kornai recalled that, after Khachachurov's attack, Professor Wu stood up on my side in the controversy, explaining in much detail the systemic deficiencies of the centrally managed socialist system. At this moment, Wu entered the world stage of economics. Wu and Kornai were united in their conviction that reform could be achieved only as system change. But there was a crucial difference in analysis between Wu and Kornai. Kornai had argued that enterprises experienced a soft budget constraint under socialism. Since enterprises were not ultimately responsible for their losses, price signals were relatively ineffective in guiding the production decisions of socialist enterprises. In Kornai's terminology, enterprises had low price responsiveness. The softness of the budget constraint was like a tranquilizer, according to Kornai. It leads to the economic managers hardly to be bothered by any kind of price signals. This meant that enterprises were demanding whatever inputs they could get hold of, largely independent of relative prices or financial constraints. This created shortages of inputs that exacerbated, in turn, the runaway demand. This vicious cycle of shortages and price inelastic demand made shortages a characteristic feature of socialism that was not accidental, but systemic. Wu praised Kornai's paper, but a close reading of both of their contributions at the conference reveals a logical inconsistency between Kornai and Wu. Wu suggested the price system is a mechanism for replacing bureaucrats and urged for price reform. According to Kornai, enterprises under socialism did not actually care too much about prices. According to Wu, though, they should be guided by prices alone. Arguing in a somewhat Hayekian mode, Wu held that the price mechanism simplified social organization. The Chinese economy was emphasizing the value of the decentralized use of information, replacing bureaucracy by decisions made by individual enterprises. But if, as Kornai had it, enterprises were not responsive to prices, replacing bureaucratic orders with price signals would have amounted not to the creation of a new economic mechanism. It would instead have left the economy without any coordination. From a careful reading of the Athens conference proceedings, it becomes apparent that with Kornai's insight, Wu's plan for price reform amounted to a recipe for disaster. In fact, some years later, China's gradualist market creators, debunking shock therapy, mobilized this argument of Corneille against Wu. If one believed, as Corneille and Wu did, that reform must bring system change, risking such a meltdown of the economic mechanism might not have been entirely without benefit. In Chinese, the word crisis is composed of two characters. The first character means danger. The second character means opportunity. Hence, a crisis presents both danger and opportunity. This was precisely the script of shock doctrine captured by Naomi Klein in numerous cases around the world. The shifts to neoliberalism in Chile, Bolivia, and Margaret Thatcher's United Kingdom were each preceded by a deep societal crisis. In Bolivia, this pivotal crisis took the form of hyperinflation. As discussed in Chapter 3, hyperinflation had helped the Communists win the Revolutionary War. No doubt China's reformers were acutely aware of the explosive powers of hyperinflation. Wu Jinglian's critics would later assert that his proposal for radical price reform created a risk of hyperinflation. Wu represents a prominent example of a Chinese economist who joined the transnational network transcending the Cold War divide that Bachmann has identified as the breeding ground for neoliberalism in Eastern Europe. But Wu was by no means alone in his engagement with Western economics. A CIA report rightly observes that by the mid-1980s, increased familiarity with Western economic concepts was not limited to one group of scholars or bureaucrats. The divide across these groups was not in their interest for Western economics, but in their approach to this new knowledge, either as tools that China could use in carving out a feasible reform path, or as the theoretical source for reform blueprints to manufacture system change. By the mid-1980s, efforts to design a target model to be implemented in one big push had already been going on for several years. In the summer of 1984, Wu returned to China from his studies at Yale and joined the State Council's Development Research Center. He discovered that the young reform intellectuals had gained great influence since his departure to the United States. They were promoting a gradualist experimental approach of groping for stones to cross the river, which Wu considered an inferior method of reform, a makeshift solution that China had to rely on when it had lacked knowledge of Western economics. Chen Yize and Wang Xiaochong and other young reform economists had acquired unusual institutional power. They had been put in charge of what some consider to be the first reform think tank in the socialist world. The System Reform Institute was highly regarded by the leader of economic reform, Chao Ziyang. Their approach had won a great victory with the official institution of the dual-track price system. In fact, recognizing the influence of this new institution, Wu himself had attempted to join the System Reform Institute upon his return to China, but he was rejected due to his reputation as opportunist. Subsequently, Wu was ever more dedicated to pushing his radical reform agenda. Wu Jinglian propagated his view in various academic and popular publications. In May 1985, he expanded on a previous article in People's Daily in the prestigious journal Economic Research, and laid out his vision for reform in one stroke. Wu essentially summarized the presentations by Schick and Bross and drew on Kornai's Economics of Shortage to argue that the economic system would form an interrelated organic whole and could, as such, only be reformed by a wholesale transition to a new system. Comparing a gradual to a package approach, Wu recommended the latter. The duality of elements of the old and the new systems was unavoidable in the transition, but it should be overcome as quickly as possible. Most importantly, price reform had to set an end to the dual-track price system. To make his main point, Wu quoted Friedman's 1981 talk in China, saying the so-called economic miracle produced by Ludwig Erhard in 1948 was a very simple thing. According to monetarism and based on the post-World War II German experience, Wu argued that it was crucial to tightly control the quantity of money and impose fiscal austerity. This was meant to prevent inflation, which Wu considered a sufficient condition for the implementation of swift price reform. Seeking to add more weight to the imperative of fiscal and monetary austerity as a starting point for long-term sustained growth, and as necessary element in periods of structural transition, Wu promoted, in addition to the neoliberal myth of an Erhard miracle, the so-called Dodge line. Joseph Dodge, a Detroit banker and price fixer during World War II, was a key architect of the West German currency reform as well as of Japan's post-war transition plan, which was named for him. In 1985, Wu arranged the publication of an article about the Dodge line to propagate this second example of combining macroeconomic retrenchment with market liberalization among Chinese reformers. Chinese reformers had studied the Japanese post-World War II transition since Deng Xiaoping's visit to Japan in 1978. Under the auspices of Okita Saburo, who had played an important role in Japan's economic transition from the war economy, and Gu Mu, Japanese and Chinese bureaucrats conducted annual meetings. Beyond these bureaucratic exchanges, the Dodge line was mobilized by package reformers such as Wu to justify their reform proposal. When I met Wu for our interview in 2016, he showed me a printout of the Wikipedia article on Joseph Dodge in order to emphasize the importance of the Japanese post-war transition to China's 1980s reform debate. He pointed to the section on the Dodge line. This section of the article explained that two key components of Dodge's cure for Japan were balancing the consolidated national budget and decreasing government intervention into the economy, especially through subsidies and price controls. The message was clear, according to Wu. China should have combined austerity with overnight price liberalization. To create an institution that would publicize the lessons from the Eastern European experience, as articulated by Bross, Schick, Kornai, and others, Wu Jinglian, Chao Renwei, and Rong Jingbun founded a new journal called Comparative Economic and Social Systems in 1985. An article published in the journal's inaugural issue by Guo Shuqing as lead author exerted immediate political impact. Guo Shuqing later became the governor of China's industrial province, Shandong, and he is currently the chairman of the China Banking Regulatory Commission. At the time, Guo was a doctoral student at the Institute for Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong Thought of CASS, and he was thus well versed in orthodox Soviet views while studying Western mainstream economics. Together with his fellow students, Lu Ji-rei and Cho Shu-fong, he forcefully promoted package reform with market-oriented price reform at its core. Guo Shuqing reported that they participated in a national symposium on theories of pricing in late 1984 in Changzhou. There, they found themselves to be the only ones who suggested market-driven prices, with the plan taking a mere guiding role. Guo mentioned that the mainstream view at the time was to separate goods into different categories and require state pricing for certain key commodities and market-regulated pricing for lesser commodities. Other reformers, too, wanted more market, but the crucial difference between Guo and his collaborators and the Chinese mainstream view at the time was their argument that prices of these key commodities, too, should be left to the market. In their view, the market should regulate the core of China's economy. Guo's views on price reform closely resembled those of the Eastern European visitors discussed in Chapter 5. Guo laid out in January 1985 that the first step would be to clearly define the target model. He held that truly understanding the Marxist approach to social value would mean recognizing that market value is the only concrete and realistic form of social value, and that thus market pricing was the only right target for reform. The only exception should be prices of those goods defined in neoclassical economics as public goods, such as transport, communication, and health, which should be set by the state. But these goods should not include key industrial inputs, such as steel, or basic consumption goods, such as rice. Those should be fully left to the free market. Guo took an even more radical stance on the dual-track reform than Wu. He dismissed the dual-track price system as not acceptable even as transitional model. Similar to the conclusion reached by the foreign experts at the Moganshan World Bank Conference, Guo believed that allowing one product to have multiple prices is absolutely incompatible with the commodity economy. More generally, he reckoned the Eastern European experience had proven that trying to maintain the old system by simply mending it is absolutely pointless. In the same vein, Guo brushed aside the extant achievements in economic reform that had occurred by the mid-1980s by categorizing China's system at the time as a fairly traditional model. Guo's starting point was thus an idealized vision of the old system. The target model was an idealized model of a market economy. His reform package promised to facilitate the swift transition from one to the other. In April 1985, Guo, Liu, and Cho published their views on comprehensive reform with price reform at its core in the new journal Comparative Economic and Social Systems, and proposed their recommendations to the State Council in a letter. Like Wu describing the economic system as an organic whole, they stressed that the price system is the whole economic system from one angle. They argued that comprehensive reform is a huge task of social system engineering, and as such would require an overall plan to move toward the target model. They attacked the gradualist experimentalist approach up front, denying the validity of lessons from pilot projects and rural reform for urban industrial reform. The dual-track price system was again at the center of their criticism. The dual-track price system would simply induce commodities within the plan to flow out on the market, being sold and resold multiple times, generating private profits for the officials in command of the cheap plan allocations. This, according to Guo and his co-authors, encouraged corruption and resulted in a conflicted transitional system. Furthermore, in their view, as long as the old system prevailed, investment hunger and excess aggregate demand manifested in shortages must prevail. Rapid economic growth and economic system reform were incompatible. The Eastern European reform had shown that the only way was to strictly control aggregate demand and then implement a comprehensive package of reforms. They added a negative case to the list of the West German and Japanese miracles, crafted to support the mantra of macroeconomic austerity plus price liberalization. The Polish case of the 1970s would prove that gradual reform must fail. The Poles failed to carry out their plan of wholesale price reform and instead limited the scope to about 40% of the industrial products. Initially, this brought about very fast growth, fueled by uncontrollable aggregate demand. However, when Poland was at last forced to reform prices, the result brought on a social crisis. Examinations by the Polish Communist Party had shown the problem to be that the reformers had taken an experimental and wrong-minded path. Thus, foreign scholars, including Schick, Costa, and Bros, now agreed that the only way was following an overall plan. Guo, Liu, and Cho added that this approach was also encouraged by János Kornai, who had noted to Chinese students abroad that if China's reform continues to focus on local experience and to ignore the overall situation, if it continues to make merely fragmentary changes, eventually it will have to return to the traditional system. Finally, they called on the World Bank's authority to lend further weight to their urging to part with the gradual approach and implement an overall plan for reform. They quoted a report stating, "In some aspects, although there exists the risk of making wrong decisions, we had better implement a whole set of fundamental reform measures simultaneously." The message from Guo, Liu, and Cho was clear. Gradual reform that kept the core of the old system running could do only harm, not good. The only way forward was full-out market reform pushed through by wholesale price liberalization. With regard to the immediate course of action, Guo, Liu, and Cho agreed with Wu Jinglian. Impose strict macro control and draw up a comprehensive plan to prepare for an overall price reform to be implemented once the economic environment was suitable. Chao Ziyang read their report on May 19, 1985, and said that it could only be beneficial and not harmful to further explore this line of reasoning. The State Council ordered a working group to be set up under the State Commission for Restructuring the Economic System, which worked throughout June 1985 to draft a reform program along the lines proposed by Guo Shuqing, Liu Ji-rui, and Cho Shu-fong. The program proposal was testing new waters in at least two regards. According to Wu Jinglian, it was the first comprehensive reform program that met the standards of modern economics. In Guo Shuqing's view, it was also the first to explicitly confirm that the direction should be marketization. Lu Ji-wei was appointed to be one of the conveners of the working group, and Guo Shuqing and his co-authors joined the participants. Looking back on their work, Lu remarked that while he and his collaborators used computers to apply the program evaluation and review technique, PERT, Guo Shuqing and his co-authors used Marxist classics and concepts from philosophy and political economy. Yet they arrived at very similar priorities for reform. Joining forces and combining those two approaches lent them modern scientific as well as ideological authority. One of their key priorities was the unification of the multiple price tracks into a single track for each commodity, which was believed to be crucial for establishing a market economy. 3 approaches were considered to achieve such a price unification. First, the plan prices could be gradually raised such as to eventually close the gap with the market prices. This approach resembled most closely Lu Ji-wei's previous proposal at the Moganshan Youth Conference. But the working group rejected this reform on the grounds that it was too slow. It would postpone for too long other important reforms that were dependent on price reform. Furthermore, each small plan price adjustment would induce a myriad of other adjustments in taxes and public finance, which made this approach too complicated. Second, a mixed price system could be instituted as an intermediate step to price liberalization. Under this approach, the dual-track prices would be unified in only one track, either a free market or a plan price. This would involve the liberalization of all prices of goods that were in excess supply. The prices of goods in short supply should be corrected by a large upward adjustment of plan prices to abolish the prevailing high market prices and thus close the 2 tracks. The next step would be to abolish the plan prices altogether and let all prices be determined by the market. The authors found this approach superior to the first, but they also noted drawbacks. Because the enterprises were accustomed to selling their goods at market prices, it would require high enforcement costs to return to a unified plan track. The negative sides of the inflexible system of planned prices would also prevail, and the transition period would be prolonged under this plan. The third and preferable approach, according to the authors of the reform proposal, was to liberalize in one stroke all prices then under the dual-track price system. This clearly anticipated a later push for a Big Bang price reform. Critically, the proposal included prices of essential raw materials that were in short supply. As a concession to more cautious reformers, the proposal held that this could possibly be combined with an upper limit for the market prices of certain commodities, which would be abolished once prices had stabilized. For the second and third approaches, the authors acknowledged that compensationary subsidies were necessary for enterprises suffering losses due to the price changes and in order to equalize profit rates. Furthermore, they pointed out that in order to prevent the rising costs of increased raw material prices from affecting consumers, the value-added tax should be decreased. Nevertheless, the authors acknowledged that an overall increase in the price level would be inevitable, and they recommended austerity. The only way to effectively limit inflation, in their view, was to impose strict monetary policies, including interest rate rises and a control over the total volume of credit. Rapid, simultaneous reforms undertaken in one big step would be quite demanding, the authors admitted, But, full of youthful optimism, they argued that meticulous scientific planning could overcome such challenges. The working group presented their results to the State Council on July 27 through 29, 1985. Just a few months after the official implementation of the dual-track price system, this was not the ideal moment to make a sharp turnaround and go for overall price reform in one stroke. Yet the young intellectuals, with the support of their older generation counterparts, had managed to put the possibility of a planned overall reform in one go into the minds of the leadership. In only a couple more months, preparations to realize the grand plan for one big bang were undertaken. Foreign Tailwind, the Bashan Boat Conference. The campaign for macroeconomic restraint and wholesale price reform gained support of great symbolic value from participants in a second major conference jointly organized with the World Bank, which was held on the MS Bashan cruising the Yangtze River from September 2nd to September 7th, 1985. In February 1984, when the World Bank mission visited China for their second report, Liao Jili, one of the highest-ranking participants in the Moganshan World Bank Conference, had suggested planning another reform conference. When the mission came again to China in March 1985 to discuss their report, this idea was transformed into a concrete plan. The World Bank economists met with Dong Furong, Gao Shongquan, and Liao Jili to discuss who should be the international experts. They agreed that there should be 3 participants from socialist countries, at least 2 Nobel Prize winners in economics, and 3 others, including 1 French and 1 Japanese. The ambition to invite Nobel laureates indicated that this conference was not to be under the radar like the Moganshan World Bank Conference, but that a group of world-renowned experts should help draw public attention and create further momentum for market reforms. In fact, up till today, the Bashan Conference remains a widely known and celebrated event among certain circles of market reformers in China and internationally. The setting of the Bashan Boat Conference was in stark contrast to the young intellectuals' meetings in parks and empty offices at austere Chinese research institutes in the 1980s, such as the Institute of Economics of CASS. When I visited the former building of the Institute of Economics in 2016, it still had a strong cachet of the old days. The Bashan Conference took place on a luxurious tourist boat with a pool on the deck. In the group photograph of the conference participants, the pool takes up about as much space as the esteemed economists and reformers, who are mostly wearing fashionable Western-style clothes. The boat provided a secluded setting. Cut off from the outside world, internationally leading experts and high-ranking Chinese reformers were brought together to discuss the future of China's economic system. The boat toured one of China's most iconic sceneries, the Three Gorges. The modern Western comforts provided to the elites on the boat symbolized the aspirations for a new kind of China. Upon their arrival in Beijing, the delegation were invited to dine with Prime Minister Chao Ziyang on September 1, 1985. Besides Lim, Wood, and Brose, Cairncross, who played an important role in the United Kingdom's post-war transition to a peace economy, was part of the delegation. Cairncross noted in his diary that day, "The visit to the Prime Minister was remarkable in many ways. We formed the usual crocodile, i.e., a long queue of international delegates, which I led as the most elderly, and shook hands with a succession of Chinese before lining up for the customary photograph." Other members of the foreign crocodile who stood out for their contributions to the pivotal question of price reform included the Nobel Prize-winning New Keynesian James Tobin, Ottmar Eminger, the former director of the Bundesbank 1976 to 1979, who had helped shape the German monetary policy of central bank independence since 1950, Alexander Bate, the Yugoslav reform economist, who would later argue vigorously for privatization, and who had also attended the 1981 Athens Conference, and János Kornai, the Hungarian star economist. Some prominent Chinese participants included An Ju Wen, Gao Xiaochuan, Xuanmu Chao, Ma Hong, Lu Guoguang, Chao Renwei, and Wu Jinglian, as well as Tian Yen, Lo Jiwei, Guo Shuqing, and Luo Xiaopeng from the younger generation. Remarkably, no economists from the System Reform Institute, nor any other prominent proponent of gradual marketization from the margins were invited. Cairncross noted in his diary that at the dinner, wage and price reform were the cardinal issue raised by the Prime Minister. Tobin cautioned, "China should do better than any of us and devise new institutions." In contrast, Eminger suggested China should follow the German path. In line with Friedman and Wu Jinglian, Eminger emphasized Erhard's bold stroke in abolishing price control at one go in 1948. The so-called Erhard miracle was invoked in China to argue for a form of neoliberal shock doctrine, such as Sachs, Balcerowicz, and others did later in Poland. Later, during the boat conference, Cairncross contrasted the British post-war experience under Clement Attlee's Labour government with the German miracle and called for a gradual decontrol of prices. Cairncross pointed out that relying on monetary control as a means of macroeconomic regulation required a highly developed fiscal and currency system. In China, the banking sector was still rudimentary, and there was no developed money market. Under these conditions, in Cairncross's view, monetary policy will be impotent, and the effect of budgetary control will also be limited. All the calls by Wu Jinglian, Guo Shuqing, and others to impose monetary restraints to prepare for a big step in price reform would be futile by his analysis. According to Cairncross's conference input, stabilizing the overall price level by macroeconomic means was impossible under China's specific circumstances. In addition, prices were hardly suited to be a means of economic coordination. Market regulation relies on quantity adjustments in reaction to price changes. But if, as in China, Cairncross argued, supply and demand are inelastic in terms of price changes, then administrative control can achieve what the price mechanism cannot. Hence, a free movement of prices would not equilibrate supply and demand. Instead, in Cairncross's view, while the institutional changes enabling enterprises and consumers to react more readily to price changes were still in the early stages, administrative controls over quantities and prices were needed. In sum, Cairncross warned, indirect control relies on a perfectly competitive market. If there is no perfect competition, or if the market is not competitive, then administrative measures such as price controls are necessary. With these straightforward arguments, Cairncross debunked the idea that China could revert to indirect macro control under the given institutional reality, as well as the notion that swift price liberalization would solve the problem of aggregate excess demand. Cairncross cautioned that adjustments to the wage structure could easily result in wage-induced cost-push inflation. When the prices of some commodities go up, it does not necessarily lead to a general price rise for all commodities, but when wages are raised in one sector or department, it will very quickly affect other sectors and departments. The trend toward income equality will lead to a general upsurge of the wage scale. Broce, whose arguments during his first visits were frequently cited by Wu, Guo, and others in favor of wholesale price reform, had arrived at a slightly more accommodating position than he had had at the Moganshan World Bank Conference. Broce explained that when reflecting with other Eastern European reformers on the failure of their reforms, they had reached the conclusion that only reforms of all aspects of the economic system, including enterprise and price reforms in one fell swoop, could be successful. But his visits to China had taught him that there was some scope for gradual reform in particular, in light of the successes in China's large agricultural sector. Furthermore, the Eastern European countries had given up halfway as a result in the changes in the political circumstances. But in Broce's eyes, such a threat does not exist in China. Broce also acknowledged that China was the first country to adopt a dual-track price system for raw materials. Other socialist countries had had multiple prices for consumer goods, but the dual-track price system for industrial producer goods had been a Chinese invention. Broce was so impressed with the Chinese reform success and disillusioned with the Eastern European attempts of the 1950s and 1960s that he advised Chinese economists against seeking inspiration from his own writings. Nevertheless, in his conference presentation, Broce warned that the dual-track price system could only be a transitory mechanism and should by no means be applied for too long, or it would cause very detrimental effects overall. Regarding the next steps for price reform, Broce ultimately came to agree with Cornay's and Eminger's stance that it had to be imposed in one big package, including a liberalization of raw material prices. Broce's somewhat more cautious stance was overshadowed by Cornay, the self-described radical reformer. I interviewed Edwin Lim in a pleasant London pub some 30 years later. Lim, who had at the time of the conference been the World Bank's lead economist in China, stressed that Cornay was critical of the World Bank's activities in China in the 1980s due to their focus on economics rather than politics. In fact, it is remarkable that amidst the global neoliberal shift, the World Bank took a relatively balanced approach in China, bringing in a diverse set of views while leaving the judgment to the Chinese side. This practice is clearly reflected in the famous Bashan Conference. Cairncross, Tobin, Cornay, and Eminger, to name just a few international participants, did not see eye to eye when it came to the question of China's economic system reform. Lim pointed out that the World Bank was considered naive by Kornai for their hope to contribute to economic reform in China without promoting a change in the political system. According to Lim, Kornai's view was that economic reform without political change would get stuck. In an article on the Hungarian reform experience published in the Journal of Economic Literature, a year after the Boat Conference, and with some resemblance of Kornai's speech on the Yangtze River, Kornai articulated his skepticism of what he called naive reformers. They would be caught in a stubborn inner contradiction in their hope to get the active participation of the very people who will lose a part of their power if the process of market reforms is successful. Kornai described this naive reform approach as dominant in China's official writings and challenged the faith placed in the harmonious, mutually correcting duality of plan and market. On the boat, Kornai plainly expressed his criticism of such a duality of plan and market. He told his audience that the gradualist style of reform is likely to lead to a problem of the disuniformity of traffic regulation, and this would cause confusion in economic operations. This same example was later invoked by Jeffrey Sachs in his arguments against gradual reform, which he described as the rough equivalent of the British shifting from right-hand to left-hand driving by just switching over the trucks at first. Kornai acknowledged at the Boat Conference that in some realms, such as the ownership system, a gradualist reform was in place. Nevertheless, he insisted, it would be necessary to adopt the mode of all-out reform at once. That is, the various reform measures are synchronized, coordinated, and kept in step with one another. Price reform was at the heart of Kornai's all-out reform at once. Both Eminger and Kornai argued, on the whole, it will not be possible to complete China's reform within a short period of time, but the implementation of flexible market prices should not be delayed. Guo Shuqing and Chao Renwei noted in their report on the conference that the advice was to fight for carrying out a fairly all-encompassing price reform as quickly as possible. Or, to use Kornai's words, after he criticized the Hungarian government for taking 30 years to implement price and wage reform, instead of pushing them through in one package, I personally feel that things would have been a good deal better if the price system had undergone one brave surgery. Kornai pushed his radical liberalization stance to the point where Cairncross noted in his diary, I found Kornai's constant assumption that all state intervention in economic affairs, and especially pricing, was for the bad and to be suppressed. Very unrealistic. It has recently been argued that the advice that Kornai offered at the Bashan Conference differed in subtle but significant ways from the views for which he was widely known around the world. This suggested Kornai was behaving as a two-faced reform economist, with one face for Hungary and one other face for China. Kornai's intellectual journey was marked by radical turnarounds reflecting different phases of his life and stages of the socialist experiment in Hungary. But from the above-cited reports on the Bashan Conference, it becomes apparent that, regarding China, Kornai emerged as a radical reformer consistent with his agenda of 1990. The views for which Kornai was widely known around the world, to which Gewertz refers in the previous quote, were crystallized in Kornai's The Road to a Free Economy. Kornai calls the title of his book an echo of the Hayek title, The Road to Serfdom. The book is a neoliberal manifesto for shock therapy. Kornai promises nothing less than to show how to overcome the roadblocks on the way to a free society after decades of tight central planning and an overwhelming power of the state. Kornai's ambition goes far beyond his native Hungary. The book is meant to provide a universal blueprint from serfdom to freedom. He notes in the foreword, "I am confident that the core of ideas presented here is applicable not only in Hungary, but in all other countries in transition from a socialist regime to a free economy." Kornai's reform blueprint had a surgery for stabilization at its core. This surgery was the quintessence of shock therapy as applied in many socialist countries. Just as at the boat conference, Kornai warned that the execution of some of the required tasks should not be prolonged and cannot be accomplished by a series of small steps. Instead, these measures must be taken in one stroke. But, entirely in accordance with his position at the Bashan Conference, Kornai argued that some other parts would take time to be implemented. Kornai asserted, for example, that privatization, which he identified as a key element of system reform in addition to price reform, can be achieved only through an organic process of development and social change, and as such, had to be more gradual. In contrast, Kornai emphasized, consistent with his advice in China, that price reform belonged to the set of measures that must be taken at one stroke. He held that total liberalization of prices is necessary in the state sector. The sooner the operation achieves this goal, the better. The surgery, both in the eyes of the Chinese Kornai and the globally acclaimed Kornai, had to be prepared by creating a beneficial macroeconomic environment by the means of stopping inflation, restoration of budgetary equilibrium, and managing macro demand. In sum, both Kornais were in perfect agreement. Or, in other words, there is only one János Kornai when it comes to market reforms from the mid-1980s onwards. This Kornai is a shock therapist. The great admiration that Kornai reaped for his advice at the Bashan Conference by some Chinese reform economists also shows that shock therapy was very much in the cards in China. The mode of reform that had emerged as dominant in China by the mid-1980s and that was attacked by the one-stroke reformers was based on marketization through growth. I call this process to grow into the market rather than to grow out of the plan, because the most important aspect of the dual-track system was not a decline in absolute terms of the plan share, but the growth in relative terms of the market share. Marketization from the margins unleashed a fundamental transformation of the planned economy. But the process of reform meant, initially, growing into the market, and high growth rates indicated that the increase of the market share did not necessarily have to be at the expense of the planned economy. Thus, this mode of reform was driven by growth and development. In sharp contrast, those arguing for a package reform of the shock therapy type looked at the economy from a viewpoint of zero-sum games. The planned economy had to be cut out in order to make space for the market. As in a surgery, the patient had to take an anesthetic. This meant growth had to be sacrificed for some time in order to get the necessary, if painful, adjustments underway. At the Bashan Conference, Kornai warned of the trade-off between reform and high growth. Very much in agreement with Wu's Kornai-inspired arguments earlier in 1985. Bates supported this line, arguing that Yugoslavia's problem had been the failure to impose macroeconomic controls. Kornai explained that if the economy was allowed to overheat, the reaction would typically be decentralization, which would ultimately result in a reversal of reform. So, whereas from the reform paradigm of marketization from the margins, high growth was a powerful tool to transform the economy. Kornai emphasized the danger of overheating and of falling back on the plan. Kornai thus advised strict controls over total investment, as well as over the amount of currency in circulation, to avoid a rise in the general price level and to make price reforms safe. But it is not clear that those measures would, in fact, have stabilized the price level and made price reforms safe. Some participants at the conference expressed concerns about the problem of microeconomic limits to macroeconomic controls. For example, Tobin advised that the experience of many developing countries had shown that macroeconomic policies, such as those proposed by Kornai, are hardly effective if they lack the necessary microeconomic conditions, and they could thus not serve to stop inflation caused by price reform. Based on Kornai's own logic, one should not expect those macroeconomic controls to be effective in a socialist economy. At the Bashan Conference, Kornai ran into a similar inconsistency in his argument, which we spotted in Wu Jinglian's comments in Athens. Kornai implicitly delivered arguments as to why the control over investment, as well as over the general price level, were hardly compatible with the rapid price liberalization he promoted under China's given institutional arrangements. One of Kornai's most famous insights is the problem of a soft budget. Due to the paternalistic relationship between the state-owned enterprises and the higher authorities, enterprises can rely on a helping hand when they get into financial difficulties. For example, due to high investment expenditures. At the boat conference, Kornai added that if tight controls prevent this helping hand from stepping in, the enterprises shift budget difficulties away by raising prices. The greater the enterprise's power to set prices, the more they would tend to escape their difficulties by charging higher prices. The price liberalization recommended by Kornai would leave it fully to the enterprises to set prices. Thus, given that Kornai acknowledged that enterprise reform must be a slow process, the combination of strict budget controls with no possibility to go bankrupt on the part of the enterprises meant that price liberalization would result in rising price levels. Faced with rising prices and a strict budget constraint, but no way to discontinue business, the only way forward for enterprises was to raise prices. If this is taken into account, Kornai's policy prescription appears to be not for stabilization, but for destabilization. Kornai himself did not point to this contradiction between his prediction of enterprises' behavior and the overall outcome of price reform, and neither did the conference reports, but all the elements of such a critique of radical price reform were presented. This contradiction in Kornai's recommendation became the core of the warning against price reform issued by the leaders of the System Reform Institute shortly thereafter. Irrespective of these logical pitfalls, those on the boat who had long argued for macroeconomic retrenchment and rapid price reform took Kornai's recommendation for surgery at face value and were pleased to find Eminger reiterate the Erhard miracle. Lim remembered that, after the boat conference and the many contacts with Eastern European reform economists that the World Bank had organized, China's economists realized that a fundamental reform of the system was required. According to Lim, they now understood that, instead of tinkering around with the old system, they had to dismantle the central planning system. The Chinese participants had, in essence, been familiar with the arguments presented by the foreign scholars at the conference. As Cairncross noted in his diary, Brose, who worked closely with the World Bank and had by then been several times to China, said they knew it all and wanted not diagnosis, but prescription. To be sure, there were some new insights on practices of macroeconomic regulation in Western economies, and spelling out policies of indirect economic governance enhanced the prospects for marketization. Yet, the most immediate impact of the conference was to create momentum for the so-called package reform. In the months to come, the proponents of rapid price reform could enhance their position on the right prescription for China by citing conversations with world-renowned experts. One young conference participant opposed to rapid price reform, Luo Xiaopeng, suggested that this followed the old Chinese strategy of using a foreigner to enhance one's own position. The 1986 Program Office. Shortly after the Bashan meeting, the National Conference of Party Delegates convened in late September 1985 to adopt the Proposal for the Seventh Five-Year Plan, which was to commence in 1986. Parts of the proposal reflected the package approach to reform. It stated that changing from direct control over enterprises to indirect macro control was necessary to establish a new system for the socialist economy. Wu Jinglian and some of his opponents saw this as a sign that the package reform approach was gaining support. The leadership decided to continue strict controls over credit quotas and tight financial policies, which had been implemented earlier in 1985 in reaction to the high growth and rising prices. This continuation of macroeconomic retrenchment was consistent with the logic that there was a trade-off between reform and growth, and that in order to prepare for reform, aggregate demand had to be constrained. In early 1986, preparations for a shift in the approach to reform became more apparent. Chao Ziyang had long been torn between his experience with rural reforms and enterprise reforms in Sichuan, which had taught him to grope for stones to cross the river, and plans to jump over to a modern market economy with help of the magic of economic science. As the challenges of reform became ever more apparent, the promise of an easy, clear-cut solution gained in attraction to the point that China came very close to a Big Bang. In his January 1986 speeches to the economic leadership and the State Council on the tasks in the year ahead, Chao still emphasized that no major step should be taken in price reform, and in particular, the dual-track price system for steel should be continued for the time being. At the same time, however, macroeconomic control should be strengthened such as to create a good environment to launch the next step in reform. The year should be used to prepare a program for this next step by conducting thorough research. By March 1986, Chao had crystallized his vision for this next step. Package reform is superior to reform by individual measures, Chao told his personal secretaries, Bao Tong and Bai Mei-ching. The most important task was to straighten out the prices of 66 major producer goods. This would have to be accompanied by adjusting the tax system and, consequently, the system of public finance, and would affect the system of foreign trade and the financial system. To tie all these reforms together will be a major battle, since it affected the interests of enterprises, local and central government, as well as consumers immediately. But, in line with the arguments of the Eastern European reformers and their Chinese partners, Chao warned pretty much in Cornai's style that the basic problem was the coexistence of the old and the new systems. This caused a lot of friction. If China continued to proceed gradually, the contradictions between the two systems would become very severe, Chao cautioned. In particular, Chao suggested, just as Bros had at the boat conference, the situation of the coexistence of two very different prices for the same good could not last too long. If the conditions were found to be ripe, China should take a decisive step in the next 2 years and basically transition to a primacy of the new system. But despite this clear endorsement of package reform, Chao also cautioned, this could be the line of thought for further reform. We can also consider other lines. The key is to design a good program, thoughtful and comprehensively. 4 days after his conversation with his secretaries, on March 15, 1986, Chao addressed the National Work Conference on Urban Economic System Reform along the same lines. A package reform was the right approach, Chao proclaimed, but out of the package, the reform of the prices of raw materials, energy, and other important producer goods was the most crucial step to be taken first, in a decisive manner. To ensure success, Chao argued, it was necessary to prevent changes to people's real incomes. If prices were rising too much, this should be achieved by indexing wages to the Consumer Price Index. Even if such compensations incurred short-term financial losses, price reform had to be implemented determinedly, Chao told his audience. Just as the proponents of macroeconomic restraint as a first step toward package reform had argued, Chao suggested that to prepare for the reform of producer prices, investments had to be sharply limited. Whatever short-term pain this might cause was better than suffering from the chronic diseases of the old system. To push ahead with this package of short-term pain based on the promise of long-term gain, Chao called for drawing on the collective wisdom of practitioners and theoreticians, comrades from central departments and local authorities, old and young, to design a good program. Chao managed to generate the necessary political support for his preparations for a decisive step. On March 25, 1986, the State Council established the Economic System Reform Program Design Office, henceforth Program Office, to draw up a reform plan. The same month, Deng Xiaoping endorsed the go-ahead for price reform. Deng told the delegation from Hong Kong, "Reform will certainly involve risks. It can also cause some turbulences, but it will not work without determination. If we want to reform, we have to be prepared to take risks. In the past few years, our reforms have borne fruit thanks to careful consideration. if we now manage to adjust prices, we will have passed through an important pass in economic system reform. These statements by Chao Ziyang and Deng Xiaoping show that by the mid-1980s, the idea of a trade-off between short-term and long-term pain that necessitated sacrifices now to prepare for a better future was on the minds of China's leadership. This logic of inducing suffering by policy action now, in hopes of creating a future superior economic system, is at the heart of shock therapy. The Program Office had representatives from all levels and relevant departments of the state and party to ensure its legitimacy in imposing drastic measures. Yet, those who had long pushed for package reform dominated intellectually. The executive head was Gao Shongquan, a vice minister of the System Reform Commission, who had also been the commission director of the System Reform Institute before Chen Yize and Wang Xiaochong took over and played a critical role in granting the institute's autonomy. The executive head was Gao Shongquan, a vice minister of the System Reform Commission, who had also been the commission director of the System Reform Institute before Chen Yize and Wang Xiaochong took over and played a critical role in granting the institute's autonomy. Yet, since Gao Shongquan was about to lead a delegation of the System Reform Institute to Hungary and Yugoslavia, Wu Jinglian was among those substituting temporarily for Gao in his capacity of deputy director. Other notable members included An Zhewen, Cheng Zheping, Ma Hong, Tian Yen, Shi Jinggun, and Zhang Jingfu, as well as Zhu Rongji, who became vice premier in 1993 and premier in 1998, and is known for his neoliberal reform agenda. Zhu, an engineer by training, was at the time a deputy minister of the State Economic Commission, the founding director of Tsinghua's School of Economics and Management, modeled on U.S. business schools, and had maintained a working relationship with the World Bank since their first mission to China. The prominent proponents of package reform who now joined the Program Office included Luo Jiwei, who had previously joined forces with Guo Shuqing to draft a proposal for radical price reform, Zhou Xiaochuan, Luo's co-author at the Moganshan Youth Conference, as well as Lu Guoguang, who had worked closely with the World Bank to bring Eastern European economists such as Bros and Schick to China in the first years of reform. Wu pointed out that this was the beginning of a close cooperation among this group that came to fruition under the presidency of Jiang Zemin and the premiership of Zhu Rongji in the 1990s and early 2000s, the period of China's most neoliberal market reforms. Zhou Xiaochuan aptly summarized the main characteristics of their group as radical reform economists applying basic market theory, and noted that since they were seeking to derive market-oriented reforms from these basic theories, they were often criticized for the divorce of theory from practice, idealism, and book worship. The first reform proposal of the Program Office, titled Basic Outline for Reform in the Next 2 Years, dated April 25, 1986, was drawn up within 22 days. The program was an expansion on the 1985 draft proposal and reflected the basic logic previously supported by Wu, Guo, Luo, and others, as well as promoted by the Eastern European reformers and proponents of the Erhard miracle. The program was fully in accord with Chao Ziyang's March 15th speech, in which he had urged for the necessity of short-term pain for long-term gain. The program argued for the necessity and possibility of one big step in reform within the next 2 years, stressing that the success or failure of reform would be decided in the course of the 7th Five-Year Plan, 1986 to 1990. The approach was once more labeled a package. The need for coordination was stressed to create synergies between the different elements of reform, yet the implementation was meant to be split into separate planned steps. In the past years, the autonomy of enterprises had been greatly strengthened, yet no complementing measures had been taken to create a competitive market. A competitive market was thereby defined as a rational price structure that would guarantee equal profit rates and hence fair competition. Thus, for 1987 and 1988, the big step should be price reform with complementary tax and public finance reform. More concretely, the proposal stated, "The reform of energy and raw material prices is the starting point and key link of this package reform. The distorted price signals were to be corrected in one big upward adjustment. Depending on the concrete conditions of the commodities, this would either be one big adjustment or a big adjustment followed by one or two smaller ones. Crucially, the proposal expected that stable market conditions would arise from this exercise relatively swiftly. So, prices should be liberalized within a short period of time, unifying the dual prices into one track. Tax reductions should serve to stabilize retail prices, while important investment projects should receive subsidies to compensate the increased input prices. Then, in 1988, the reform of the producer goods prices and taxes should be followed by a reform of the public finance system and the state allocation and investment system, which were both directly affected by the previous two reform measures. Later, wage reform and reform of the international trade system should follow. Wu, as one of the architects, stressed that this plan, with price reform at its core, followed Sheik's basic model of adjusting first and then letting go. However, in light of the discussion in Chapter 5, it is clear that the program also departed in critical ways from Sheik's recommendations. Sheik had pointed out that calculation-based adjustments would make price liberalization safe, but only under certain restrictions. First, Sheik explicitly warned that the prices of basic producer goods should continue to be state-planned as long as these goods were in very short supply, which was still the case in China at the time, manifested in the very large gap between the market and planned prices for these goods. Second, Sheik saw it as a precondition that the state allocation system of mandatory planning would be dismantled before price liberalization, since this old system was, in his eyes, incompatible with the market mechanism. The 1986 program, in contrast, saw the reform of the state allocation and investment system as the second step after price liberalization. Third, Sheik warned that, besides a seller's market, aggregate excess supply, which the program's office plan sought to achieve by further macroeconomic retrenchment, just as Kornai and others had recommended at the boat conference, the monopolistic state-owned enterprises had to be broken up prior to price liberalization. Sheikh had put forward the case of Yugoslavia to caution that if monopolies prevailed, the result of price liberalization would be inflation and turmoil. The plans of the Program Office aroused strong opposition from China's gradualist reformers. Warnings of the dangers arising from price rises and social instability caused by a big bang in price reform were issued by the reform economists at the Economic System Reform Research Institute, based on fieldwork in Yugoslavia and Hungary. These economists were dedicated to reform, but opposed to this one-stroke program. Their interventions fueled skepticism among government officials and state-owned enterprise leaders concerned about the high costs and political risks of the Program Office's plan. As these critical voices were becoming more forceful, the economists in the Program Office once more relied on foreign tailwind. On June 21, 1986, Edwin Lim, as World Bank representative, met with Chao Ziyang and urged, "I think you can speed up reform, in particular price reform." Repeating once more Bros's position at the Bashan Conference, Lim said that the dual-track price system was a transitory measure and as such should not last too long. Lim advised that China could not simply copy the method of rural reform in the cities, but should adopt the combined program of price, tax, and public finance reforms. The same month, one of China's most important elderly reform economists spoke out in favor of the Program Office. Prompted by Wu Jinglian, Xue Mu-chao wrote a letter to Chao Ziyang and Tian Ji-yun supporting the plan for radical price reform. Xue wrote, "I was told that what was going on was not a single reform, but a total overhaul in prices, tax revenues, finance, and credit. I believe this is encouraging progress." Xue also encouraged prioritizing the reform of the prices of the means of production, and believed that the risk could be reduced to a reasonable level if capital construction could be strictly controlled. Elsewhere, Xue explained the critical difference between his thinking and Kornai's. Xue pointed out that he did not agree with Kornai that the budget constraint was necessarily soft and investment hunger was an incurable chronic disease in socialist countries. In Xue's view, capital construction could be brought under control and inflation must not be a logical result of price reform. Xue thus avoided the inconsistency in Kornai's argument. Yet, it remains remarkable that Xue, in his 80s, underwent such an intellectual turnaround, from a cautious reformer drawing lessons from his decades of experience in practical economic work to an endorser of package reform. Despite these influential voices rallying behind the Program Office, the plan for a big step in price reform was ultimately aborted. Debunking the Big Bang. In theory, for any given good, utility will be increased by eliminating price distortions. In practice, however, the nature of the goods could be decisive if one was waiting for expected responses from supply and demand after implementing the Big Bang. If price distortions were primarily concentrated in consumer goods, such as bikinis and miniskirts, the Big Bang would be a little bang, and vice versa. The Big Bang would be really big if price distortions were concentrated in energy and material goods, such as oil and steel. Wang, 1998. As the proponents of the package approach were gaining influence, and the preparations for a Big Bang were advancing, different groups of reform-minded economists gathered forces to oppose this drastic measure. The opponents of shock therapy differed in their views on what would be the right next step in economic system reform, but they all agreed that a Big Bang would have disastrous consequences for the Chinese economy and people, and ultimately for the prospects of reform. Some young economists who had emerged from the Moganshan Youth Conference as influential reform thinkers, such as Hua Xiong, He Jiacheng, Luo Xiaopeng, but also Zhou Qi-ren and Zhang Wei-ying, and others, saw the core contradiction between the old and the new systems not in the persistence of two different prices, but in the loosely defined ownership relations. For instance, establishing clearly defined property rights over the enterprise's assets in the form of an asset management responsibility system was the recommendation of Hua Xiong and his group for the next step of reform. One of China's most eminent senior economists, Li Yining, argued for establishing a socialist stock market. Others, like Wang Xiaoqiang, the leader of the China Economic System Reform Research Institute, and Ji Xiaoming, promoted enterprise reform, but thought that China should transcend the logic of private ownership rather than simply emulating Western capitalist organizational forms not suited for China's realities and socialist path. The debate between the proponents of different versions of enterprise reform and those in favor of a Big Bang in price reform has typically been labeled as a debate of enterprise or ownership reform first versus price reform first. But the confrontation between the different views was deeper than just a question of sequencing. Those in favor of a Big Bang were drawing on the Langa tradition of applying the logic of Walrasian equilibrium theory. For them, the market was essentially represented by a vector of prices, and the most crucial thing for China to move to a market economy was to get the prices right. Those who challenged this view were deeply versed in the institutional reality of China and the complex historical processes that had given rise to market economies in the capitalist world. For them, the market was much more than price signals and could only emerge from the interplay between suitably structured enterprises facilitated by the state in some way. From this perspective, letting go of the prices of essential producer goods, with or without previous adjustment, would result not in an equilibrium, but in chaos, inflation, and political instability. A Big Bang in price reform is no solution to structural disequilibrium. Li Yining's challenge. Li Yining used a speech commemorating the 67th anniversary of the 1919 May 4th movement at Peking University to debunk, on theoretical grounds, the plans for a Big Bang. Rebecca Karl aptly characterized May 4th as an anti-imperialist, intellectual, and activist program of resistance and opposition to the corrupt domestic governmental systems of the Republican era, global institutions, and local organizations. The May 4th program, in important ways, reshaped China's political and intellectual landscape of the 20th century. Peking University students were an important force in this movement. Some 30 years later, Li Yining had been introduced to Western economics at Peking University in the 1950s by Chen Daisuan and Luo Jiru, who had earned PhDs from Harvard in 1925 and 1937, respectively, and were among China's leading authorities on foreign economic thought. While some of the economists of the middle generation, who now pushed for radical price reform, had been fully integrated into China's emerging orthodoxy of Soviet-style economics at the time, Li kept a critical distance and a vibrant interest in Western economic thought throughout the Mao years. Due to his research, Li was repeatedly and for prolonged periods banned to the countryside for hard manual labor before and during the Cultural Revolution. With the beginning of reform, Li finally became a full professor at Peking University in 1979 at age 49, and he became a party member in 1984. Li Yining organized a weekly lecture series on Western economics at Peking University beginning in 1979. It drew great attention, including from young intellectuals who had returned from the countryside and were at the time beginning their own studies of foreign economics. The proponents of package reform were inspired by the Eastern European reformers, and ultimately in the intellectual tradition of Oskar Lange's neoclassical vision of market socialism. In contrast, Li Yining had broken with Lange in the 1970s, dissatisfied with his ignorance of human behavior and institutional realities. Back at Peking University and back at academic work, Li drew on 2 decades of reading and reflection to publish a number of books introducing contemporary currents in economic thinking. The first of his monographs, Galbraith's Institutional Economics, criticizes Galbraith's bourgeois frame of reference. To argue from the standpoint of critique when discussing Western economics was still customary in China at the time. Through his in-depth study of Galbraith's life and work, it is clear that Li was familiar with the Galbraithian stance on American price controls and monopoly capitalism. Li's second major work was The British Economy in the 20th Century. He set out to find the reasons for the British disease and was critical of the British post-war mode of economic regulation and welfare policies. Yet, throughout this work, Li was an expert on the British transition from a wartime to a peacetime economy and must have been acquainted with the arguments in favor of maintaining a degree of price controls in the transition, as also put forward by Cairncross at the Bashan Conference. These books served as preparatory works for Li's theoretical systematization of his forceful challenge to the feasibility of a big push in price reform, which resulted in what Li considers his most important academic contribution, Chinese Economy in Disequilibrium. In his 1986 May 4th anniversary speech, Li Yining coined what Fewsmith found to be perhaps the best-known sentence to be penned in the course of debate over economic reform. Economic reform can fail because of the failure of price reform, but its success cannot be determined by price reform, but only by ownership reform. Although the proponents of a big push had promised that rapid reform of crucial input prices would bring a breakthrough, Li now warned that its failure could ruin the whole reform project, while even its success could not bring the promised advance in reform. When they invoked the need for short-term pain to achieve long-term gain, China's political leaders acknowledged that the risk and fiscal costs of a major step in price reform would be high. Li now added that, while the pain was certain, In contrast to the promises of the package reformers, the gains, even in the best-case scenario, would be low. According to Li, and in contrast to Milton Friedman, Wu Jinglian, and many others, China could not hope to replicate the West German post-war Erhard miracle. All that imposing such a shock in pursuit of a miracle would do would be to undermine the social and economic foundations of successful reforms. At the core of Li's argument was that China was in a state of structural disequilibrium, an argument clearly reminiscent of Galbraith's disequilibrium system. Li defined his notion of disequilibrium in contrast to the Walrasian equilibrium concept. Li saw a Walrasian disequilibrium as a deviation from the Walrasian equilibrium. The Walrasian disequilibrium is a state when price and quantity adjustments that are automatically forthcoming have not yet been completed. This assumes fully developed markets in the form of perfect competition, perfect information, and fully flexible prices. Hence, in this conception, disequilibrium is not a resting point, but a transitionary state before equilibrium is reached. However, China at the time, in Li's view, was in a state of disequilibrium, understood as a balance condition under which there is neither a fully developed market nor a flexible price mechanism. Li warned that overcoming aggregate excess demand under China's conditions was not a matter of adjusting prices, but of developing enterprises' competitiveness. In a Galbraithian mode, Li argued, this could not be achieved by breaking up monopolies. Instead, Li urged fostering of management capacities and transferring the socialist enterprises into public stock companies. Li's main concern was with instituting horizontal market relations between enterprises and professionalizing the government's regulatory capacities. Hence, in Li's analysis, a market would not emerge by destroying the plan and liberalizing prices. Instead, a slow process of institutional change had to be initiated by the state to create markets. As long as these institutional changes that were meant to create, essentially an emulation of capitalist enterprises, were ongoing, a dual system of prices and modes of economic regulation must prevail in Li's view. Moreover, Li cautioned, China was to face an absolute scarcity of certain key inputs for some time. Those scarcities could not be overcome by liberalizing prices. Instead, direct government regulation continued to be necessary, including certain price controls. In the government's regulation of prices, prices prevailing on the market track of the dual-track system must be the starting point. This did not mean that the government would equate plan and market prices. Rather, Li suggested, the government would regulate the market through the deviation of the two prices. In Li's approach, maintaining the dual-track price system for a long period was an essential part of China's market reforms. Li acknowledged that the dual-track price system caused frictions, but he found that under China's conditions, there was no choice but to stick with this second-best solution for the time being. Crucially, for Li, equilibrium is not a goal in itself, but an analytical tool to assess the conditions of China's economy. It would be easy to achieve a low equilibrium by suppressing demand to the low level of supply, but this would mean creating an equilibrium of poverty. Even if imposing macroeconomic austerity and letting go of prices would create a stable equilibrium, as the package reformers seemed to think. This would not be a desirable state for the society and economy. Creating a good environment for reform must mean something different than such a low equilibrium in Li's vision. The outcome of the short-term pain imposed by package reform, according to Li, was not expected to enhance China's economic development. Li stressed that the government's reform policies should not impose shocks, but be designed to enhance continuity and stability, putting people at ease. If individuals and firms sense the kinds of sudden changes that overnight price liberalization would bring, they would react by rushed precautionary measures up to the point of political unrest. Thus, a swift, big step in price reform would create social and political dangers for the overall reform project without solving China's economic challenges in moving toward a prosperous market economy. The price reform first proposal sounded very appealing in theory, Li argued, but in practice, given China's reality, the only way was to stick with the dual-track price system and gradually go ahead with ownership reform. Lessons from Reform Practice. The System Reform Institute surveys in China, Hungary, and Yugoslavia. Li Yining's challenge to the package reform program had authority, thanks to his status as one of China's foremost scholars of foreign economics at the time. The reputation of the Chinese Economic System Reform Research Institute, CESRRI, henceforth referred to as the System Reform Institute, was derived from the pioneering scale of their empirical research and the sharpness of their interpretation. Their work had gained these young researchers the leadership's, in particular, Qiao Ziyang's, trust and support since the rural reforms. In 1985, the newly founded System Reform Institute, under the leadership of Chen Yize and Wang Xiaocheng, conducted a large-scale study to evaluate the progress of reform in the urban industrial economy and to delineate possible ways forward. This was arguably the most extraordinary empirical investigation undertaken in 20th century China up to that point. The quality of the study was uncontested, and it impressed the State Council, especially Qiao Ziyang and many fellow economists. Even those who disagreed with the study's conclusions, such as Wu Jinglian, endorsed the high standards of research. In the preface to the publication of this groundbreaking study, Chen Yize summarized the System Reform Institute's research approach. Chen argued that as reform progressed, the economy would become more difficult to control and reform harder to sustain. In sharp contrast to the package reformers, who took the planned economy as a starting point for their analysis, Chen observed that, at this stage, China's economy is quite different from both the Soviet model and the Western market economy. While China had to learn from the experiences of other countries, Chen insisted, China could not simply copy. The answer does not lie in books or in other countries' models. Only through practice can we find the best way to build a socialist country with Chinese characteristics. In Chen's view, China's researchers from all social science disciplines were challenged to cooperate in integrating theory with practice to achieve a systematic investigation into the actual situation. Qiao Ziyang read the 1985 System Reform Institute survey and once more asked Wang Xiaocheng to join one of the premier's study tours. This provided an opportunity to discuss the Institute's findings at a time when the package reform approach had already gained great attention. Wang and the researchers at the System Reform Institute agreed with the basic goal of marketization and with the liberalization of the prices of goods in excess supply, as was already underway in 1985. The major disagreement, Wang pointed out to the Prime Minister, was on how to achieve the creation of a market economy. Whether the prices of scarce key inputs should be liberalized in one go, despite the great risks and costs, or the dual-track price system should continue until market relations had developed to a sufficient degree, enterprises had become more independent entities, and supply had increased enough to open the bottlenecks. Wang strongly supported the second option. He and his colleagues agreed with the shortcomings of the dual-track price system, with its tendency to divert inputs from the plan into the market that harmed the plan's fulfillment, and the problem of corruption. But they thought that the dual-track system was still a better solution than trying to destroy the planned economy through overnight liberalization. They warned Zhao that package reform would destroy the core of China's industrial economy without creating a market. The proponents of the package reform approach frequently emphasized its comprehensiveness, pointing to the coordination of the reform of prices, taxes, and public finance. Yet, comprehensiveness in the reform approach was not what set the two sides apart in the eyes of the researchers at the System Reform Institute. It was commonplace among market reformers at the time that changes to the price system would necessitate changes in the tax and wage system, and thus also in public finance. Wang Xiaocheng saw the decisive difference in whether the core of the planned economy should be reformed in one package with price reform as the first big step, or whether the economy should grow gradually and experimentally into a socialist market by letting the dual-track price system prevail. The System Reform Institute study demonstrated that the dual-track price system was showing remarkable results only months after its official adoption in 1984. But it also warned that adjustments within the system were required. One part of the study was a questionnaire survey on the public response to price reform conducted in more than 2,000 households all over the country in February and July 1985, before and after the abolishment of the unified purchase and sale system for grain, and the letting go of the prices of a range of non-staple agricultural products. The survey showed that a large majority of respondents reported rising living standards and increasing or constant levels of food consumption, as well as an increasingly positive attitude to a partial market regulation of prices, despite these price liberalizations. The clear message of the survey was that the dual-track price system was a success in the public's perception. Another part of the study evaluated the economic outcomes of the dual-track price system for raw materials by surveying 429 industrial enterprises. It demonstrated that once the price liberalization at the margins for raw materials exceeded a certain threshold, it had a great effect on the enterprise's behavior. Raw material producers expanded production to meet demand, and downstream enterprises economized on raw materials. This demonstrated that under the dual-track price system, enterprises had begun to tailor their activities to market conditions. But besides these positive findings on the expansion of the dual-track price system to the industrial economy, the study also warned of macroeconomic imbalances driven by structural wage inflation. The spiraling up of wages would result in a hidden expansion of the consumption fund, an excessive expansion of the light industry, and a softening of the bank constraint. The System Reform Institute researchers asserted that the problem lies in the micro-mechanism. Enterprises faced extremely uneven operational conditions, for example, with regard to fixed assets. Thus, labor productivity and profits were primarily determined by these uneven conditions rather than by the efforts of the workers. Enterprises with good initial conditions had high profits and used them to raise their workers' wages and bonuses. This kicked off a wage hike. In the absence of a labor market, and given the lifelong socialist bond between enterprises and workers in other enterprises and sectors pressed for matching wages. The overall result was a rapid expansion of the consumption fund. This again exerted inflationary pressures, but also induced a swift proliferation of small-scale, consumption-oriented investments in light industry, diverting resources away from investment in more upstream projects necessary for China's long-term industrial development. These investments were fueled not only by the traditional investment hunger, as the package reformers would have it, but also by a softening of the bank constraint. A survey among factory directors showed that they faced a hardened fiscal constraint but had access to lax bank lending. This soft bank constraint, the System Reform Institute argued, posed an even greater danger than Kornai's soft budget constraint. In a very Keynesian fashion, the System Reform Institute study states, "The banks possess unlimited power to create money. Nowadays, it has become common practice for enterprises to pay bonuses and welfare expenses from their own funds and carry on construction projects on borrowed funds. The profit retained by the enterprise is mainly earmarked for consumption, which generates additional investment demand through the accelerator mechanism. The resulting effects, a shortfall in productive investments, in turn exert a two-pronged pressure on bank financing, compelling the banks to grant loans, and finally compelling the central bank to issue currency." In the analysis of the System Reform Institute researchers, this accelerating process of bank lending was underlying the inflationary tendency in the mid-1980s. To overcome this upward pressure on the general price level, however, it would not be enough to simply rely on indirect macroeconomic control of the kind that the package reformers prescribed. The effectiveness of such indirect control was determined by the state of the microeconomic base, the System Reform Institute study argued. Such indirect macro control was thus not suited to prepare for reform, but could only be developed by reforming the microeconomic base. The interviews with enterprise managers had shown that imposing fiscal constraints did not work to harden the budget constraint when they had access to practically unlimited bank lending. But, just as James Tobin had argued at the Boat Conference, they suggested that monetary policy was also relatively ineffective under Chinese-specific conditions. The soft banking constraint was in the nature of the Chinese banking system at the time, and could not easily be overcome by reducing money supply, since money was endogenously created. The underlying force driving prices up, the System Reform Institute researchers found, was an overexpansion in wages and small-scale, consumption-oriented investment in the light industry that was enabled by the bank's money creation. Thus, to ensure reform as well as the foundations for long-term development, which required large-scale coordinated investments in heavy and chemical industries, infrastructure, and so on, some of China's most radical reformers argued for a temporary re-centralization. Wages had to be controlled, investment priorities had to be imposed, and bank lending had to be curbed by planning. In the meantime, the introduction of a labor market and capital market should be pursued gradually, such as to establish competitive constraints on excessive wage and investment expansion. Once those market constraints were in operation, the temporary re-centralization could be relieved. In parallel to this partial re-centralization, the System Reform Institute authors maintained the dual-track price system should be transformed into contracting fixed quotas to the enterprises, rather than adjusting the quotas regularly based on the enterprise's output, as was the policy when they conducted their survey. A fixed quota would ensure that profitability considerations for investment decisions were internalized, and the enterprises would be made responsible for their long-term development. As the enterprises grew beyond the fixed quota, they became ever more reliant on the market, a process facilitated by the gradual expansion of the labor and capital markets. This fixed quota approach, which kept the size of the plan constant and encouraged the enterprises to grow into the market, was at the heart of the System Reform Institute's reform strategy. They pose this as an alternative to the package reform approach. The readjustment of prices, promoted as the first step in the big push, was rejected as necessarily arbitrary. Such a price readjustment should be prepared by calculations, argued the proponents of package reform. The System Reform Institute researchers held against this, arguing that those calculations must be based on a static analysis of the situation at one point in time. Only by looking at a frozen image of the economy could a complete set of prices be calculated. However, as a result of China's ongoing reform efforts, China's economic system was evolving dynamically. In essence, such a price adjustment would mean a forced return to the old unified system of irrational planned prices initially. The System Reform Institute study recommended instead to lift control step by step, depending on the specific conditions of each commodity. When it became clear in early 1986 that Zhao Ziyang was actively considering taking a big step in price reform, the System Reform Institute researchers faced a political dilemma. On the one hand, their political influence was built on being Zhao's institute. On the other hand, their extensive research was making them ever more aware of the dangers of a rapid reform of the prices of raw materials and other key inputs. Although they were not challenging Zhao publicly, a fierce debate arose among China's reform economists, who agreed on marketization as the direction to take, but violently disagreed on how to reform. Wang Xiaocheng was most articulate in his critique of the Big Bang. Alarmed by the dangers involved in pursuing such a shock approach, Wang personally went to the home of Zhao's senior secretary, Bao Tong, in early 1986. Bao Tong held Wang in high regard and welcomed the opportunity to discuss the next step in reform with him. Wang warned of the high risks and low prospects of success of taking the planned big step in price reform, hoping to influence Chao Ziyang through his trusted secretary. Wang also directly raised his concerns in discussions with the proponents of the Program Office's plan. Wang pointed out that his argument against the Big Bang was very simple. There is no question that enterprise reform is a very slow process, but if you cannot have a Big Bang in enterprise reform, you cannot succeed with a Big Bang in price reform. Wang's basic point is that China's major industrial enterprises at that time were still socialist production units that formed a part of the state planning apparatus. They were not set up to respond to price signals, and they were, by design, monopolist or oligopolists. These enterprises had been created not to compete with other enterprises, but to implement orders from higher-level planners. Given this institutional structure, liberalizing prices would not result in prices converging to equilibrium. There were also no forces in place that would sustain calculated equilibrium prices, no matter how correct those prices might be. Under the given institutional arrangement, giving up price control could not create equal competition as the proponents of a Big Bang promised. Horizontal links between producers were only emerging under the dual-track price system. Most transactions between providers and customers were handled by the administrative distribution system, and enterprises often did not even know their suppliers or customers. Wang cautioned that this system was built on administrative relations with administratively set prices and was not prepared to adjust to market signals, no matter whether they were correct or distorted. Furthermore, Wang pointed out that the state-owned enterprises could not fire workers and could not go bankrupt. Wang put forward an argument that, like presented by Kornai at the Athens Conference on price responsiveness, if the prices of inputs such as basic raw materials were rising as a result of upward adjustments of prices or liberalization while the budget constraint was hardened, as the package reformers recommended, enterprises had no other choice but to use their monopoly position and also raise their output prices. Wang warned that under China's given institutional structure, this was the only way for enterprises to generate sufficient revenues to pay the wages of their workers. Since there was no competition, more downstream enterprises would pay those higher prices, and they would hand down the price increase to customers for the same reasons. The result would thus be inflation, and not perfect competition or equilibrium. Under China's given institutional arrangements, Wang argued, liberalizing prices of industrial goods in short supply, with or without prior price adjustments, would result in accelerating inflation, undermining the foundations of reform. This debate was not an academic argument in which the proponents of one decisive step in price reform would have been prepared to be convinced by the challenges to their plan based on empirical facts or theoretical analysis, or vice versa. It was, rather, a battle over influence on China's leaders. As has been derived, the package reform approach drew on the insights of Eastern European reform economists and the lessons they drew from their country's reform attempts. The System Reform Institute, for their part, decided to see for themselves what China could learn from the frequently referenced cases of Hungary and Yugoslavia, applying their methods of on-the-ground investigation. In late 1984, Chen Yize had met Márton Tárdos, one of the architects of the Hungarian New Economic Mechanism of 1968, and at the time, head of the Department for Economic Mechanism under the Institute of Economics of the Hungarian Academy of Science, during the latter's visit to China. Tárdos told Chen that his friend George Soros had great interest in China's reforms and would like to invite a Chinese delegation. Soros, according to Tárdos, was dissatisfied with the course Hungary's reforms were taking and thought that change in a big country such as China could attract greater attention from the world than a small country such as his native Hungary. Soros's hope might have been that if China pushed ahead with radical market reforms, that would break the dike and create an opening for other socialist countries to follow. He Weiling, an old friend of Chen Yize, who was studying in the U.S., reiterated Soros's invitation until the System Reform Institute leadership finally decided to take up this opportunity. From May until mid-June 1986, a delegation under the leadership of Gao Shongquan, the head of the program office, with Chen Yize and Wang Xiaoqiang as deputies, visited Hungary and Yugoslavia, sponsored by George Soros. Members of the delegation included not only the heads of several departments of the System Reform Institute, but also Ma Kai, the director of the Beijing City Price Bureau, vice premier from 2013 to 2018, Lu Mai, today Secretary General of the China Development Research Foundation, of the State Council's Rural Development Research Center, sent on behalf of Wang Qishan, today Vice President, Li Jienge, of the State Council's Technological and Social Development Research Center, who was a co-author with Wu Jinglian, Zhou Xiaochuan, and Luo Jiwei, and seen as a proponent of package reform, Xiao Ming of the State Planning Committee, and others. They held 111 discussion meetings in Hungary and Yugoslavia with the country's leaders of reform programs from the government, the party, and academia, with representatives of enterprises and government departments affected by the reform, to study the friction, contradictions, and the general problematic areas that emerged in the transition from an old to a new system. Among their discussion partners were, for example, several vice prime ministers, the father of Hungary's economic reforms, Reso Nyers, Soros himself, economists Tárdos and Kornai, as well as high-ranking planners. On the most basic level, the delegation brought home the lesson that the Hungarian and Yugoslav leaders stressed that reform was a difficult, gradual process in which it was impossible to reach a goal in one step. Hungary had been reforming for 20 years and Yugoslavia for 40 years, and the final breakthrough had still not been achieved. Reform was a unique historical process and could only be approached as such. This message of the reform leadership ran counter to the interpretation of academic economists such as Bross, Schick, Kornai, and others. Rather than suggesting that gradual reform must fail, those operationally in charge of reform in Hungary and Yugoslavia saw gradual reform as the only possible way. From the viewpoint of the reform practitioners, There was no alternative to gradual reform. All attempts they had launched in trying to pursue reform in a big push had failed. This finding questioned the logic of any one decisive step on the most fundamental level. At the same time, the investigations in Hungary and Yugoslavia showed specifically that the one decisive step in price reform that China was then preparing was more likely to bring difficulties than a reform breakthrough. The investigation was structured in an open-ended way. Open to the point that Zhou Xingcheng, a professor of the People's University of China, asked Chinese why they were starting the investigation from such basic questions. This open process of investigation generated decisive evidence for the System Reform Institute's warning against pushing ahead with price liberalizations in China. The survey showed that both Hungary and Yugoslavia had gone through a golden age of reform that closely resembled the initial reform years in China. When enterprises had first been granted greater autonomy, and the prices of processing and consumer goods industries were largely liberalized, while the prices of raw materials and energy remained controlled at a low level, the profit motive served to generate very high growth. When it was at that stage, Yugoslavia was even propelled to rank third in the world in terms of growth rates from 1956 to 1964. The pre-reform industrial structure had been skewed toward heavy industry. This provided the foundation for a rapid growth of light industry. Light industry quickly became a highly competitive sector thanks to its low investment requirements and high turnover rate. Traditionally, high prices of industrial consumer goods made processing industries very profitable, while high demand was the result of years of chronic shortages. Thus, industry was growing rapidly, and living standards were rising at a high pace. This simple combination of price liberalization and profit incentives proved insufficient, however, as a reform approach for the more capital and technology-intensive, large-scale heavy and extracting industries. The high investment requirements and degree of concentration, long gestation periods, and central position in the distribution system of the planned economy led to these basic industries being inflexible in their response to the market. The supply elasticity for critical inputs, such as energy and raw materials, was very low, while at the same time, the demand of the industries processing these inputs was also relatively inelastic. In the absence of the possibility to go bankrupt, all enterprises had to keep running, buying inputs, and selling their outputs at whatever price allowed them to pay the wages of their workers. With the demanders and suppliers unable to adjust to the price signals, both Hungary and Yugoslavia experienced that liberalizing the prices for these critical goods did not adjust their industrial structure. They entered an inflationary spiral in which commodity prices and wages took turns going upward. As Kornai had pointed out to the Chinese delegation in his analysis of the Hungarian experience, the result of an upward adjustment of the prices of production goods would be a reversion to the initial relative prices at a higher general price level. Due to the inelasticity of supply of producer goods, more or less the same quantity would be offered at the higher price, thus increasing the input costs for the processing industries. The processing industries, in turn, would hand down the price increases to the consumers. During the golden age of reform, Workers had become accustomed to higher living standards and would now react to price rises by demanding higher wages. The lesson the delegation drew from the Hungarian and Yugoslav experience was directly opposed to the recommendation that the package reformers had drawn from the writings of Eastern European reform economists. As a result of one big step in price reform, the delegation warned, the economy would enter into a spiral of price and wage hikes, endangering its internal stability and external competitiveness. A warning to Chao Ziyang. The delegation sent back a telegram to Chao Ziyang with their warning. The survey of the two socialist pioneers of economic reforms showed that the result of a big bang in producer goods prices would be inflation and a threat to social stability. What was required for China to move toward a market economy was a slow and complicated process of re-industrialization, turning the socialist factories from subordinate production units into competitive enterprises. A big bang in price reform would, however, endanger the institutional foundations for such a gradual reform. The telegram carried great weight, both because it came from Chao's trusted young economists and because it was based on historical experience and a clear analysis. More critically, the leader of the delegation and main signatory of the telegram, Gao Shongchuan, was also the leader of the Program Office. The Program Office had been established to draw up a plan for a big push in price reform combined with wage and tax reform that would have resembled the first step of shock therapy. Now, the reform cadre, who had been put in charge to spearhead this program for a decisive step, had come around to warning the leadership not to implement this same plan. On the second day after the delegations returned to Beijing in mid-June, they met Chao Ziyang. In all their interactions with him, they had never seen Chao in such a state of despair. Shortly before receiving the delegation, Chao had met with the senior reform officials and economists An Zhewen, Ma Hong, Tian Jiyun, and Yao Yiling for a 2-day discussion on the Program Office's plan. Ma Hong expounded his view on the basic dilemma they faced. There were two plans for price adjustments of raw materials. One was a large plan with price adjustments to the levels that had been calibrated as equilibrium prices. This involved an estimated cost of 60 billion RMB for subsidies to compensate enterprises and citizens for the price rises. A smaller plan, estimated to cost 30 billion RMB, would entail only smaller adjustments. Those at the Program Office, with whom Ma Hong basically agreed, argued there was no point in implementing the smaller plan, since the reason for the adjustment was to prepare for liberalization, which would require the calculated adjustments. The Finance Department, however, held against this that all the economy could handle was the smaller plan. Yao Yiling agreed with Ma Hong, recommending the larger plan. In contrast, An Zhewen, who had previously supported package reform, cautioned that the plan should be re-evaluated prudently. An made clear that he was not alone with this view. He reported that there was great anxiety within the System Reform Commission about the Program Office's plan. An added, the closer comrades were to practical work, the greater their worries about this plan. But, An pointed out, warnings were not limited to officials in charge of economic work. Li Yining, one of China's leading theoretical economists, had also cautioned that price reform could not bring about a success in system reform. Chow Zi-yung, too, brought up several objections and alternative plans that had been raised to him. This included Hua Xiong's plan for an asset management responsibility system, which Chow, however, criticized as too idealistic and impractical. Chow's greatest concern regarding the program office's plan was its prospects of success. The key question in Chow's eyes was not that there were risks involved, but to gauge the advantages of a realistic outcome of this plan. The short-term costs and risks of the plan could be handled, but if it could not actually deliver a breakthrough for reform, it had to be discarded. Before meeting with the delegation, Chow was already at the tipping point in his decision, pondering his doubts about the long-term benefits of package reform. The delegation to Hungary and Yugoslavia now delivered a thorough assessment of the prospects for success of the big step in price reform based on the concrete lessons of the two countries with the greatest experience in socialist reform. The delegation concluded that experience proved that the plan was not suited to deliver a breakthrough in economic system reform and was likely to do more harm than good. The findings of the survey in Hungary and Yugoslavia, which delivered a clear, experience-based answer to Chow's question regarding the prospects for success, were critical in convincing Chow to stop the plan for overnight price liberalization that he had pushed with all his political capital. If any further evidence regarding the uncertainty about the advantages of rapid liberalization, especially of key input prices, was required, it was furnished by the visit to Beijing of the West German economist Hans Karl Schneider in October 1986. As I have described, besides the Eastern European experience, a second important historical reference, first promoted by Friedman and frequently cited by the Chinese proponents of a Big Bang, was the so-called Erhard miracle. Schneider, a West German ordo-liberal who had completed his Ph.D. with a dissertation on price determination in the gas sector, inspired by Walter Eucken, was then chair of the German Council of Economic Experts and could count among his credentials that he had worked in the 1950s under Ludwig Erhard in the West German Ministry for Economic Affairs. During his visit to China, Schneider warned vigorously against rapid liberalization of the prices of energy and raw material that were still in short supply. He stressed that these prices were not deregulated as part of Erhard's overnight liberalization after the war in West Germany. Steel and coal remained subject to price control until the 1970s. Schneider reiterated a warning that the Swiss ordo-liberal Wilhelm Willy Linder of the University of Zurich had delivered to China's leading reformers a month earlier. Linder had cautioned against the same ripple effect that the survey in Hungary and Yugoslavia pointed to and suggested, based on the West German experience, that prices of production goods should only be liberalized when supply was no longer short of demand. This debunked the reading of the Erhard miracle by Milton Friedman and his Chinese followers. As we have heard, Friedman infamously pronounced during his first visit to China that the Erhard miracle was a very simple thing that produced more or less instant success. Linder and Schneider, with the authority of detailed knowledge of the West German case, now warned that Erhard's price reform did not involve the liberalization of the prices of essential production inputs such as energy. This must have added to Chow's doubts about the benefits of the short-term pain he had been about to impose on the Chinese economy. Conclusion. By the late summer of 1986, what had started under the label Coordinated Comprehensive Package Reform was watered down to an adjustment of only the important and symbolic price of steel, combined with a partial tax and financial reform. In the fall, the last remnants of the shock treatment were condemned. On September 15, 1986, in a speech at Peking University on comparing the two schools of reform thought, Li Yining reiterated his warning that price reform would not solve the challenge of economic system reform. He stressed once more the dire prospects for success. The decisive question remained of whether a chance for success of the program's office's plan for price liberalization warranted the uncertain effects on the overall price level and the economy as a whole. Chow consulted An Jawen once more for his evaluation of competing inflation estimates. An admitted that it was impossible to calculate the ripple effect of a price increase, even if it was for only one price, that of steel. The only experience China had was the adjustment of textile prices, but textiles were a semi-finished product, so it was much easier to foresee the resulting inflation. In contrast, for an indispensable upstream product in short supply such as steel, An pointed out it was out of the question to predict the impact of a sudden price increase on the general price level. In 1986, China narrowly escaped a big bang. Confronted with diverse authoritative warnings about the unforeseeable risks of imposing the shock of price reform and the uncertainty about its benefits, Chao Ziyang ultimately gave up on package reform. This plan had appeared like a comprehensive solution in theory, but it proved infeasible in practice. Chow came around to arguing that the basic challenge of economic reform was enlivening enterprises. This, Chow realized, could not be achieved in parallel with a radical price reform that endangered the stability of economy and society while bearing little prospect for success. The first, most shocking element of shock therapy, overnight price liberalization, was aborted. Instead, the reform approach of marketization from the margins prevailed that left the core of the old industrial system in place, but froze its size. At a meeting in January 1985, Wang Xiaoqiong and Song Guoqing had presented enterprise reform with output contracting at its core to Chao Ziyang in a discussion of the seventh five-year plan. A full-scale contract responsibility system enhancing the dual-track price system along the lines proposed in the 1985 System Reform Institute survey was now implemented. For the time being, this settled the fierce contestation among China's competing reform economists in favor of gradually growing into the market. But the struggle over China's reform approach was by no means over. 8. Escaping shock therapy. Causes and consequences of the 1988 inflation. When discussing the question of price reform, Deng Xiaoping said, "We have to take a big risk here, but we can accomplish it. We have to take the possibility of big risks as our starting point and prepare countermeasures from the outset. This way, even if we face a major hazard, the heavens will not fall." People's Daily, June 4, 1988. Introduction. In 1986, wholesale price liberalization was debunked by reform economists who believed in marketization but opposed a Big Bang. After Chao Ziyang gave up on the reform blueprint, his program in 1987 and early 1988 was to combine enterprise contracting with a new coastal development strategy. This constituted an internationalized version of gradual marketization from the margins and the dual-track system. But in the early summer of 1988, radical price reform suddenly became the agenda of the day. China once more came within a hair's breadth of a Big Bang. This time, the cost was dramatic. For the first time since the 1940s, inflation spiraled out of control. People across the country reacted to the announcements of a big push in price reform with panic buying, bank runs, and local protests in an unprecedented popular backlash against market reforms. The Chinese leadership had no choice but to halt the plans for price liberalization in the fall of 1988. Instead of pushing through with price reform, austerity and retrenchment became the order of the day. The events of 1988 and 1989 led up to the imprisonment or exile of many protagonists of reform, some of whom I have interviewed. A number of the reform economists who emerged relatively unharmed from the turmoil were quick to come up with their interpretations of the events of 1988. Conversely, many of those exiled abroad, imprisoned, or withdrawn into private business had difficulties making their stories heard. Confronted with various conflicting accounts, and with little reliable evidence at hand, it is hard to make sense of the precise dynamic of the 1988 breaking point of reform. With this caveat in mind, I present here my reading of China's escape from shock therapy in 1988. The synthesis of my thoughts is based on the wide-ranging interviews I conducted. My account cannot be attributed to any single one of my interviewees. Given the politically charged nature of the events in 1988, I have decided not to include references to individual interviews in this chapter, but to instead exclusively refer to published material. China's painful escape from a Big Bang in 1988 is part of the larger background to the uprisings and the massacre on Tiananmen Square. English-language literature basically presents two interpretations for why radical price reform was attempted in 1988. One stresses the importance of Deng Xiaoping. According to this account, Deng personally took initiative and pushed for price reform, anxious to achieve a reform breakthrough before his powers would become frail. The other interpretation emphasizes the policy advice presented to Chao Ziyang by a delegation to Latin America who allegedly suggested that inflation was not to be feared. By that account, the delegation's policy advice led to a bold move on price reform. This interpretation resonates with the widespread sentiment among intellectuals in China's 1990s, which was also prevalent among the 1980s package reformers, that Western science constitutes the only legitimate source of knowledge. It appears, from this perspective, that the deeper reason for the mistake was to follow the example of a backward country. These two interpretations roughly coincide with the explanations provided by economists who were competing over the right market reform approach in the 1980s. For example, Chen Yize and Zhu Jiaming stressed that Deng Xiaoping initiated the attempt to push through with price reform, and Chao Ziyang had to follow. In contrast, Wu Jinglian argues that Chao Ziyang took the lead and followed the advice of the delegation to Latin America that was headed by Zhu Jiaming and Chen Yize. It will probably have to wait until historians have access to the relevant archives before this matter can be settled. I aim to take both interpretations into account. On balance, my reading is closer to the first interpretation. But rather than focusing on Deng Xiaoping individually, I situate the decision to implement wholesale price reform in the context of the clash among China's political leadership at the time and the increasing social tensions resulting from marketization. I therefore begin by laying out the political impasse that reform had reached in late 1987. The previous chapters in this book show that by 1988, China's reformers had been grappling with the question of price reform for about a decade. This is important in interpreting Deng's impatience in 1988. Furthermore, I have derived how the question of price reform divided China's reform economists broadly into two camps: those arguing for gradual marketization from the margins under the dual-track system, and those promoting wholesale price liberalization in one package. Understanding the formation and intellectual orientation of these groups provides important background in considering competing interpretations of the looming inflation and corruption that led to the spiral out of control in the summer of 1988. Impasse of reform. To understand the course of events in the summer of 1988, we must begin by considering the broad political constellation. The 13th Party Congress, in October 1987, marked a consolidation of China's market reform agenda. It unleashed an increasing tension between reformers such as Chao Ziyang and Deng Xiaoping, who were prepared to do whatever it would take to reform China's economic system, and leaders such as Cheng Ying, who thought that reform should not overrule the primacy of socialist planning. As I discussed in Chapter 4, the beginning of China's reform era was underpinned by a reevaluation of historical progress. Under Mao, revolution was conceptualized as a continuous political struggle. Establishing socialist relations of production was perceived both as a goal in itself and as a means to achieve material development. In contrast, under reform, economic development became the all-encompassing goal, and social relations of production were evaluated based on how much they contributed to achieving this goal, largely independent of how socialist they were. The development of the forces of production was from this point forward China's foremost project. When the fight over the boundaries of reform among China's leaders was mounting in the second half of the 1980s, the old debate over the nature of China's socialism and the role of economic development was revived. The 13th Party Congress settled this debate in favor of economic reform at all costs. Chao Ziyang, who later became General Secretary, proclaimed in his political report to the Party Congress, "With the productive forces lagging far behind those of the developed capitalist countries, we are destined to go through a very long primary stage. During this stage, we shall accomplish industrialization and the commercialization, socialization, and modernization of production, which many other countries have achieved under capitalist conditions. Chiao spelled out what being in the primary stage of socialism should mean in terms of the party's agenda. Whatever is conducive to the growth of the productive forces is in keeping with the fundamental interests of the people, and is therefore needed by socialism and allowed to exist. Conversely, whatever is detrimental to this growth goes against scientific socialism and is therefore not allowed to exist. This implied a new kind of whateverism that contrasted sharply with that of Mao's designated successor, Hua Guofeng. Hua had famously said in 1977, "We will resolutely uphold whatever policy decisions Chairman Mao made and unswervingly follow whatever instructions Chairman Mao gave." According to the logic proclaimed by Chiao at the 13th Party Congress, as long as China was in this primary stage, defined as economic underdevelopment, everything that served economic growth should be considered necessary for socialism. This was an anything-goes paradigm of market reforms. Versions of the concept of a primary stage of socialism had been discussed since the late 1970s. In 1979, Su Xiaojia and Feng Lan Rui published an influential article arguing that China was still at a stage of undeveloped socialism. At the time, this formulation was judged as too dismissive of China's socialism. The 1986 Resolution on Certain Questions in the History of Our Party acknowledged that China's socialist system was still in its early phase of development, but also emphasized that China had undoubtedly established a socialist system and entered the stage of socialist society. Now the concept was elevated to state doctrine. This implied that all boundaries to reform should be shattered. Throughout the very long primary stage of socialism, China should do whatever was needed to catch up with the achievements in modern production that other countries had reached under capitalism. Deng's perspective was fully consistent with the logic of the primary stage of socialism that Chiao had articulated at the Party Congress. Some months earlier, in April 1987, Deng had famously pronounced, in a conversation with the Czechoslovak premier, "Poverty is not socialism. We must support socialism, but we must move ahead in building a socialism which is truly superior to capitalism. We must first rid ourselves of the socialism of poverty. Although everyone now says we are creating socialism, it is only in the middle of the next century, when we have reached the level of the moderately developed countries, that we will be able to say with assurance that socialism is really superior to capitalism and that we are really building socialism." In Deng's view, the sole leadership of the party had to be preserved to guide China to the stage of economic development that would allow the creation of a fuller version of socialism. This was a strict limit to the new whateverism. But on this path, Deng found fearless market reforms necessary, even if it required unraveling core socialist institutions for the time being. In response to the first major student protests of the reform era in 1986, Deng had shown his readiness to defend the communist state's authority by all means. Deng called upon the younger generation of political leaders, Hu Yaobang, Chao Ziyang, Wan Li, Li Peng, and others, that protests had to be responded to with a firm, clear-cut stand, and warned that, Otherwise, bourgeois liberalization will spread unchecked. Copying Western democracy was not a way forward for China, in Deng's eyes. Deng's intervention was an unmistakable message to General Secretary Hu Yaobang. Hu had been a key reform leader from the early days onward, and Hu's 1978 essay, "Practice is the Sole Criterion for Judging Truth," had laid out a foundational principle for economic reform. In 1987, Deng accused Hu of taking a laissez-faire attitude towards bourgeois liberalization and forced Hu to submit his resignation. In Deng's view, China's stage of development dictated that democracy could only be considered a viable option half a century hence. As much as Deng was violently opposed to Western-style democracy and the separation of powers, he was dedicated to market reforms at all costs. Deng's vision clashed with that of Cheng Ying, who refused to go as far as Deng in dismantling existing state socialism. In the second half of the 1980s, Deng's approach became dominant. Marketization had moved to the core of the urban industrial system in 1984. The full embrace of the concept of a primary stage of socialism was in sharp contrast with Cheng Ying's famous birdcage logic. Cheng Ying was an important initiator of reform in the early days. Since the Revolutionary War, Cheng had gained experience in using the market as a weapon in the communist struggle. He had a deep practical understanding of the powerful dynamic unleashed by the market. Cheng thought that while the market could be used as a means, it should not become the dominant force. Although he was a reformer, Cheng did not believe this action would negate the achievements of socialism to that date, as the concept of China still being in a primary stage implied. For Cheng Ying, the market should operate within the boundaries of a socialist-planned economy, like a bird flying inside a cage. In Cheng's eyes, China was about to let the bird free in the late 1980s. In the approach articulated by Chao at the 13th Party Congress, market forces were welcome to whatever extent they served economic development. Note, however, that for Chao, too, development, not marketization, was the goal. At the 13th Party Congress, the market was elevated to the dominant economic mechanism, yet it was not meant to be free, but to be regulated through the state. This was captured in Chao's famous slogan, "The state intervenes in the market, and the market drives the enterprises." The free, unfettered market was not expected to deliver development, but at the same time, some of the core economic institutions of state socialism were considered expendable in the name of economic progress. In his report to the 13th Party Congress, Chao called to speed up the establishment and cultivation of a socialist market system. This involved expanding the market to the means of production, technology, labor, and finance. Including the factors of production in the commodification agenda meant a decisive step away from planning. When Chao began to make his opening remarks at the Congress, Cheng stood up and walked out. Cheng, the senior leader who had guided the initial economic reforms, expressed his disapproval for everyone to see. Before the 13th Party Congress, revolutionary veterans who had led reform with widely varying degrees of principledness and pragmatism had announced their semi-retirement. Deng Xiaoping, Cheng Ying, and Li Xianyan officially stepped down. But they continued to compete over defining China's path through informal channels. When in 1988 reform reached an impasse, the battle among China's leadership was led by these semi-retired veterans. Seeking a way out of the deadlock, Deng decided to push ahead with price reform. Hoping to defend his vision, Deng decided that the decisive task of reform was to break through the barrier of prices. Looming inflation, corruption, and competing reform paradigms. The increasing political confrontation occurred when the mood in the population at large was at a tipping point. As a result of marketization, corruption was increasingly rampant. Social tensions heightened and exacerbated the clash between the two sides of China's leadership. China was experiencing high inflation by its own post-revolutionary standards, even before the summer of 1988, when inflation spiraled out of control. Output growth was high in 1987 and early 1988, at about 11%. But the long-standing privilege of China's urban population to access basic goods at low prices began to be threatened. The growth of the Consumer Price Index, CPI, had reached a new height at 8.8% in 1985, before falling to 6% in 1986, as a result of Cheng Ying's retrenchment policies of 1985 to 1986. Inflation was back on the rise in the second half of 1987, with the year-on-year increase of the CPI of 9.1% in December. State bank credit had been growing at an annual rate of 20 to 25% since mid-1986, far outpacing the growth of output. The question was not primarily about whether or not money was oversupplied. Instead, the question was about the drivers of this money supply and the inflationary trend. Was it a matter of central bank policy and government spending? Fiscal and monetary policy in the conventional macroeconomic sense? Or was some dynamic ingrained in the workings of the economy, endogenously creating money, in which case further institutional innovation, gradual rebalancing, and reform were the way out? Competing and complementary explanations for China's looming inflation in 1987 and early 1988 broadly align with the opposed reform approaches I described in previous chapters. Package reformers, such as Wu Jinglian, argued that inflation was the result of aggregate excess demand, and in a monetarist fashion saw the root cause of inflation in the accelerated money supply after 1986. Wu's junior collaborator, Zhou Xiaochuan, later appointed governor of the People's Bank of China by Zhu Rongji, was broadly in line with the macroeconomic view that focused on fiscal and monetary policy. He unpacked what he saw as problems in the banking sector that undermined effective monetary policy. Zhou stressed that China did not yet rely on an independent central bank. The role of the People's Bank of China, Zhou pointed out, was to implement the State Council's credit plan, while commercial banks had to respond to direct requests by local governments and government departments. It follows from this perspective that money supply could be adjusted only by changing the demands of the central and local government on the banking sector. Hence, what was needed was fiscal restraint combined with banking reform towards central bank independence. Zhou's view was broadly consistent with the larger package reform paradigm that projected the economic problems of the reform process on partial reforms and a perceived insufficient separation of the state and the market. As I have shown in previous chapters, the dual-track price system did not directly abolish the existing planning institutions, but as it took hold of the core of China's economy, it unleashed a powerful market dynamic that served to both transform and erode the existing state socialist institutions. The dual-track price system was meant to turn socialist production units into market-oriented enterprises. With it came a new logic of operation, the pursuit of profit and individual incentives. The proponents of a more shock-like form of market reforms were quick to attribute the spreading of corruption and official profiteering to the friction between the old and the new systems inherent in the dual-track approach, rather than the market per se. In fact, trying to erase the friction between the two systems by leaping to the market, as Russia did, turned out not to prevent, but to accelerate corruption. Chinese proponents of shock therapy began to employ Virginia School public choice theory and new institutionalist theory, in particular the concept of rent-seeking, to argue their case against dual-track reforms. They were catching up with the latest neoliberal attack against state intervention. Neoclassical welfare economics saw the state as a benevolent agent with the capacity to fix market failures. Public choice theory posited against this that the state would be constituted of politicians and bureaucrats who are controlled by special interest groups and pursue their own benefit through corruption and rent-seeking. Nicholas Lardy introduced rent-seeking theory to China's reform debate in 1988 in the new journal Comparative Social and Economic Systems. The journal published a series of contributions throughout 1988 to popularize rent-seeking as an analytical tool in China's market reform debate. Wu Jinglian and Rong Jingbun, the driving forces, collected these articles in the book Corruption, Exchange of Money and Power. It included translations of leading neoliberals like Buchanan, as well as of Cofford and Collender, and surveys of the recent English-language literature, including, for example, Anne Kruger's contributions. Rong Jingbun's preface to the book illustrates how rent-seeking theory was mobilized against the dual-track price system. From the vantage point of public choice theory, corruption resulted not from marketization, but from the lack of a perfectly competitive market. Rong argues that some people would associate the rampant corruption with the increasing role of the market. Contrary to this view, Rong held it would be obvious that official profiteering was in fact the result of the divergence between plan and market prices under the dual-track price system, which provided opportunities for rent-seeking. This, in turn, would create a vicious cycle, where officials were taking advantage of the dual-track price system and therefore opposed real reforms. Rong issued yet another call for wholesale price liberalization as the only way forward for reform. In Rong's words, "If we want to break out of this vicious cycle, we can no longer control the economy. We have to stop exclusive sales under the plan and price controls. The only way to establish fair competition is to separate enterprises from the state bureaucracy and liberalize prices to achieve full marketization." The policy implication of the rent-seeking analysis turned out to be fully aligned with the aborted Big Bang of 1986. In line with their monetarist analysis of the underlying reason for rising inflation, Wu Jinglian and other package reformers now put even greater emphasis on the need for macroeconomic restraint to bring aggregate demand below aggregate supply as a necessary step in preparing price liberalization. The so-called package reformers' common slogan was, "Control the money supply, reform prices." In a proposal for the next 7 years of reform, 1988 to 1995, submitted to the System Reform Commission in May, Wu Jinglian and his group, Zhou Xiaochuan, Li Zhenge, Lu Jiwei, Guo Shuqing, and others, once more fleshed out their vision for reform in 2 steps: monetary control followed by comprehensive price liberalization, importantly including the prices of essential raw materials and industrial inputs. Once again, they referred to the West German and Japanese post-war liberalization to legitimize their strategy. Urging that a decisive step had to be taken sooner than later, they employed typical shock therapy rhetoric. Both controlling the money supply and liberalizing prices are not easy to implement and require taking a considerable risk. Although it is difficult to launch price reform at the right time, there is no way around it, and the longer one waits, the more difficult and riskier it gets. As long as we put a comprehensive package of reform measures in place, we can absolutely crash through the barrier, i.e., price reform. According to Wu and his co-authors, the inflationary trend in the first half of 1988 only added to the urgency. When inflation starts, it usually accelerates. There have been very few examples in the world of gradual control of inflation. Usually, one must stomp on the brake at some point. We need to cross this path eventually, so better sooner than later. A long-lasting pain is worse than short, sharp pain, so it is important to decide quickly. The basic orientation of the 1988 proposal remained the same as in the plan of the 1986 Program Office. But the tone had further radicalized, and the scope of reform had moved from combining price, tax, wage, and finance reform to include ownership reform, a reform of the government system to be compatible with the market economy, financial liberalization, and the commodification of land and labor. As Wu made clear in a paper later that year, he was calling for a completely new economic system as the only way to improve efficiency. This would require hard-hitting measures to supersede the dual-track system in a relatively short time. Small state-owned enterprises should be sold off, while bigger ones should be turned into joint stock companies. This privatization strategy should reform the legal governance structure of state-owned enterprises, such that the government will only retain the role of overall management of society and the economy, and would no longer be the direct agent of public ownership, let alone interfere in the internal affairs of enterprises. In this paper, Wu articulated the full shock therapy script. China's radical market reformers had evolved beyond calling for the first and decisive step of shock therapy, that is, a big bang in price liberalization. They were now proposing the full shock doctrine that was sweeping the developing and socialist world. An alternative perspective on the growing inflationary pressure and aggregate excess demand to that of the package reformers emphasized the long-standing question of the relationships between agricultural expansion, investments, and urban consumption. This was, as I will discuss in the next section, broadly Chao Ziyang's approach. In early 1988, the emphasis on food prices and agriculture was also a common take among price officials. For example, Cheng Zheping, then the director of the General Administration of Commodity Prices, in a speech in February 1988, stressed that food price increases explained about two-thirds of the Consumer Price Index rise in 1987. The underlying problem was both a heightened demand, thanks to growing incomes, and a lack of supply of agricultural goods. In Cheng's words, "When grain, meat, and vegetable are plentiful, it is easy to stabilize prices." This condition was not in place in the late 1980s. Agricultural reform had delivered quick results in the first years of their inception, but increasingly ran into difficulties. When grain output reached unprecedented levels in the early 1980s, the old problem of how to industrialize without aggregate excess demand was temporarily eased to some extent. By 1988, grain output had not again surpassed the 1984 level that had prompted the abolition of the unified purchase and sales system for grain. In 1984, the state fixed the prices of 67.5% of agricultural goods. By 1988, that share had declined to 24%. But, as Song Guoqing and others had warned, it turned out that the switch to voluntary contracting did not yield enough grain procurement for the state to keep prices stable. The unified system of purchase and sales had been abolished since it could not handle large grain surpluses. When faced with a tight supply of grain, the government reverted to compulsory contracts. But the government had to raise the grain procurement prices also for these compulsory grain contracts in order to compete with new economic opportunities in the flourishing rural industries and sideline production. Rising grain procurement prices exacerbated the challenge of keeping the cost of grain low for urban workers. Since 1985, this had been achieved through a combination of low retail prices for grain and by means of subsidies. These urban consumption subsidies were part of the wage bill. Increasing these subsidies set off an upward spiral for a wide range of prices. A higher wage bill exerted pressure on industrial prices. Higher prices for industrial inputs, in turn, reduced returns on agricultural production and encouraged more farmers to move into rural industry, hence exacerbating the upward pressure on agricultural prices. The need for government subsidies to keep agricultural procurement prices up and retail costs down caused a growing government deficit. In the face of limited access to international and domestic lending, this deficit was largely financed by printing money that went to peasants in the form of a higher price for their produce and to urban workers in the form of subsidies. As a result, aggregate demand exceeded supply and exerted pressure on the general price level. In this interpretation of the causes of the growing inflation, it would not be enough to simply tighten monetary policy. Rather, the rural-urban relation had once more to be rebalanced. An additional dimension to cost-push inflation originated from the imbalance across different industrial sectors. The System Reform Institute researchers attributed the imbalance to the behavior of enterprises and continued to urge for enterprise reform. They had called the underlying mechanism of credit expansion the soft bank constraint in their 1986 study, which gave rise to overinvestment or excessive wage payments. This study had also warned of a minusculization of investment, with most funds going into highly profitable light industries and consumer goods instead of raw materials, energy, and heavy industry. This trend continued in 1987. Light industry grew at a faster pace than key industrial inputs such as energy, thus exacerbating shortages. The first years of reform marked a shift from a heavy industry-oriented development model to a light industry-oriented one. Eventually, this created bottlenecks in upstream industries. The combination of bottlenecks and increasing demand due to a rapid expansion of light industry caused the market prices of essential inputs such as coal, oil, and steel to diverge sharply from the state-planned prices. By 1987, the number of producer goods rationed by the central government had declined from 256 categories in 1984 to 26 in 1987, and the rationed goods, too, were sold on the market under the dual-track system. The government announced in 1987 that 50% of all producer goods were allocated by the market. It turned out that the rapid and chaotic increase of market prices for producer goods set off a limited version on the market margin of the kind of cost-push inflation that the System Reform Institute, Li Yining, and others had warned Chao Ziyang of in 1986 when they intervened to stop the implementation of wholesale price liberalization. Market prices rapidly inflated in relation to plan prices. In 1987, the market prices of 13 basic producer goods were 115% above plan prices. Rising prices of industrial inputs put upward pressure on all other goods. At the same time, the tremendous divergence between market and plan prices in highly concentrated upstream industrial sectors, such as energy, provided unprecedented opportunities for profiteering and corruption. Many officials with access to the resources that were in short supply did not manage them as stewards of the national or local economy or their production unit. Instead, according to numerous accounts, they abused their power, diverting some of the revenue from the skyrocketing market prices into their own pockets, accepting cigarettes and alcohol as bribes, or granting relatives and acquaintances access to the precious resources. Corruption was one of the reasons for the Chinese students' dissatisfaction that resulted in major protests in 1986. One of their leaders, Feng Lizhe, a brilliant physicist, called for complete modernization and complete westernization in response. As I have argued, package reform economists saw widespread official profiteering as yet another ground to attack gradual reform and call for complete marketization. In sharp contrast, the researchers at the System Reform Institute continued to vehemently oppose the logic of shock doctrine. In 1987, after the implementation of the nationwide production contracting system for state-owned enterprises, they conducted another large-scale survey mirroring their efforts in 1986 to evaluate the state of reform. They were concerned by corruption, but once more argued that wholesale price liberalization and a jump to the free market would not serve to solve the underlying problem of shortages in essential raw materials, energy, and heavy industrial goods. From the perspective of the economists at the System Reform Institute, given China's low level of development, the state was the only actor that had the capacities to organize these crucial upstream industries essential for China's economic progress. In their view, a separation between bureaucracy and enterprises in these critical sectors was not compatible with China's development goals. Instead, what was needed was an industrial restructuring in these upstream industries. It would involve mergers under public ownership to enlarge the scale of production and enhance technology, aiming to stimulate higher levels of output and overcome the prevailing shortages. The problem of official profiteering, in the opinion of the economists, could not be solved simply by abolishing the plan. Instead, new organizational structures and institutional innovation were needed to overcome excessive power in the hands of individual cadres and establish a system of accountability that would effectively prevent corruption. After 1986, Chow's reform approach was broadly aligned with that of the System Reform Institute. Chow's mission was to continue reform through development. This increasingly involved not only domestic marketization, but also a gradual reintegration into global capitalism. At the core of Chow's approach was enterprise contracting combined with the coastal development strategy. In working out these policies, Chow relied on survey work by the System Reform Institute. The coastal development strategy is not to be confused with the special economic zones that had been launched in the very early days of reform as islands of opening up. In Chow's own words, his new strategy meant allowing the 100 million to 200 million people in the coastal regions and the enterprises in the regions to integrate into the global market. From the autumn of 1987 to 1988, Chow Zi-yung, who had built his career in the 1960s in Guangdong, toured this coastal province, along with Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Fujian. On this extended investigation, he was once more joined by Du Runsheng and Wang Xiaoqiang, on whose research Chow had relied since the agricultural reforms of the early 1980s. On their travels, they held long discussions with local cadres on the county, district, and provincial levels to evaluate whether the export-led development strategy of the Asian Tigers, Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea, and Taiwan, could be adopted to China's coasts. Upon their return from the study tour, Chow summarized the coastal development strategy in January 1988. Labor-intensive industries always go where labor costs are lowest, Chow observed. From the perspective of the Asia-Pacific region, we see that these industries first relocated from the U.S. to Japan and later to Taiwan, South Korea, Hong Kong, and Singapore. Chow remarked that during these two big waves of relocation, China's economy had not yet opened up. Currently, another big shift is underway. But the current time, he suggested, was the ideal moment to bring this production to China. China's coastal regions should be very attractive this time. We can think of the coastal development strategy as an internationalization of the gradual dual-track marketization. The idea was not to integrate all of China at once into global capitalism, or to loosen state control over core upstream and technology-intensive industries. Rather, as Chow pointed out, coastal development was to be pursued in a way that would not drain China's domestic resources. The slogan, "Extend both ends abroad," meant that raw materials should come from abroad to be processed by cheap Chinese labor for export. This strategy would channel the abundant investments in light industry by township and village enterprises into exports. In Chow's vision, small enterprises engaging in export industries could be privatized to free up funds that could be invested into technology-intensive upstream industries. The expansion of upstream industries, in turn, would help to overcome the shortages in industrial inputs, one of the key drivers of cost-push inflation. Revenues from light industry exports could also finance the import of industrial inputs and further ease the pressure on prices. Foreign indebtedness should be avoided, according to Chow. Instead, China's coastal enterprises should attract foreign direct investment. This would not only prevent the risks of being dependent on foreign creditors, but it would also bring the advantage of acquiring new management techniques, thus contributing to enterprise reform. The domestic version of the dual-track system transformed China's socialist production units into market-oriented enterprises. The coastal development strategy extended this approach to the global market. China's enterprises were to be not just marketized, they were to catch up with global capitalism. The reformers and economists involved in devising this strategy saw it as another step in the gradual marketization process from the margins. Wang Xiaochong, who advised Chow on this strategy, reminds us when looking back more than 2 decades later, we never guessed that the economy of the coast would become the engine of Chinese economic growth. To be sure, by far not all of the young reform economists who had entered the market reform debate as proponents of the dual-track price system continued to argue for a gradual reform approach in the late 1980s. An article widely discussed both in China and internationally merits mentioning in this regard. Authored by Hua Sheng, one of the claimants to be originator of the dual-track price system, and his co-authors, Zhang Shuijing and Luo Xiaopeng, the article describes the first decade of reforms. The authors posited that the dual-track system had been effective in opening up markets and disintegrating the old planning system, but that it had failed to create a functioning market economy. Hua, Zhang, and Luo continued to oppose proposals for radical price reform, arguing that they would fail to establish market competition. Instead, they claimed that reform in socialist countries had reached a dead end unless the system of state ownership was dismantled and property and civil rights reestablished. Hua and his co-authors saw the reason for the failure of the dual-track system in its tendency to reproduce and expand the power of officials. In their view, the official authority could not be broken by abolishing planned prices, as those in favor of rent-seeking suggested. Rather, for Hua, Zhang, and Luo, the only way to move to a market economy was to undermine official power by guaranteeing property rights and civil rights to China's citizens. They pioneered proposals for voucher privatization and effectively demanded a wholesale change in the political system. It might seem as though Hua Xiong and his group, and Wu Jinglian and other package reformers had converged in their demands for wholesale marketization and with the System Reform Institute in their desire to reintegrate China into global capitalism. In truth, however, the separate groups of reform economists remained fierce opponents. They were deeply divided in their view of how market creation could succeed. In fact, Hua, Zhang, and Luo's 1988 article in large part is framed as an attack against the reform proposals by Wu Jinglian, Luo Jiwei, Zhou Xiaochuan, and other package reformers. This reflects the heated debate at the time. While this ever fiercer struggle among market reform economists was raging over the question of how to move forward, the looming inflation and rampant corruption created a new momentum among those who were opposed to further reform altogether. Zhao Ziyang's stance and critiques. Zhao had already been severely criticized by planning proponents and cautious reformers, such as Cheng Ying in 1987 and early 1908 for allowing prices to rise moderately. He also faced increasing criticism from the same direction for not bringing corruption under control. Trying to defend his reform approach against radical reformers and reform opponents alike, Zhao made remarks that were later interpreted as saying that some degree of inflation and corruption was inevitable in the process of reform. Zhao reflects on this criticism in his prison notes. He writes, "After June 4th, when Li Peng and his associates were criticizing me, they accused me of saying that corruption was unavoidable in the reform process, and therefore that I had a laissez-faire attitude toward corruption." Zhao reports that in one of his letters of appeal against his imprisonment, he had explained that, though inflation hit in 1988, I believed that the condition was neither all that grave nor so difficult to resolve. In Zhao's account, he did not think that inflation or corruption were unimportant, as his political opponents alleged, but that both were solvable problems that could be overcome in the process of reform, and that there was no need to bring rapid growth to a temporary halt. In Zhao's eyes, development and stability could go hand in hand. In addition, the fact that Zhao decided in 1986 to stop his own push for price liberalization in response to warnings against the dangers of inflation shows that he was fully aware of the risks involved in rapid price rises. Yet Zhao's awareness of the dangers of inflation has not been widely recognized. One of the most detailed accounts available of this juncture suggests that Zhao now, spring 1988, began to signal that he did not regard inflation as a serious risk. After the 13th Congress of the Communist Party of China, CPC, in October 1987, Zhao Ziyang had become General Secretary. In his new position, he was no longer directly in charge of the economic policy. The new premier was Li Peng, an engineer by training and Zhou Enlai's foster son, considered to be a protege of Cheng Ying and Li Xianyan. In January, Li Peng, along with leading cadres of several departments of the State Council, including Yao Yiling, who soon afterward became vice premier, warned that the economic situation was dangerously deteriorating. In particular, they worried that rising prices would be alarming. They called for bringing prices under control as the most urgent task of the year 1988. Premier Li Peng summarized the takeaway points of the State Council's consultation. "The focus of our attention must be the price question," he pleaded. "Every economic challenge is related to prices, and prices have an impact on every aspect of our economy." In light of the looming inflation, Li Peng stated, "Stabilize the economy and adhere to the policy of deepening reform. There is no way forward without reform, but if the reform steps are too big, there is no way to achieve stability." To achieve stability, the State Council called for austerity. The root cause of inflation, in their view, was aggregate excess demand and the overheating of an increasingly export-oriented economy. Macroeconomic balance should be re-established by reducing the growth rate and bringing down the money supply. Strikingly, the policy recommendations of Li Peng and other skeptics of further reform were quite similar to the preparatory step suggested by the package reformers. Both those who thought reform was going too fast and those who thought it didn't go far enough agreed that macroeconomic restraint was needed in 1988. To be sure, they violently disagreed on the steps to be taken after macroeconomic stability would have been achieved, but in calling for macroeconomic control at all costs, they were united against Chao Zhiyang. Li Peng, Yao Yiling, and others warned that China would be at the verge of economic collapse if strict stabilization measures were not imposed. Chao held against this, saying that it was not seeing the forest for the trees. Chao insisted that the economic pressures that had built up over the previous years were easing, and that the overall economic situation, as well as the rising general price level, were good. Chao pushed to continue the same strategy as in 1987. In his view, stability and rapid development could be combined. There was no need to separate the two. While Chao agreed with the need to stabilize the macroeconomy, he argued that stability should not be confused with retrenchment or contraction. Instead, his approach was what he called a soft landing, a method he considered superior to Li Peng's traditional adjustment policy. Chao agreed that infrastructure construction and consumption needed to be controlled, but held that overall production should not be reduced. The challenge, in Chao's eyes, was to restore balance across different sectors of the economy, not to simply reduce aggregate demand indiscriminately. Chao advocated gradual rebalancing to be implemented over several years instead of stepping on the brakes in a sudden manner. The key driving force behind inflation, in Chao's view, was the increase in agricultural prices and the need to compensate urban consumers with subsidies. This, in Chao's eyes, had to do with the question of how to move forward with agricultural reform, as well as with changing urban consumption patterns. Chao Zhiyang explained in his secret journal that in addition to increased grain prices, the expansion of the money supply was driven by local governments using up their credit quotas for their preferred projects such as construction. This forced the central government to allocate additional credit to fund essentials such as grain procurement. Chao thought of these drivers of inflation as soluble problems that required careful empirical study and experimentation. Simply reducing aggregate demand, according to Chao, was ill-fit to solve this imbalance. The key was increasing supply, especially of the goods that showed an upward trend in prices. Chow's coastal development strategy aroused opposition from the same quarters that opposed the dual-track price system. Cheng Ying expressed concerns that China had to import raw materials first. If it did not succeed in exporting its processed products in turn, China would run the risk of a foreign deficit. Yao Yiling and Li Peng warned that such an export orientation would further fuel overheating. Against this, Chow insisted that the Asian tigers had proven that his strategy worked. They began their labor-intensive exports at a time of high inflation, and they achieved growth and a decrease in the overall price level as a result of this strategy. Chow stressed the importance of price stability. In his view, though, inflation was not a matter of high or low development, but of balance across sectors. After reading Chow's January 1988 report, Deng Xiaoping noted, "I fully agree. Let's implement this boldly and swiftly." The Politburo later adopted the Coastal Development Strategy. Chow's soft landing was the party's original strategy for the year 1988. This meant gradual stabilization, deepening enterprise reform, and coastal development. In January, Chow had once more laid out his view on the price question. He stressed that food accounted for 60% of consumer spending. Therefore, solving the food price inflation, he argued, would go a long way in addressing overall consumer price inflation. The prices of agricultural goods had to be raised gradually, and the relative prices of vegetable, grain, meat, and eggs had to be adjusted. The increase in procurement prices had to be compensated by subsidies for urban consumers. In Chow's mind, this was a long-term plan, possibly taking decades. He warned this had to be done slowly to avoid distress among the people. In mid-March, Chow again expressed a similar view and added that gradual price adjustments could be effective only if they were complemented by measures that would increase the production of agricultural goods. To balance market fluctuations, Chow once more highlighted the crucial role of state commerce. The commerce system for agricultural products had to be improved, and funds were to be set up that enabled the state to balance prices by adding or withdrawing demand and adjusting exports. Solving the problem of agricultural prices was the key to solving the overall price problem, according to Chow. Chow's approach to price stabilization was also still the official line of the Price Bureau. Cheng Jiping reported to the National People's Congress, which took place from March 25 to April 13, 1988, that bringing the prices for subsidiary agricultural products under control would be essential to stabilizing the overall price level. If necessary, even prices of agricultural goods that had already been liberalized would need to be guided by the state to ensure overall stability. However, at the same National People's Congress, Deng Xiaoping urged that price reform was the most pressing issue and had to be accelerated. Chow's approach was sidelined. In sharp contrast to Chow's warning against chaotic price rises for agricultural goods, on April 5th, the State Council announced that the prices of pork, eggs, sugar, and vegetables would be liberalized, and price controls would be replaced by subsidies. This was based on Deng Xiaoping's idea. The result was immediate. Steep price rises for these goods, highest for pork at 50 to 60%. These four goods were by no standards light or unessential commodities. They were essential to the ordinary diet, making up about 1/3 of the average urban household's expenditure. The first months of 1988 saw a rise in the overall consumer price index unprecedented in the reform period, with non-staple food prices rising faster than the average prices of other consumer goods. In 1985, during a previous episode of heightened inflation, the consumer price rises had on average been compensated by rises in incomes. Compensatory subsidies were paid to urban workers in 1988. Nevertheless, urban real incomes fell. Sporadic panic buying and hoarding began to occur in several places. The consumer subsidies also did not cover the rising number of industrial workers still holding peasant status. Migrant workers were the ones most severely affected by the new policy. They reacted with strikes and protests. For example, workers in Tianjin's factories, who had formerly worked in the fishing trade but had been in the city for many years, by 1988 had shut down more than 5,700 township enterprises. Losing out on the question of how to manage the prices of subsidiary agricultural products was an important setback for Chao, given the great importance he had attributed to this set of prices for overall price stability. At the same time, Chao was confronted with increasingly severe criticism by leading package reformers such as Lu Guoguang and Wu Jinglian, who were supported by China's legendary economist Shua Muchao. Wu and Lu disagreed on the precise time horizon, but they both warned Chao that a period of strict macroeconomic restraint and tight monetary policy was urgently needed to bring inflation back under control and to prepare the conditions for price liberalization. This was, in their view, the only way to finally render the law of value operational in China. The short-term loss in terms of growth that such an austerity program would bring about was small compared with the long-term harm of overheating, they argued. Confronted with the calls for austerity from package reformers and planning proponents alike, as well as with Dong's move toward price liberalization, Chao was fighting a losing battle for his approach of adjustment through growth and reform through development. It was in this context that the Latin American experience of opening up, industrialization, and inflation became relevant to China's reform debate. This Latin American connection has led to the interpretation that in 1988, Chao Ziyang proposed to bring China down the road of Brazilian hyperinflation. It therefore merits careful analysis. The Latin American connection. It is important to remember that in the late 1980s, China's reformers looked up to the Latin American modernization success of the post-war era and aspired to achieve similar levels of infrastructure development, industrialization, and urbanization. Amidst the mounting tensions over how to move forward with economic reforms, Zhu Jiaming organized an investigation tour to Brazil, Venezuela, Chile, Mexico, and Argentina. Once more, George Soros helped to fund the trip. By then, the Open Society Foundation had set up a subsidiary, the China Reform and Opening Up Foundation, thanks to the help of He Weiling, Li Xionglu, and Chao Ziyang's secretary, Bao Tong, and with the support of the System Reform Institute. It is a widespread interpretation in the recent English language literature on the 1988 reform impasse that the report sent back by the delegation to Latin America caused the inflationary episode in 1988 that set the stage for the uprising in 1989. In 1988, Zhu Jiaming had just moved from the Henan Province Economic System Reform Commission to the International Office of the China International Trust Investment Corporation, CITIC, where he worked with Chao's former secretary, Li Xionglu. Both were also involved with the Open Society Foundation's China branch. The CITIC International Office had been set up to engage in soft diplomacy on behalf of the State Council. A central aim of this new institution was to establish relations with the Middle East and Latin American countries to facilitate the import of raw materials, first and foremost, oil. These were the industrial inputs that had experienced rising prices. They were essential to the coastal development strategy and China's industrialization effort more broadly. Zhu encouraged Chen Yize to join the investigation with a delegation of the System Reform Institute that included Song Guoqing, the director of the Macroeconomics Department. The focus of the study tour was Brazil, in particular the Brazilian economic takeoff under the military dictatorship in the late 1960s, since it promised to hold lessons for China's reforms. The Brazilian so-called economic miracle, Milagre Econômico, of 1968 to 1973, was unleashed by a heterodox developmentalist policy. Brazil's rapid expansion in this episode relied on a combination of low wages, foreign capital inflows, and rapidly rising exports. The basic mechanism was similar to the coastal development strategy. But in Brazil, foreign capital came mostly in the form of foreign credit, not foreign direct investment, as envisioned by Chao. One observer notes, "In principle, the system was magical. Foreign finance boosted industrial production, and enough of this production was exported to cover interest and principal payments. This set Brazil on a high-growth trajectory. Between 1965 and 1980, real GDP more than tripled, industrial production quadrupled, and exports rose more than tenfold." In Brazil, this growth success is closely associated with Antônio Delfim Neto, the young minister in charge of the development strategy. Delfim Neto coined what is commonly referred to as the cake theory, a Brazilian version of Deng Xiaoping's slogan, "Let some people get rich first." It held that the cake had to grow before it could be distributed. The cake did grow, but it was not shared equally later on. Chen Yize's memoir expresses the Chinese delegation's fascination with Brazil's large cake. The modernist capital, Brasilia, highways, stylish buildings and factories, up-to-date housing, and small cars for masses of people. Chen notes that Brazil's GDP per capita was around USD 3,000 at the time, about 10 times that of China. He acknowledges the great income inequality, but suggests that it is mitigated by Brazil's poverty alleviation program. Poor people receive social benefits that cover all their basic needs. The highlight of this trip was a meeting with the architect of Brazil's miracle, Deofim Neto. In the 1980s, when Brazil was suffering from a balance of payment crisis and high inflation, Deofim Neto was called back into office to devise a way out. He could not replicate his success of the late 1960s. Even so, he was delighted to lecture the Chinese delegation about the Brazilian takeoff experience. Before the miracle, Deofim Neto said, Brazil suffered from capital shortages. Opponents of opening to capital inflows had argued that they would make the country dependent on imperialist powers, an argument that resonated with the Chinese opponents of Chao's coastal development strategy. Proponents, including Deofim Neto, to the contrary, saw that foreign capital would accelerate development. This, according to Deofim Neto, had been proven true by Brazil's experience. When asked about inflation, Deofim Neto pointed out that in periods of rapid growth and industrialization, inflation was inevitable. Inflation could have a stimulating effect on growth, but it had to be controlled within certain limits. His emphasis on the need for such limits to inflation is not surprising. After all, Deofim Neto had returned to office in 1979 to solve the dual crises of foreign indebtedness and inflation. But he tried to bring the situation under control without relying on austerity. This approach is reflected in Zhu Jiaming's report on the trip. The Latin American experience would show that the anti-inflationary monetarism that might work in developed countries was not suitable for poor countries unable to absorb sharp economic declines due to their low level of development. The lesson in this is not that inflation does not matter, but that it should be brought under control by means other than austerity and monetary restraint. During the trip, the delegation sent telegrams back to Beijing. Upon their return, Chun immediately went to speak to Chao Ziyang to report Deofim Neto's view on foreign capital and inflation. Chun told Chao, in every country, in the period of high-speed development, there will be inflation. In socialist countries, there will also be inflation in the process of market reforms. He explained that structural inflation caused by the expansion of both consumption and investment is inevitable, in particular when enterprises have not been reformed. Yet Chun immediately cautioned, of course we are not advocating inflation, but we have to acknowledge this objective truth and make sure to keep inflation within certain limits. We have to remember that Chun, as the leader of the System Reform Institute, was an important voice in the warning against implementing wholesale price liberalization in 1986 on the grounds that it would risk high inflation. Chao had broadly pursued the reform approach advocated by the System Reform Institute in 1987 and 1988, but China still experienced an increase in inflation. Deofim Neto's judgment that some degree of inflation is inevitable during rapid industrialization thus matched with the experience of Chao and the System Reform Institute. They did consider inflation as dangerous, but thought it was a manageable problem as long as a gradual reform was pursued. In the context of the purges after June 4th, planning proponents accused Chao and his so-called brain trust, the System Reform Institute, of propagating the notion that inflation was harmless. The delegation did report back that people in Brazil had been accustomed to high levels of inflation, and that what mattered to Brazilians was real incomes more than money wages. But they also warned that the tolerance in China for high levels of inflation was much lower, after decades of almost absolute price stability. The accusation against Chao and the young reformers came not only from opponents of further reform. It was also propagated by China's package reformers and became a common interpretation. Xue Mu Chao noted in his memoir that Chao Ziyang was influenced by the wrong ideas and wavered at the idea of curbing inflation. Wu Jinglian claims in his textbook on China's economic reforms, according to their observations of economic situations in Latin America, these economists believed that even inflation rates of 1,000% or more would not necessarily throw obstacles in the way of economic prosperity. As a result, government leaders concluded that crashing through the pass of price reform could be achieved despite hyperinflation and high growth rates. First of all, it is important to notice that inflation spiraled out of control only after the later attempt to push through price reform, as we will hear in the account to follow. But we also have to see the struggle over the story of the 1980s that is entailed in Wu's statement and other readings along similar lines. Zhu Jiaming, in his reflections on the reform period, directly addresses Wu Jinglian's interpretation. He writes, "After June 4th, we lost the right to speak, and history was written by those who monopolized its interpretation. Wu Jinglian is a classic example for this." Zhu further explains that since the early 2000s, Wu and others had exerted great efforts to tell the story of the 1980s in a self-serving manner. Countering the accusation that he downplayed the potential harm of inflation, Zhu takes the same line of defense as Chun. "We did not say that inflation is harmless. We stress that inflation is inevitable in new market economies and transition countries like China. The key issue in our view was how to face inflation." Zhu and Chun were both exiled after June 4th. Their memoirs, from which I quote here, were published by small presses in Taiwan and Hong Kong with little reach into mainland China and English-speaking academia. In contrast, Wu Jinglian's perspectives were published by Oxford University Press, MIT Press, and leading Chinese presses with prestigious endorsements. The struggle over the interpretation of China's experiences in 1988 is not over. Here, I tried to take both sides into account and situate Zhu's and Chun's arguments in the larger political and economic context. While Zhu and Chun both belong to the same broad movement of young reform intellectuals, they did not see eye to eye on many reform questions. By 1988, what had begun as a broad, fluid movement of young reformers who were meeting in parks and empty offices to discuss China's future had developed into established institutions and distinct groups. Zhu Jiaming, from his early interventions together with Wang Yongxi, Wang Qishan, and Huang Zhen'an, considered the question of the nature of the economy. Since the mid-1980s, Zhu had developed the idea that in the course of transitioning from a planned to a market economy, the process of monetization and commodification had to involve a certain degree of inflation. He now found this view confirmed by the Latin American experience. In contrast, Chen Yize pursued a more pragmatist approach, preoccupied with working out feasible solutions for the next step in reform. In 1988, they went on the joint research journey to Latin America, but their viewpoints diverged on the critical question of whether China should or should not push through with price liberalization. Zhu Jiaming was in favor of a Big Bang in 1988. In his report on their study tour in Latin America, Zhu stressed the lessons of Pinochet's Chile. Ironically, Zhu had come very close to Wu Jinglian's take on reform, with their views diverging, however, on timing and the need for austerity measures. Zhu reports, "The lesson of the Chilean experience is that price, exchange rate, and wage liberalization can be implemented without excessive inflation as long as they are part of a suitable package of economic policies that ensures stable economic growth and expanding exports." Chen Yize had come a long way since his attempts to contribute to the improvement of collective farming in Henan. Chen, too, admired Pinochet's economic success, Chile's social stability, and the tapping of the economic expertise of the Chicago Boys by the military regime. Salvador Allende's agenda of nationalization and central economic control were a failure, according to Chen, and gave rise to widespread dissatisfaction. In contrast, the people he spoke to in Chile told him they would love to have Pinochet's economic program without Pinochet. Chen's worldview had largely become compatible with neoliberalism, but he had not turned into a proponent of shock therapy. Pushing through with price reform. Several weeks before the delegation from Latin America returned to China in late May, Deng Xiaoping had begun to lobby for radical price reform. On May 7th, during a meeting at his home, Deng called for breaking a path for price reform. He contended that China was in a critical period of reform and should meet the stormy waves head-on while trying to complete price reforms in 3 to 5 years. On May 15th, Deng Xiaoping met with Raúl Alfonsín, the first democratically elected president of Argentina after the end of the military dictatorship. The officially retired Deng used this meeting to proclaim his commitment to push ahead with reform. He told Alfonsín that China's 10 years of reform and opening up were overall a success. Deng remarked, in what sounds like a signal to competing Chinese leaders who thought that reform had gone too far, that China's reform policy was not going to stop there, but that China was getting ready for the next step. Deng added, "This is a risky enterprise, and there will be twists and turns on the way. We might even commit mistakes, but we have to face the waves heads-on, while exerting every effort to avoid major mistakes. If we do this, there is hope for our reform." Deng had made it clear that his approach to breaking out of the impasse that reform had reached was to forge ahead. Some speculate that Deng was influenced by Li Tieying, who earlier that month had delivered Deng's message on price reform to the System Reform Commission, of which Li was the director at the time. Li was the son of Jing Wei-ying, a veteran revolutionary and Deng's ex-wife, and was about to become the youngest member of the Politburo. Li had argued in April that inflation was an acceptable cost of price reform, and that the longer the dual-track price system prevailed, the greater the political risk. It might be true that Deng was influenced by Li. Certainly, by 1988, Deng must have been aware of the package reform approach that was built on the logic of creating a market in one bold stroke from a wide range of sources, including the prominent economists who had promoted this approach for years. Wu Jinglian, the leader of this approach, received congratulatory notes from other economists once the Politburo officially approved Deng's push for price reform. But although package reformers remained committed to their project, as I have argued previously, they also continued to warn China's leadership from April through June 1988 that retrenchment would be needed prior to wholesale price liberalization. As I noted, with regard to the immediate course of action, the package reformers agreed with those cautioning against more reform. So, from Deng's perspective, following the full package would have amounted to giving in to Chen Ying. It would not have constituted a decisive signal toward more reform, and it left open the possibility of reversing some of the reform steps. An alternative gradual approach left open the possibility of re-strengthening the old system. Continuing to grope for stones was not a signal that the battle over China's path had been decided in favor of Deng's marketization agenda. In this context, Deng advocated taking a big step in price reform, even at the high risk of inflation and unrest. Chao decided to follow Deng. In his memoir, Chao reflects on his turnaround. He writes, Deng Xiaoping had repeatedly urged us to be decisive in price reform, which he believed required a breakthrough, saying, "A quick, sharp pain is better than prolonged pain." This led Chao to be swayed away from incremental steps and toward the all-at-once idea. Though fixed prices had risen, the situation with incorrect pricing had not changed, so perhaps it was better to make a major adjustment all at once. At the Politburo Standing Committee's meetings on May 16th and 19th, Chao Ziyang joined Deng's call for price reform. Everybody now had to gather strength to push through with price reform, Chao urged. If prices were finally straightened out, that would lay the necessary foundation for future reform. Echoing the rhetoric of Kornai and other Eastern European reform economists, Chao warned that China should avoid getting stuck with reform, as had happened to Yugoslavia, Poland, and Hungary. Prices should be corrected over the course of 5 years. This would involve a planned inflation level of about 10%, for which wage earners would be compensated. A comprehensive package was needed for the next years. It would entail not only price, but wage and tax reform, and would be implemented step by step in a planned manner. Clearly, this was the same logic that had been advocated by the aborted 1986 Program Office Plan. Chao's speech shows that he was fully aware of the resistance that such a package would arouse and the repression required to push it through. After all, in 1986, he had decided against such a package, not least because of this danger. In his 1988 address, Chao made it clear that to ensure political stability, a new public security law was required that the State Council could invoke in an emergency. Chao argued that Poland's experience of social uprisings had shown such a law to be necessary. Just 11 days before this Standing Committee meeting, on May 5th, special troops of the Polish Interior Ministry had cracked down on a major strike wave that was sweeping the country in reaction to falling real incomes. This, in my eyes, erases any doubts about whether Chao anticipated that inflation would be harmless. He recognized the possibly explosive consequences of rising prices. But in the spring of 1988, he seems to have been prepared to use force, if necessary, to finally make marketization happen. Yao Yiling expressed agreement with the plan laid out by Chao during that meeting. A committee was formed to work out the operational details, headed by Yao. Chen Ying intervened. Chen warned of the public reactions following announcement of the plan. He also pointed out that indexing wages to planned price rises would not compensate China's peasant majority. Some accounts hold that while Yao Yiling was preparing plans for price reform, he secretly also worked with Chen on measures to be put in place in the case of a failure of price reform. But for the time, the direction was set by Deng. Notwithstanding the inflationary tendency resulting from the price liberalizations in spring 1988, Deng Xiaoping accelerated his public rhetoric, campaigning for a breakthrough in price reform. Deng invoked a strategy of one of China's greatest historical novels, The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This 14th-century novel compiles oral traditions depicting the turbulent transition period, 220 to 280 A.D., between the fall of the Han and the reunification under the Jing dynasty, and has served as a reference for China's leaders throughout the centuries, including Chairman Mao. On May 19, 1986, Deng told a North Korean delegation, "Only once prices have been straightened out will we be able to step up reform. Doesn't China have the tale of Lord Guan slaying 6 generals to force through 5 passes? We might have to force through even more passes than Lord Guan, slaying even more generals. To force a pass is not at all easy and requires taking great risk. We have to be at the same time cautious and conscientious, bold and careful towards each step, synthesizing experience, adjusting our actions when we encounter problems, and accord with the actual circumstances. But we cannot not carry out price reform. We have to face the risks and difficulties head-on. I always tell my comrades we must not be afraid of risks and be even more courageous. If we fear wolves ahead and tigers behind, we will not get anywhere." To the Chinese audience familiar with the famous tale of Lord Guan, there could have been no doubt of Deng's determination to push ahead with radical price reform. Guan is commonly known for having slayed all generals who opposed him on his path through a mountain pass. On June 4, 1988, following a renewed call for price reform by Deng, the People's Daily reported on the push for the reform in plain language. Employing a rhetoric very similar to that of Kornai and others who prescribed a Big Bang a few years later in the Soviet Union and some Eastern European countries, Deng stated, with regard to price reform, "Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain." If price relations were not put in order now, Deng argued, the long-term goal of China catching up with the developed nations 50 years into the 21st century would be endangered. Deng admitted once more that risks were great, but he was optimistic that they could be brought under control, As long as countermeasures were well prepared, heaven would not collapse even in face of great risks. Deng repeated his call for bracing the risk and pushing through with price reform at subsequent meetings with foreign guests, for example, with the Ethiopian president Mengistu Haile Mariam on June 22. Far from being responsible for this attempt at shock therapy, as some observers have alleged, the System Reform Institute mobilized once more against this reform program. In a last attempt to stop implementation of the plan, Chen Yize and Wang Xiaoqiang accepted an invitation from the Social Democratic Friedrich Ebert Foundation. On June 12th, they left for West Germany, but they could not replicate the success of their 1986 investigation in Hungary and Yugoslavia. The justification for the 1988 price reform push was rooted in the logic of package reform, even though Wu Jinglian and Lu Guoguang and other package reformers criticized that it did not include sufficiently strict austerity measures, as I stressed previously. Invoking the West German Erhard miracle had been core to the rhetoric of package reform, at least since Friedman's first visit to China. The delegation of the System Reform Institute now traveled to West Germany to consult local economists about their understanding of the country's post-war economic transition and the lessons it held for China. Wang argued against the proposal to try an Erhard miracle in China, rationalizing that the conditions of West Germany in the 1940s and China in the 1980s were too different. Wang and Chen received a strong confirmation of this view from Herbert Giersch. Giersch, then president of the global neoliberal thought collective, the Mont Pelerin Society, of the Kiel Institute for the World Economy, had attended the Athens conference with Wu and Kornai. Giersch counted among his credentials relating to the West German post-war economic reconstruction that he had received his Ph.D. under Alfred Müller-Armach's supervision. Müller-Armach is considered to be one of the intellectual fathers of the ordo-liberal idea of a social market economy. When Chen cautiously raised the possibility of combining tight macroeconomic control with price liberalization in China, following Ludwig Erhard's example, Giersch replied the action would induce a catastrophe equivalent to suicide. The West Germany currency and price reform had relied on market-oriented enterprise and a legal system designed to sustain a market economy, Giersch argued. Neither was in place in China. Wang Xiaoqiang and Chen Yize returned to China on June 28th. In addition to the study tour in West Germany, the System Reform Institute had conducted fieldwork in China to evaluate the potential consequences of pushing through with price reform. They submitted 6 reports to the leadership that demonstrated that the price reform program would result in disaster. As in 1986, they urged that liberalizing prices without preceding institutional reforms would not solve the problem of correcting relative prices or the mechanisms of endogenous money creation. The operational logic of enterprises, the banking sector, and the system of welfare provisioning could only be gradually reformed and had to go hand in hand with gradual price reform. Liberalizing prices could give rise to panic buying and unrest. It would not resolve the challenges of reform. It would instead undermine the conditions for working out solutions. Li Yining, too, once more issued a warning against wholesale price liberalization. He stressed that there were only two competing market reform paradigms in China, and they differed in substance: wholesale price liberalization versus slow reform of ownership and enterprises. It follows that the logic underpinning the renewed attempt at pushing through with price reform was that of the package reformers, the same group of economists who had drawn up the plans of the Program Office in 1986. Li explicitly attributes the economics of price reforms to Janos Kornai and Western mainstream economists. According to Li, they were caught up in the ideal of perfect competition and were blind to China's economic reality. Li reiterated that China was a disequilibrium system. Under such conditions, price liberalization could only do harm and risk high inflation. Wilhelm Linder, the ordo-liberal economist who had cautioned against price reform in 1986, also issued another warning against shock therapy in a meeting with Chao Ziyang on July 30, 1988, pointing out the implications for social and economic stability of too rapid price liberalization. The warnings by opponents of shock therapy against the logic of price liberalization, as well as the cautions of package reformers that austerity and monetary restraint had to precede price reform, remained unheard in the summer of 1988. Yao Yiling, Li Peng, and Cheng Ying also intervened, trying to water down the price reform plans. But the agenda was ultimately set by Deng, with Chao's loyal support. More product-specific price deregulations followed. The prices of color TVs and, in July, of branded alcohol and cigarettes were liberalized, resulting in instant exorbitant price rises. These goods were luxury goods, but with the improvement of living standards, people had found them increasingly within their economic reach and did not take these price rises lightly. Nevertheless, the price reform campaign went ahead. From August 15th to 17th, the Politburo of the Central Committee of the Communist Party held a plenary meeting in Beidaihe, discussing a preliminary plan for price and wage reform. China's leadership decided to basically abolish the dual-track price system and gradually liberalize the prices of core industrial products such as steel and energy, as well as of all consumer goods. The plans predicted a rise in consumer prices of 70% over 5 years, for which wage laborers were to be compensated. This decision constituted the attempt to give up on the strategy of marketization from the margins and state control over the core of the economy. It marked a shift toward marketizing the industrial core and commodifying the basic livelihoods. On August 19, 1988, State TV and the People's Daily reported that the Politburo had adopted, in principle, a plan for price and wage reform. The announcement did not contain any information on the timing and details of the plan, but it was enough to break the people's trust in the stability of the economy, the protection of their income and savings by the state, and the value of their money. Panic buying, bank runs, and worker protests immediately began to spread outward from big cities all over the country. Rising incomes in the 1980s had resulted in increasing savings. People now rushed to withdraw their money and exchanged it against whatever durable commodities they could get hold of, culminating in riots in some places. For the first time since 1978, the savings rate dropped in China. Previously, specific items for which a price adjustment or liberalization had been announced had become subject to hoarding. But in the summer of 1988, the general exchangeability of money was uncertain, and all sorts of durable goods were snatched up, regardless of their immediate usefulness, brand, or quality. For example, in Kunming, dubbed the City of Spring due to its year-round mild climate, people began hoarding air conditioners. The more prices rose, the more people rushed to buy whatever they could get. Panic buying, in turn, fueled price rises. China spiraled into accelerating inflation for the first time since the revolution. The total retail price index, which includes consumer goods, services, and producer goods, shot up from 12% in July to 23% in August 1988, peaking at around 28% in April 1989. In 1988, the growth in the Consumer Price Index outpaced the growth in real GDP, an occurrence unprecedented in China's first decade of reform. Russia's shock therapists asserted, the collapse of communist one-party rule was the sine qua non for an effective transition to a market economy. To Deng Xiaoping, in contrast, the leadership of the CPC was a cardinal principle that he considered essential for China in its pursuit of catching up. After listening to Li Peng's and Chao Ziyang's report on the explosive reactions across the country to the announcements of the price reform plans on September 12th, Deng said that the Central Committee had to assert its authority. There was no way to govern without authority. Both economic and political controls were now needed. When the push toward radical price reform shook the political and social stability, the government rolled back the program, called for re-centralization of power, reintroduced price controls over important commodities, and imposed a strict retrenchment policy to regain control. In the same month, the economists in support of a Big Bang rallied once more in hope that a second meeting between Friedman and Chao could help them restart their radical reform agenda. Friedman issued the same call for shock therapy that China's package reformers had advocated. Limit the money supply by printing less money, and then liberalize prices, he told Chao, adding that liberalizing prices would help bring inflation under control. In October, Chen Yize met the former Hungarian premier, Jana Fock, who had held this position from 1967 to 1975. Fock had presided over attempts to introduce market elements under the new economic mechanism. Fock warned Chen that economic imbalances had to be resolved in the process of reform instead of trying to first achieve macro balance and then reform, a view that resembled Chao Ziyang's stance prior to May 1988. Chen shared Fock's lessons with Chao, but Chao remained silent. The window of opportunity for a foreign tailwind from either direction had closed. Chao remained General Secretary for the time being, but lost his influence on economic policy, which was now in the hands of Li Peng and Yao Yiling. Zheng Ying and Li Xianyan regained their influence, not pushing ahead with reform, but bringing the economy back under control was the order of the day. The director of the Price Bureau, Cheng Jiaping, stressed that in late 1988, lessons of the 1940s and of the aftermath of the Great Leap Forward were key to regaining control over the economy. According to Chung, the stabilization effort was guided by Chong Ying's assertion that the degree of the government's control over the market is decided by its control over the most essential goods on the market. Applying a logic that is strikingly similar to the Guangxi's light-heavy principles of price stabilization, Chung argues that the key was to focus the price work on the important or heavy points. In the 1940s, price stabilization, the 2 whites and 1 black, referring to rice, cotton, and coal, were the most essential goods for feeding and clothing the people and for industry. In the 1960s, the list of prices had been refined, reflecting China's more diversified economy to include 18 essential goods. The 1988 price stabilization effort now targeted the prices of 383 goods. These goods were identified, based on survey work, as critical to people's livelihoods and agricultural and industrial production. The prices of these goods were stabilized through a concerted effort. Production was expanded to increase their supply. The commerce system was enhanced to overcome bottlenecks in circulation. The price control system was used to reimpose price controls, and the macroeconomic regulation system was used to adjust the overall plan, credit expansion, and investments. These measures were complemented with another 1940s anti-inflationary tactic. Government bonds indexed to a set of essential commodity prices were issued to recreate trust in monetary assets. The Chinese state re-established control over the core of the economy. Inflation was overcome in about a year's time, but the political consequences of the 1988 aborted Big Bang shaped the fate of China and the world. The combination of the aborted push for radical reform and the subsequent drastic reversal in course deepened the social and political tensions that had built up in the second half of the 1980s, creating an explosive situation. The runaway inflation of 1988 undermined the trust in money market relations for many urban residents and added to the anxieties unleashed by an increasing commodification of life. On the other hand, those who benefited from the growing profit opportunities and mushrooming markets felt threatened by the tightening of control. This formed the background for the broad and diverse social movement of 1989, which demanded not only democratic rights, but also an end to corruption, social securities, and price stability. Conclusion. Opinions continue to diverge as to what caused the short-term pain with its long-term detrimental effects, and what lessons are to be learned from the crisis of 1988. Lo Jiwei, who together with Guo Shuqing, Zhou Xiaochuan, and others rose to powerful positions in the 1990s, stated recently, after retiring from the post of Minister of Finance, "Certainly 1988 saw a high rate of inflation. Later, some people attributed this inflation to Comrade Deng Xiaoping's crashing through the barriers of prices. This turns things on its head. Comrade Xiaoping's target was the corruption and economic disorder created by the dual-track price system. This required uniting the two tracks and obeying to the market. There is nothing at all wrong with this. Necessary conditions for the market to determine prices are tight fiscal and monetary policies and avoiding inflation by any means. Even given these conditions, there will be mild price increases as result of the corrections to the price distortions. If something was a mistake, its root lies in the suppressed inflation from the time when all-round contracting was implemented in 1987. The World Bank economist Adrian Wood, who was part of the first mission to China, comes to a similar conclusion as Lo Jiwei. In a Financial Times article of October 1990, he writes, China's economic reform in the second half of the 1980s got onto the wrong track with the premature relaxation over state enterprise expenditures and the universalization of two-tier fixed and market pricing. The result was accelerating inflation and massive corruption, which were deeply unpopular. Economic anger, rather than a wish for democracy, was what moved most demonstrators in May 1989. Wood sees in the harsh austerity imposed in the fall of 1988 the potential for real progress. In his view, severe deflation of the sort which China has lately undergone provides ideal conditions for price liberalization. Wood also sees a silver lining in China's political conservatism. It would make it easier to impose the pain necessary for further economic reforms. Zhao Ziyang, while imprisoned in his own house, came to a quite different conclusion on the causes of the 1988 crisis. Zhao wrote in his journal, "The proposed pricing reform was not in line with the gradual reform strategy, but relied on large-scale government-administered price adjustments. This reflected the sentiments of the time, to rush through price reforms and to eliminate the two-track pricing system to unify or at least reduce the gap between set prices and market prices. This was not the correct way to carry out price reform because ultimately it was not a shift from price controls to market mechanisms. It was using planning methods to adjust prices. It was still the old way of planned pricing. It is clear now that if high inflation had not occurred and this price reform plan had been carried out, it would not have resolved the problem." My interviewees strongly disagreed on the course and causes of the crisis of 1988, but they agreed that the disastrous failure of the push for price reform in 1988 was critical for the political crisis that culminated on June 4, 1989, with the massacre on Tiananmen Square. In 1988, Zhao had urged that a public security law was necessary to push ahead with reform. In 1989, Zhao tried to transcend the same logic of state repression that eventually led to his downfall and imprisonment. The young economists Zhao had nourished were openly loyal with the protesters. They were aware that the troops were on their way to Tiananmen Square and that martial law would soon be imposed. They sensed that a disaster was about to happen. On May 18th, the day Gorbachev ended his visit to China, and when the world's eyes were on Beijing, Zhao Ziyang went to Tiananmen Square in the early morning to address the hunger-striking students. The famous image of Zhao with a microphone surrounded by protesters shows him appealing to the students to stop their fasting. He stood there as General Secretary of the party and apologized that it had taken the leadership so long to reach out to the protesters. The student should live to see China complete the 4 modernizations, he urged. When you end your fast, Chao pledged, the government will never close the door to dialogues, never. The next day, Chao returned to the square and reiterated his call on the students to end the hunger strike. Chao was aware that Deng was making provisions to impose martial law and was willing to use the military to crack down on the students. Chao prepared to resign. He knew that this was the end of his career. Still, on May 19th, the young economists who had risen to influence under Chao decided to make their own statement. These economists were based at the System Reform Institute, the Agriculture Research Center at the Development Research Institute, and the International Office of CITIC, and were organized in the Beijing Economics Youth Association, the 3 institutes and 1 association. In the name of their organizations, they endorsed the social movement as the most brilliant chapter in China's history of democratic movements, and thus responded to the protesters' demand for the state to recognize the legitimacy of their movement. They pronounced that since the founding of the People's Republic, the leadership of the party and the government had never been as divided from the people and as opposed to the popular will as it was now. Echoing Chao's dialogue with the students, they called on the leadership to organize an extraordinary meeting of the National People's Congress as the legitimate assembly to resolve the crisis, on the people to support the protesters, and on the hunger strikers to end their strike, since they were needed for China's future. They sent their statement to media organizations, universities, and the protesters. Tens of thousands of copies were produced and posted all over Beijing. On May 28th, Chao was put under house arrest, where he remained until his death in 2005. On June 4th, the military cracked down on the protests. The bloodshed against which the young reform intellectuals lobbied also marked the end of their era in China's reforms. Many of the young economists had to flee the country or were imprisoned. Many did not return to policy-making or research institutes. Some became rich in private business. Many disappeared into private business without making a fortune. Some returned to China. Others, like Chen Yize, died in exile. In contrast, Lu Guoguang, Xue Muqiao, and Zhou Xiaochuan, who had converged to promote shock therapy in the second half of the 1980s, chose not to publicly support the protests and instantly turned against Chao Ziyang. On June 14th, Wu had completed a first draft of their criticism under the title Our Worries and Proposals, Viewpoints of Several Economists, which was published in August in the compilation Essential Reports by the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. These reports are issued for consideration by the central leadership. Wu and his collaborators accused Chao of having betrayed the 1978 decision on the direction of reform and development. Chao would have made big mistakes, resulting in economic chaos. More importantly, he would have installed a dual-track system in prices and other economic mechanisms, resulting in a distortion of social accounting and corruption. Many package reformers enjoyed stellar careers in China throughout the 1990s and until today, while most of the economists who debunked shock therapy in the 1980s are now largely forgotten inside and outside of China. Conclusion. Wanderer, your footprints are the path, and nothing else. Wanderer, there is no path. The path is made by walking. Antonio Machado. The economic transformation China experienced during its period of reform, beginning in 1978, was inconceivable at its outset. The country's historic economic growth in the decades of neoliberal globalization stands in sharp contrast with the fate of most economies in the global South. In the period 1950 to 1980, most developing economies enjoyed high rates of economic growth, outpacing China's. But their relative standing has been turned upside down in the decades since. In the 1980s, most African countries endured negative GDP growth, while in Latin America, the golden age of industrialization gave way to 25 years with only 10% cumulative growth. By comparison, in the first 2 decades of reform, China's economy grew annually, on average, by more than the growth recorded by Latin America over a quarter of a century. Although the East Asian tigers and India fared far better than the rest of the world, China's average annual growth rate of more than 10% stands at double that of these other high-performing countries. With the benefit of hindsight, we now know that China was, in the late 1970s, on the cusp of an economic expansion often described as unprecedented in scope, pace, and scale, just as the developing world as a whole was falling behind. GDP growth is, of course, a crude indicator. However, it does provide an approximate measure of the changing position of a given country in relation to the world economy. When China's economists returned to Beijing after the Cultural Revolution to join the reform effort, China was poor and attempting to carve out a path toward economic prosperity. The ambition of continuous revolution under Maoism was replaced by an all-encompassing primacy of economic development. China's rise is now a fact of life. From the vantage of the struggles among China's economists over the right reform path, this historic outcome was a daring hope, if not altogether implausible. When young reform intellectuals returned to Beijing after years in remote villages and flocked to empty lecture halls to discuss China's future, the explosive growth of subsequent decades, albeit with all its severe social and environmental consequences, was unimaginable. In their study exchanges on economic system reform, with Eastern European émigré economists and with World Bank and other international dignitaries, the economists of China's revolutionary generation and its establishment intellectuals could only marvel at the prosperity and advanced state of the applied sciences abroad. The System Reform Institute's delegations toured Hungary, Yugoslavia, Brazil, and other Latin American countries in the hope of learning from the achievements, as well as mistakes, of what were then model national economies for China. What was at stake in China's reform debate of the 1980s was nothing less than a common understanding of the economy's basic mechanisms. Early on, the dominant position within the Chinese economic intelligentsia reflected the view that market forces had to play a greater role in society, and that this would necessitate price reform. Fundamental disagreements arose among China's economists around the question of how such reform would take place. Competing reform approaches expressed themselves in the disagreements over the continued use of the dual-track price system and mobilization of existing institutions to create markets. This was countered by some with the strategy of shock, in which the economy was to be subjected to wholesale and sudden liberalization. The fact that the two sides clashed over this next step of reform, rather than over the economy's basic direction, might suggest that its focus was highly technical, without deeper ideological significance. In fact, as in the Soviet industrialization debate of the 1920s, the focus on which was also the speed and pattern of development, but not the retreat from war communism to the new economic policy per se, the basic differences between two ideological tournaments became visible. Such differences manifested themselves in two different approaches to the economics of reform. China's reform economists shared one common goal above all others: economic progress. They also agreed that marketization would be necessary in the pursuit of economic development. But the two basic schools of thought clashed over how to move forward. One position was in accordance with what came to be known as the shock therapy doctrine of transition, a quintessentially neoliberal policy prescript that swept the socialist world. This side held that the desired economic model would be posed axiomatically and that a shock to the old system would transform it in one go. This approach assumed that the most desirable future economic system, as well as the means of establishing it, could be derived from economic models. According to this view, a blueprint was to be drawn up to map a comprehensive package of measures that would redesign the entire system according to one unified concept. The alternative school of thought, by contrast, acknowledged an essential ignorance of both the end, the ultimate configuration of the Chinese economy, as well as the path to get there. This second vision took as a basic premise the absence of any blueprint or comprehensive plan that could deliver a general answer to the challenge of reform. From this viewpoint, the mechanism of reform and the specifics of the new system had to be worked out through experimentation and theoretically guided empirical research. From this latter perspective, there was simply no way to divine China's future on a drawing board. Armchair economics was deemed to fail. In the following sections, I recapitulate the core reform prescripts of these two competing approaches. The idealism of package reform. The Chinese proponents of a so-called package reform, like the shock therapists around the world, promoted an initial big bang in price reform. The package was to include price adjustments in one step for critical producer goods such as raw materials and energy, followed by liberalization. The package reformers' basic approach was to begin by choosing a target model for reform and to contrast this ideal target model with a schematic version of the old command economy. In the ideal target model, the market mechanism was carried out primarily through flexible prices. One of the fundamental differences between the desired target and the old system was a lack of price flexibility in the latter. These reformers located the most severe price distortions in the producer goods sector, which were traditionally priced low in the Soviet approach to development. The most effective approach to reform, in their view, would require first tackling these exaggerated deviations from the target model overcoming the distortions in the prices of raw materials and energy simultaneously. Such a dramatic step in reform had to be prepared, however, by first cooling the economy. This meant, in practice, enforcing harsh austerity with the aim of overcoming macroeconomic imbalances. The package approach to reform held that the coexistence of the obsolete old and the desired new systems would create harmful frictions, resulting in the ineffectiveness of both the old and the new regulating mechanisms. From the vantage of package reformers, the dual-track price system was at best acceptable as a temporary, transitory measure, but it had to be overcome as quickly as possible. The Big Bang proponents invoked an argument structurally similar to Hayek's warning of the slippery slope toward a planned economy that might result from any move in favor of price controls. In their eyes, if the dual-track price system prevailed, along with the confusion and corruption they attributed to it, the result would be a harmful reversal. As long as core elements of the old system persisted, such as central control over the prices of crucial producer goods, the possibility of a relapse would be ever present. They thus recommended that the price system be introduced rapidly and universally, arguing that only the destruction of the core of the old system could realize the target model. They acknowledged that this approach would cause short-term pain, but in their eyes, the only alternative was long-term suffering. The proponents of such radical price reform recognized that their proposal entailed one grave risk, namely, an increase in the general price level. However, as with Friedman's metaphor of the overfueled furnace that can be diffused only by letting all its heat out at once, they argued that suppressed inflation could not be overcome unless direct price controls were removed. As a necessary evil, they argued, it would be better to get on with it without delay. As Bross put it, the day of reckoning would arrive eventually, and so it would be better to confront and overcome its challenges sooner rather than later. As long as tight fiscal and monetary controls were in place, a one-time increase in prices to compensate for suppressed inflation would not detonate an ongoing inflationary process. To return to Friedman's metaphor, the overfueled furnace, having released its heat, would exhaust itself. As with the pain accompanying surgery, removing price controls was therapeutically necessary and temporary. Seen from this perspective, inflation was a monetary, not structural phenomenon, and could be controlled by the government. Aggregate excess demand was only the result of the pathologies of socialism. Such thinking is best captured by concepts such as Kornai's investment hunger and soft budget constraint, which do not concern themselves with the challenges of industrialization. In this view, the Chinese inflation of 1988 was the result of the government's failure to impose sufficiently strict macro controls and not the consequence of Deng Xiaoping's failed attempt at shock therapy. As I explore in chapters 4, 5, and 6, the package reformers found inspiration in Eastern European émigré economists who had abandoned market socialism, neoclassical mainstream economics, and monetarism. The younger generation also drew on concepts of optimal design and control from engineering. Most of the package reformers were academic economists, and many had been adherents to Soviet orthodoxy in the early years of the People's Republic. In fact, we may observe a parallel between the idealization of the planned economy in Soviet Marxism, where the whole national economy was imagined to function as one centrally planned factory, and the idealization of a market economy underlying the shock therapy approach. While the two theoretical approaches oppose one another on the question of the superiority of a plan or a market as a regulating mechanism, they are united in striving for an optimal rational economy. This methodological commonality between those believing in the omnipotent power of the visible and the invisible hands was observed by one of the foremost general equilibrium theorists, Frank Hahn. Both sides take it for granted that somewhere there is a theory, that is, a body of logically connected propositions based on postulates not wildly at variance with what is the case, which support their policies. This quest for representing the whole economy in one closed model was also a common ground between the planning and the market proponents of the socialist calculation debate. From the technocratic stance of both sides, the economic problem boils down to finding a set of rational prices, or, as Paul Samuelson observed, it doesn't really matter whether capital hires labor or labor hires capital, or both are allocated by a central planner. The important goal is the allocation of productive resources and final products consistently with the principle of equating marginal cost and marginal benefit. The Chinese package reformers adhered to the same kind of economics. They saw the task of market creation as drawing up a comprehensive policy blueprint that had to ensure, first and foremost, rational prices. From the reformers' perspective, rational prices could be achieved only by applying either the market or the plan as a pure form, and the dual-track price system was condemned as an incoherent hybrid. Whereas a multi-track price system had been used to overcome hyperinflation after the Civil War, the subsequent pursuit of Soviet-style planning involved the ambition to suppress price tracks other than planned prices, at least for important goods. The dual-track price system would be an unavoidable evil over the course of the market transition, but it was to be abolished as soon as possible. At the outset of reforms, package reformers saw the task before them as precisely the opposite of that from the days when China had emulated the Soviet model. Now, all prices should be unified under the market track. Resemblances between the paradigms of pure market orthodoxy and pure planning can also be detected in the concrete steps suggested by the Program Office in 1986, with the aim of generating a breakthrough in China's price reform. According to the 1986 agenda, prices would first be unified into planned equilibrium prices determined by calculation, after which they would be fully liberalized. This reform proposal assumed that both the calculation and forces of the market would bring about the same, or at least sufficiently similar, equilibrium prices. Thus, calculation-based planning and the market were taken to be means to the same end. As with Hayek's and Robbins's judgments in the socialist calculation debate, the problem presented by calculating prices within the logic of the Program Office approach was that it was too time-consuming to be practicable as a sustainable form of regulation. Nevertheless, the Program Office economists believed calculation from the center could prepare the wholesale transition to a superior market mechanism. Market determination of crucial input prices, from this point of view, did not require a process of institution building. As the natural order of things, market prices were expected to emerge instantly and spontaneously once the artificially imposed control over prices was removed. Instead of envisioning a slow historical evolution toward a new political economy, shock therapy suggested a rapid move into an ideal market following planned steps from the theoretically derived blueprint. In this regard, the so-called Ehrhart miracle was invoked as anecdotal evidence for the practicality of the theory. However, proponents of emulating the West German example did not analyze in any great depth the actual economic history of Ehrhart's price and currency reforms, or whether, indeed, these policies were suitable for addressing the challenges China confronted in the 1980s. Rather, they subscribed to the neoliberal mystification of Ehrhart's price reform and saw it as a miracle. Similarly, they cited the supposed lesson of Eastern Europe, that gradualism would fail. They relied on the authority of famous economists. Systematic historical inquiry, however, might have posed the question of why attempts at overnight price liberalization in Eastern Europe repeatedly provoked social and political turmoil and were ultimately, partially, reversed. This history, in any case, had been well known in China since the Moganshan World Bank Conference of 1982, if not earlier. As for their idealism, those academic economists in favor of a comprehensive reform package showed some striking resemblance to the scholar officials in the salt and iron debate, despite the radically different contexts and the 2 millennia that separated them. The scholars of the ancient debate began from a vision of an ideal state in the past, which they aimed to reinstate, rather from the specific challenges facing the new emperor in the context of a deep economic crisis. The ancients held that if the ritual order and righteousness were to be reestablished, the state could withdraw from direct intervention into the economy, in particular from controlling salt and iron monopolies, as well as from regulating prices of essential agricultural products by dampening the supply and demand fluctuations. As long as morality ruled, they believed, the state's interventions could remain minimal, and the retreat of bureaucrats from economic activities would guard against corruption. The Big Bang proponents of the 1980s also advanced an argument about the state's withdrawal from the economy. They saw the state's role as a market player under the dual-track price system as the main source of corruption. They, too, envisioned a minimalist state that would regulate society indirectly by macroeconomic means and rule-setting rather than through righteousness. But here the parallels end. In sharp contrast with the ancients, reformers held that morality was to be replaced by free competition among individuals. Left to develop spontaneously on its own, this competition would translate the pursuit of self-interest into the best outcome for society. The ancient scholar officials held that markets were to be subordinate to the moral order of society. For the shock therapists, all realms of society were to be subordinate to a universal market. The pragmatism of dual-track reformers. Just as in the ancient salt and iron debate, practically minded scholars and commerce officials challenged the idealist approach in China's price reform debate of the 1980s. Rather than aiming to move toward a theoretically derived target model in one push, they conducted in-depth empirical research guided by theorizing, but unconstrained by the quest for one all-encompassing model of the economy. Their aim was to discover a means for the gradual improvement of China's economy and to examine the place of markets in this endeavor, not to project an ideal future state. Dual-track reformers took an approach that identified and harnessed transformative forces already emerging in prevailing commercial and industrial activity. With regard to price reform, this meant an imperative to improve the dual-track price system rather than destroy it. In their analysis, wholesale liberalization could not solve the problems of China's price system. Investigations using a large sample of Chinese state-owned enterprises, as well as a survey of the Yugoslavian and Hungarian reform experience, for example, indicated that a Big Bang would result in a reversion to the initial relative prices instead of the sought-after adjustment of the price structure. Closer scrutiny of the post-war West German transition amplified the gradualist skepticism about reproducing an Earhart miracle in China, as the Big Bang was dubbed. The mere removal of price controls could not transform the state-owned enterprises into market enterprises. They remained socialist production units insofar that they had no power over the magnitude of capital and labor they employed. Workers could not be fired, and state-owned enterprises did not draw upon any capital market. They were forbidden from going bankrupt. The state-owned enterprises had no choice but to use their monopolistic position and to carry on, no matter the circumstances. According to the logic of the Big Bang, an increased input price should have induced adjustments in production technology or even have arrested the production of certain goods. But in reality, the state-owned enterprises could only react to input price increases by passing them on to producers further along in the production chain. The result would thus ultimately be consumer price inflation, which would in turn fuel wage increases. The opponents of a Big Bang predicted that shock therapy would generate runaway inflation rather than a convergence at some desired equilibrium. The outcome would be destruction of the core of the old economy without creating a functional market economy. Such a development would put China's social and political stability at risk and thus endanger the project of reform altogether. The defenders of the dual-track price system predicted that the prescription of rapid price liberalization would lead to failure even on its own terms. In their view, neither pure central control nor overnight liberalization could address the challenge of catching up with the advanced capitalist world and increasing overall living standards. They did not infer from this that there was no prospect for reform, however. Rather, the gradualists suggested that the prevailing system of multiple prices, along with certain practical adjustments, was well suited for gradually transforming both China's price structure and its price-determining system, and, with it, the economy's regulating mechanism at large. In the view of the gradualist experimentalists, market determination of prices was not achieved simply by abolishing price controls. The gradualists contended that the manner in which prices are determined depended on the mode of operation at the micro level. In a similar vein, inflation was not understood as a purely monetary phenomenon, especially under conditions such as China's. From the viewpoints of these pragmatic economists, familiar as they were with the living conditions of the overwhelmingly rural population of China, aggregate excess demand was not to be achieved by suppressing demand, but rather by boosting supply. For the dual-track defenders, the challenge facing Chinese economy was to be understood as a reindustrialization. Reindustrialization required overcoming certain bottlenecks, for example, in critical producer goods and in energy, by increasing production, not by raising prices. The process was complex and required delicate intervention. It could not be accomplished in a single blunt act. China's revolutionary history had shown that industrialization could not be attained simply by state command. The gradualist reformers argued that faith in a market miracle was likewise a delusion. The only sensible approach, they said, was a gradual, experimental one in which market forces would be created and harnessed by the state in a controlled manner. In their eyes, the dual-track price system, which had emerged from bureaucratic practice and the experience of rural reform, was well suited to achieve this and could be expanded to apply to critical producer goods such as steel and coal. The essence of the dual-track price system can be captured by the perspective of the Guangxian principle of controlling the heavy or essential and letting go of the light or unimportant. It is critical to understand that the relative importance of commodities was determined not only by their physical characteristics, but also by the specific local conditions of their markets and social contexts of their production. What was determinative was whether a good was the product of a major, centrally controlled production facility or the productive efforts of a minor local enterprise. Even within the output of one major producer, the state-mandated quota was important for keeping the core of the industrial economy running. Surplus production, by contrast, could be left to the discretion of the enterprise. The basic principle of the dual-track price system, therefore, was to relinquish the price controls of inessential goods produced by minor suppliers. It also relinquished the price controls on surplus products of major producers of essential industrial inputs such as raw materials and energy. The system of material balancing, along with planned prices, thus was initially kept intact. At the same time, the high prices of surplus products of scarce raw materials and energy marketed to producers outside the industrial command system, such as township and village enterprises, TVEs, as well as other state-owned enterprises, produce strong incentives for the enterprises to economize their planned production and to squeeze out a surplus for the market. In this way, the state-owned enterprises grew into the market as the industrial core of the Chinese economy was marketized. The state commercial system, too, was not abolished, but was used to integrate the national market and balance prices across regions. Exactly who is to be credited as the originator of the dual-track price system remains a matter of dispute. I have argued throughout the second part of this book that the reform mechanism was not, in fact, invented by any single individual. Rather, the dual-track price system emerged through the gradual relaxation of control in the areas most peripheral for the functioning of the industrial economy. Such a relaxation of controls was achieved by careful experimentation, followed by systematic evaluation of this practice through empirical research. The structure of gradual price releases thereby reflected the logic of the Maoist price system, under which the most essential prices for industrialization and livelihood were the most tightly controlled. Importantly, the dual-track price system was defended through unorthodox reform economists that theorized and refined the prevailing reform practice. The decisive reform question in the mid-1980s was therefore whether to maintain and improve the dual-track price system or to abolish it. Defenders of the dual-track price system acknowledged that corruption was a problem, but they did not see abolition of the system as an acceptable solution. In pursuing reforms, they instead advocated for systematic interdisciplinary social scientific inquiry. These gradualist reformers believed that an easy solution to the colossal challenge of China's economic transformation could not be deduced from pure theoretical analysis. China could make its own way cautiously, and it had to use a range of theories and experiences, both foreign and domestic, to assess its progress and trajectory of development. There is a surprising parallel with the salt and iron debate. The basic outlook of the defenders of the dual-track price system resembles, to some extent, that of Song Hongyang. Both focused on their respective given realities, such as natural monopolies, seasonal fluctuations, and the structures of a command economy, and how they could be mobilized to improve the workings of the economy. A supposed ideal state or target model was to be excluded from consideration. An emphasis on the feasible rather than on the ideal might be misunderstood as avoidance of fundamental change. However, the dual-track price system brought forth historic transformations of rare intensity and scope. The basic logic of the dual-track price system was at the heart of China's transformation from a poor agricultural country with revolutionary ambitions to one of global capitalism's manufacturing powerhouses. This pragmatic stance vis-à-vis economic policy is certainly not uniquely Chinese. As the vigorous debates recounted in this book demonstrate, China's tradition is itself anything but internally uniform. We heard in Chapter 2 that the war economies of the major belligerent powers of the Second World War relied on a pragmatic approach similar to that advocated by China's gradualist reform economists decades later. As John Kenneth Galbraith has argued, in the case of the United States, price control relied to a large extent on the use of prevailing economic practices, such as the customer relations of monopolistic or oligopolistic suppliers. The successful general price freeze worked because it used empirically observed rather than theoretically derived prices. With regard to the transformation from a planned war economy to a post-war market economy, it was structurally similar to the challenge of market reforms in a socialist command economy. The pragmatic, gradual approach of the United Kingdom, as recounted by Alex Cairncross during his visit to China, presented an alternative to the overnight liberalization of the type that had been implemented in the United States against the best advice of some of the most famous American economists of the time. In post-war West Germany, too, The ordoliberal approach of wholesale price liberalization competed with a dual-track approach similar to the one that prevailed in China in the 1980s. Throughout this book, I showed that China's gradualist and pragmatic approach to economic policy making has been forcefully and repeatedly contested by those in favor of a sudden leap into an unregulated market economy. Gradualist experimentalism was by no means a foregone conclusion. It was defended over the course of fierce intellectual and political struggles. At the crossroads of the 1980s, China escaped shock therapy. Instead of experiencing severe economic decline and deindustrialization, as did Russia and several other transition economies, China's dual-track reforms laid the institutional and structural foundations for its economic ascent under tight political control by the party and the state. The path was set. The 1980s set in motion the process of China's marketization. Many of the young economists who emerged as strategic defenders of the dual-track approach of adjusting to the market in the 1980s fell out of favor, along with Chao Ziyang in 1989. After the military crackdown on Tiananmen Square and the imprisonment of Chao, then General Secretary of the Communist Party of China, some of China's brightest reform economists vanished from the scene of policymaking. The reform approach they helped to shape and defend has survived and has continued to be contested. Throughout the 1990s, the economics profession in China was remodeled to align with the international neoclassical mainstream. Neoliberal reformers made deep inroads in the arenas of ownership, the labor market, and the healthcare system, among others. But the core of the Chinese economic system was never destroyed in one big bang. Instead, it was fundamentally transformed by means of a dynamic of growth and globalization under the activist guidance of the state. In October 1992, after Deng Xiaoping had restarted the reform agenda with his southern tour, the 14th CPC National Congress made the formal decision to establish a socialist market economy with Chinese characteristics. Jiang Zemin, Chao Ziyang's successor as General Secretary, explained this new so-called leading concept. Whether the emphasis was on planning or on market regulation was not the essential distinction between socialism and capitalism. This brilliant thesis has helped free us from the restrictive notion that the planned economy and the market economy belong to basically different social systems, thus bringing about a great breakthrough in our understanding of the relation between planning and market regulation. This decision marked a political breakthrough for a forceful restart of the marketization agenda. The official declaration of a socialist market economy signaled that the Chinese leadership of the 1990s was willing to shatter all remaining boundaries to the operation of market forces in the name of economic progress. Their first step in this direction was the far-reaching price liberalization of 1992 to 1993. On the surface, this price liberalization resembled the Big Bang agenda that had been avoided in the 1980s. Controls over essential consumer and producer goods were now dismantled step by step. Among those targeted were key commodities such as grain, steel, coal, and oil. However, Because of the drastically different status of the early 1990s Chinese economy, when compared even with the dynamics of the late 1980s, the relative impact of this Big Bang was far smaller than it would have been only a few years earlier. As Naughton argues in his classic account of China's economic reform, the economy had already been deeply marketized when several essential plan prices were abolished. The plan had already become an island surrounded by an ocean of market price transactions. We observe that for retail, agriculture, and producer goods, the share of government-set prices resembles the shoulder of a mountain. The market share in all three sectors increased as a result of the universalization of the dual-track system, and the government-set prices diminished in their importance. A Big Bang in 1986, or even in 1988, would have been catastrophic. By 1992, this same liberalization effort was akin to jumping off a low-standing rock at the base of a mountain from which one has just descended. The 1992 and 1993 price liberalizations gave rise to the only episode in China's reform period in which inflation outpaced economic growth. But it was not the kind of hyperinflation that had swept Russia. The combination of deep and gradual marketization that had preceded liberalization, as well as the assertion of state power in 1989, ensured that the small bang of 1992 was constrained enough to preserve core economic institutions. The state maintained its control over the commanding heights of China's economy as it switched from direct planning to indirect regulation through the state's participation in the market. China grew into global capitalism without losing control over its domestic economy. This concludes How China Escaped Shock Therapy by Isabella M. Weber, narrated by Susan Erickson, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2021 by Isabella M. Weber. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Routledge, an imprint of the Taylor and Francis Group, an Informa business, and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.